And that's the snow that just continues. And you can see we have a little dry area that comes in right here, and then the snow just fills in once again. So you may see a break in the snow. Don't think it's over, because it's going to snow right on until this time tomorrow. 34 degrees, what we'll see today with that snow. Then tomorrow we start out with snow, go to cloudy skies, and then, yes, we start to clear those skies. 40 degrees by 6 p.m. with clearing skies tomorrow. And then on Saturday, 47 degrees, going to be on the cool side, but partly cloudy. Same on Sunday at 49. 58 degrees on Monday with lots of sunshine, and here comes Tuesday, 60 degrees and sunny skies.
People, Tuesday can't come fast enough, Ed. All right, thank you. This is a live look outside. Believe me, this is over downtown Denver right now. Visibility continues to decrease out there. That snow, of course, we are smack dab in the middle of this storm. Our crews are tracking this storm across the state next. And we're going to be tracking this week's storm and all of its traffic impacts for you. You can always stay up to date on our 9 News app or streaming on 9 News Plus from the comfort of your home.
Welcome back. We continue our team extended coverage of this massive March snowstorm this morning, taking a live look outside downtown Denver, where you can see we are just socked in. This storm is right over Colorado and it's staying put.
Now let's get you up to the high country. This is a live look at the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels this morning. I-70 is already closed between Golden and Silverthorne in both directions, as you were just hearing from Matt Renew a little bit ago. Some people have been trapped there on the other side of the tunnel since last night.
Yeah, Denver Mayor Mike Johnston says all 54 snowplows will be out and about for the duration of this storm. Plows will make 2 passes every 24 hours on main roads, and they'll also make their way down residential streets once every 24 hours. Johnston also says severe weather shelters are open. They opened at 6 o'clock last night. The McNichol Civic Center building off of Colfax and the Stone Creek Shelter, the former Best Western Hotel off of Quebec, will stay open until 9 a.m. on Saturday. We have live team coverage all across across the state this morning, from the mountains to the foothills to the South Metro area.
We'll be checking in with everyone all morning long, but first we want to check with Ed Green. He is outside in the 9 News backyard. Ed, good morning.
Yeah, no.
Oh, I apologize. Not the backyard, inside, my friend.
Right. Yeah, I ain't going out in the backyard. You're kidding? It's snowing out there. Hey, as far as our weather goes, you can see how that snow is pushing on up to the Front Range, and we are getting even a wider area of that snow. We did have a little dry slot move on through, and then the snow just filled right in. So you may see a break in the snow every now and then, but it'll be right back behind it. So we do have some snow, showers and thunderstorms down here, but even the cold air is starting to overtake those, changing it all over to snow and heavy snow as well. So that's what we've got going on right here along the Front Range. As you have seen this graphic for the past several days, a winter weather advisory in the blue shaded area and a winter storm warning in the red shaded area. Both go to 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Across the metro area, 10 to 20 inches. We could get another 5 to 9 inches today. Overnight, we could get another 3 to 5 inches, and we will see up to 4 feet of snow possible in some foothills locations. Already in some of them, we've got 30 inches of snow going on. This is what we've got going on right now. You can see the temperatures mostly in the 30s and 40s over the eastern plains, 20s for the higher elevations, and 20s and 30s over in the west. So today we will see 35 degrees. Winter storm warning again goes until 6 a.m. We have 40 degrees for tomorrow with the snow ending, so we will see some clearing skies. Then sunshine but cool on Saturday at 47, 49 on Sunday with partly sunny skies, 58 on Monday with sunny skies. And take a look at your Tuesday. Spring arrives that evening at 9:06, 60 degrees and sunny conditions. Let's go to Keely right now. She's out and about in all this snow, and some of it is heavier than other areas, but snow nonetheless, Keely.
Absolutely, Ed. Yeah, I just measured I just got out of the van and measured the snowfall out in front of my house here in Boulder, and it was 8 inches so far. So I think when I left this morning to start reporting, it was 6 inches. So we got another 2 inches. I want to show you the situation out here. Certainly a lot of thick, heavy snow. And I want to point out, Ed, that the snow has kind of shifted. About 2 hours ago, it was that really thick, wet, heavy snow. Now it's getting a little bit drier, more typical snow than when you think of Colorado. So it's getting a little lighter. Temperatures certainly falling out there. Definitely looking like a winter storm for sure. But this is what people are dealing with out here. I mean, thick snow on the side streets, these side streets not being plowed, which is normal in a snowstorm. The main thoroughfares, the main roads are certainly being plowed at this point, but some of the side streets certainly not. And we have seen some cars get stuck as a result. We've also seen some very, very heavy snow weighing down those trees. I don't know if you're able to see some of those. Yeah, you can see that in that shot there. And as a result, we see some down branches as well. So we did actually have a power outage here in Boulder probably about 3 hours ago. It was brief. It lasted only about a minute. So those power crews really on the ball with this. But we did have a power outage, so we're still having some flashing traffic signals out there. But again, the main roads plowed well. The plows are out in force, but again, the side roads really still just covered in thick snow. Highway 36 certainly slick. We've seen several cars spin out on Highway 36, so tough travel certainly on the highways. Again, the main roads, this is Broadway, not too bad, but the side roads just really covered. We're seeing problem areas, we're seeing cars get stuck, so obviously the best bet is to stay at home and watch us from the warmth of your living room. That's it for us now here in Boulder. We will be out and about throughout the morning, keeping you posted on driving situations here. Let's go back to Brianna right now for a look at driving conditions across the metro area.
Keely, you said it best. Definitely keep an eye on those side streets, those neighborhoods, because snowplows haven't gotten through that area just yet. They've been focusing on the major interstates, I-25, I-225, I-70. So I do have several CDOT cameras to show you. I-25 and Happy Canyon Road. We know Anusha was there earlier this morning, and you can see conditions have not improved. Visibility very, very low this morning. I-225, we had that rollover crash, and that's why we're seeing that traffic and those delays. The good news, that rollover crash has since cleared up. up. Now we also have I-70 and Frisco. For those in Frisco, you can see traffic there moving, but that's not the case for those taking I-70 right near the Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel. So from Golden all the way to Silverthorne, that area will be shut down. Colorado State Patrol right now doesn't have an estimated time on when that will reopen. We are hitting about more than 10 hours at this point. So let's switch things over quickly to our main graphics and show you what we've been dealing with for those taking I-25. We had that rollover crash. We also had another crash that looks like it just cleared up. And then we, of course, have stalled vehicles. Vehicles have spun out this morning. So we are going to send it over right now to our Anusha Roy. She's been tracking the conditions out there. Hey, Anusha, how's it looking? I see it is snow-packed where you're at right now. Where are you located?
Yeah, we are out in Greenwood Village off of Union and Yosemite. I mean, at this point, I'm going to try to walk in the snow. It's literally like halfway up my shins. It's not saying much because I'm pretty short, but for, there's other people who are like 5'1", 5'2". This is not going to be a fun morning for you. This is what folks are also waking up to right now, right? The people were warning the fire crews, and we're hearing from CDOT about like how heavy the snow was. That's what Ed was talking about as well. And this is what we've got. We've got down trees on the sidewalk into the street a little bit as well. Just driving down this road, we also saw a couple of power lines that were hanging pretty low or down on the ground. We know about it because South Metro said that they were called out multiple times overnight because of down trees just like this hitting some of the electrical lines, starting some small fires with power outages as well, especially in some of the older neighborhoods where the lines are still up above the ground. It's just slushy on the ground mixed with like so much snow right now. The drive all morning long has been slick. It's been bumpy. It's been slow. It has not been fun. Glad to say at least this stretch of the area off of Union and Yosemite has been relatively quiet. We're going to be getting back onto I-25 to take a look at the conditions. That's been pretty hairy all morning here in the South Metro area. A lot of spin outs, a lot of stuck semi trucks or people driving with their hazards on. So we're going to be giving you a live look at that coming up at 8 o'clock. For the time being, I'm going to send it over to Corey Reppenhagen.
Hey, Anusha, yeah, this storm is really delivering the goods out here in the foothills. Just huge snow. It's coming down hard and heavy right now. I'm in Aspen Park, and the wind is kind of blowing it a little sideways. It hasn't been a major issue, so the wind gusts every once in a while. It'll blow through and you'll lose visibility. That's kind of the definition of a blizzard condition, but it has to be sustained, and these gusts are just very infrequent. So normally throughout the morning the snow has been coming down mostly straight down, but it is piling up out here in the foothills. We're on the 285 corridor here in Aspen Park, so a little bit less snow here compared to the other side of the hill on the I-70 side where they're already getting 24 inches. We've been kind of taking basically a clean as you go approach out here to our workspace. Man, I'll tell you, it is so difficult to set up and maintain live TV operations out here. My man Chris Hansen, the man behind the operations, has got cables and lights and microphones and cameras wired all up here. We'll probably be digging cables out of this snow for several days, but you can kind of see how much snow. We've got another inch over the last hour, so it's coming down at about 1 inch per hour here. Out here behind me is Highway 285, and we have not seen a whole lot of traffic. You might see a couple of cars coming through here in a minute, but the plows have been coming through about twice an hour, scraping it down to almost where you could see the pavement. They're trying to keep this road 285 open as long as they can. They canceled school out here in Jefferson County before the snow even started falling. So great kudos to them, because without the school kids traffic out here, the chances of accidents are going to be much lower. So we'll see how long we can keep this this highway open, Ed, but man, I don't know if you might be getting periodic breaks down here, but down there in the metro area, but we have not had any breaks really since about 9 o'clock last night.
I mean, we're with you, Corey. We're seeing it steadily falling here, in the downtown area as well. Just remember, as you're shoveling those cables out, lift with your legs, lift from the legs.
Yes.
Be careful with your back with that the wet, heavy snow.
Yeah, this it's 22 degrees right now in Aspen Park, so It's a little heavier than it normally is, but not as cementy as it is down there in the metro. I mean, you can see the bottom layer down here is the water is kind of seeping down there and creating a layer of ice. But the snow that's falling right now at 22 degrees is actually fairly drier than it was last night, and it's going to be much drier up here in the foothills compared to that cement that you're seeing in some parts of the foothills or some parts of the metro. As you see one of those wind gusts coming up, and unfortunately it's blowing right at the camera. We've seen the winds kind of shifty. They'll come from this side and that side, and now they're coming straight at the camera.
And it's really the wind and all this storm, you know, that you got to look at too.
What he's saying is there's better snowman making conditions down here in the metro area. It sticks together a little bit more. Corey, thank you. Let's get a check of that forecast. Ed, I just had one of my neighbor friends send me a picture, 19.5 inches on my block.
Yeah, that's a lot of snow that we're seeing, but take a look at some of these amounts. And some of these may be heavier now because, as Corey said, it's snowing at 1 inch an hour in some locations. We've seen Littleton at 10 inches, Aurora over 8 inches of snow, Jamestown now 14.3, Georgetown 16, 23 in Aspen Springs, Nederland at 26, and Eldora right now 30 inches of snow, and these are only going to go up. So the snow continues today, tonight, and right on into tomorrow.
And right now, driving conditions are not the best. Visibility is not great. And then, of course, we have snow-packed roads all along I-70, I-25, I-225. We've seen a lot of cars spinning out. And then we've also had crashes, a rollover crash that we were tracking that has since cleared up. So if you do have to get out the road at the door this morning, don't leave your car running. Here's some snow driving tips. Of course, clear the lights, windows, mirrors, and then just allow extra distance and time for that commute.
All right, we appreciate that, Brianna. Now, flying in or out of Denver is going to be pretty tough. We check in with DIA next. And we do have expanded coverage of this storm today on 9 News. Our live team coverage is going to last until through this afternoon, I'm told. And a programming note that we would like to pass along at this time. Because of our extended coverage, the Today Show will move to KTVD. It's going on right now over on that channel.
And we've put everything you need to know about this storm in one place for you. That includes a link to the radar, the forecast, the closings, as well as stories to get you through this storm safely. All you have to do is text the word SNOW to 303-871-1491, and we'll send you a text with all that information. Welcome back. Timing is everything with this storm. It is spring break season, one of the busiest travel times for the airport. And we know right now there are more than 800 flight cancellations out at DIA. Ashley Forrest from DIA is on the phone with us right now. Ashley, good morning. It sounds like some flights are coming in and getting out of DIA right now.
Yes, good morning. We do have flights that are able to depart and arrive to and from Den. What we're seeing currently are wet surfaces, but our teams are ready to plow the roads and clear the runways and de-ice when it is necessary and needed.
What's your advice for anyone who has a flight today?
My advice would be for passengers to check their airline for the most accurate flight status information and also to give themselves time getting to the airport. We want our passengers to be safe as well as arriving inside the airport at least 2 hours before their scheduled boarding time.
And y'all know how to deal with these big storms. Talk about all of the equipment that you have out there at the airport to make things go as smoothly as possible.
Yes. So, Den is no stranger to snow, as you know. And our award-winning fleet teams are prepared for, before, during, and after a storm. And what is a really unique fact is that we plow nearly 200 miles or roads during snow events utilizing nearly 300 pieces of snow removal equipment.
Yeah, it is really impressive what you guys can do out there at the airport. And on top of it, I mean, we have Lawrence Cafidi, who's been out there at DIA all morning long. Right now, we're looking at those TSA lines. Not too bad there either.
Correct. Our TSA wait times are going as smoothly as your reporter has saw. And I actually watched her live while she was overseeing our TSA, and it's going through smoothly right now. And again, we just tell our passengers to get to the airport safely and at least arrive at the airport at least 2 hours ahead of their boarding time.
Great advice, especially today. Thank you so much for giving us an update. We really appreciate it, Ashley.
Most welcome, and thank you.
So right now, FlightAware reporting 42 delays, 805 cancellations out at the airport. But as she was saying, flights are coming in and leaving DIA today. So just check before you leave. Wait times at security haven't far this morning. Bridge security sitting at 3 minutes. South security is sitting at 7 minutes. And then the West security checkpoint 0 to 3 minutes. So easy breezy when it comes to the TSA lines. So here is this picture that came from my neighbor, Madison. Look at this. This is my street. It was so hard getting out. She's measuring 19.5 inches right there. You can barely see her little legs. And in the wind, as you can see, is kind of whipping around right now. Ed, I was talking about how rough it was out in Highlands Ranch. We've been talking about Lone Tree and Parker. They're seeing so much snow out there. Yeah, South and a little higher up is seeing a lot of snow. And now the snow totals are starting to come in. Much as you got one from your friend, we're starting to see them. And really, between 30 and 40 inches is not uncommon in a lot of these places. Here's what we've got going up at the tunnel. Not much going on there because they have closed I-70, as you know. Here we are in Buena Vista, and it is just snowing like crazy there as well. And downtown here, right in front of the 9 News building, it is kind of icing over the lens, but you can just see kind of the flags here and the street just ahead of it. And we have 33 degrees out at the airport right now with those sunny conditions, with those snowy conditions continuing. We do have some rain showers, thunderstorms, even tornadoes here, but we're in the cold system. So we've got all this snow, and we've even seen a little bit of break in the snow. And just when you see a little dry weather, then the snow comes in and fills it all in. So we're actually seeing this system enhance itself. It is getting even larger. And the rain that we had down here, some of that is changing over to snow now as that colder air moves in there as well. This is what we see today. We've got this right now, snow around here. And by 6 o'clock this evening, from the border all the way down to El Paso County and Teller County, you can see the heaviest of the snow. The white represents the snow, but the purple inside the white, that's the heaviest of the snow, and you see it right through the metro area later on this evening. Overnight, we see some snow, maybe another 3 to 5 inches, and then tomorrow we start to see it break up. It moves out. We see more in the way of clear skies. This is at 7 o'clock on Friday, and that's when the system finally loses its grip on the state. Till that time, winter weather advisory continues till 6 a.m. on Friday, and till 6 a.m. on Friday, we've got that winter storm warning. Really, right through the heart of the state is where we're seeing the heaviest snow down into southwestern sections of Colorado. So the temperatures to go along with that
off to the east of us, it is warmer. They're going to be in the 50s today. We'll be in the 30s, and we've really reached these temperatures right now. They'll continue to fall as the day goes on. 30s and 40s as you look to the mountains and west. Lows tonight, 20s and 30s east, teens 20s for the mountains, 20s, 30s, and a few low 40s out to the west. So the forecast for Denver, cloudy, cold, snow, heavy at times, 35 degrees will be the high. Then that winter storm warning until 6 a.m. for tomorrow. So overnight, another 3 to 5 inches could fall. 28 degrees will be our low. Then for tomorrow, clearing skies with snow ending and 40 degrees for the high, 47 on your Saturday. So a cool weekend, but a partly sunny one. 58 on your Monday, 60 on Tuesday. Spring arrives at 9:06 that evening. So the first day of spring is the warmest of the week. 63 and sunny skies. And Thursday, pretty much more of the same.
Ed, thank you so much. Right now, I do want to give you a live look from one of our CDOT cameras. Our CDOT cameras, they actually just zoomed in right now. I-25 and 58th Avenue. They're focusing on that vehicle that you're sitting, that's sitting on in the middle of the road. That's because of a crash. Right now, multiple lanes are blocked off on I-25. So can't give you a good look of all that traffic right behind this crash. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphics and kind of show you where this crash is happening. Again, northbound I-25. So if you're heading up northbound, multiple lanes will be blocked, and that's why we're seeing those heavy delays along I-25. Now, Denver to Boulder, we were seeing crashes earlier this morning. Cars have spun out this morning as well. That drive is going to take you about 29 minutes this morning. We also have a lot of stalled vehicles up and down I-25, starting from the intersection of I-25 and I-225. That is going to be a 19-minute drive. And then all the way down south, we've seen Anusha Roy giving us a look of what it looks like down south near I-25. So northbound I-25 right near Castle Pines Parkway, there's multiple lanes blocked, again, because of stalled vehicles. There's snowplows out there, so give them plenty of extra time. And of course, just a quick heads up, you will not be able to get through I-70 this morning. I-70 is shut down both directions from Golden to Silverthorne. Colorado State Patrol says that they're trying to get the resources out there, but right now I-70 shut down. No way to get in or out.
We're tracking this storm as it moves across the state. Our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, joins us live from the high country next. Welcome back. All this snow means a high avalanche danger. This is a map from the Colorado Avalanche Information Center. They say today and tomorrow there might be closures for avalanche mitigation around Loveland Pass, Berthoud Pass, and the Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel area. Our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, is tracking snow in Silverthorne this morning. Matt, we know a lot of people have been stuck up there for several hours.
That is the big story, Corey. Clearly, the snow has stopped over the past couple hours, and even in this Silverthorne, Dillon area where we're at, probably only about 3 inches of snow, although Keystone getting well over a foot right now out of this. But the big story has been all the people who have spent a night in Summit County that didn't expect to spend a night in Summit County. Behind me is Highway 9 traffic right here, sort of moving between Silverthorne and Dillon. It is thick, and the reason for that is because I-70 eastbound remains closed here in Silverthorne. We're at the west part of the closure here for I-70 with all that traffic that was moving east towards Denver, and it just stopped. It didn't go anywhere. And this was yesterday that this closure took place around 7:30, and it has not reopened. So we're well over 12 hours now starting to go into this where I-70 has been closed. And you have a closure that long, things start to back up quite a bit. There's a parking lot here, gas stations here. People, wherever they can park a car, are parking their cars and trying to wait out this closure along I-70. A lot of people slept in their cars because it was impossible to find a hotel room. This storm hit in a bad timing because this is probably the busiest spring break weekend that we're going to see in the month of March. And so all the hotel rooms are already kind of full just from tourists, and then now it was impossible to find a place to stay. So people just driving around Summit County trying to figure out where to park their cars right now. And on top of it, we just heard Loveland ski area, which got well over a foot of snow, can't even open today because of this I-70 closure. So they're impacted as well. They're hoping to get back open tomorrow. And so Ed, this is I think we're going back to Ed, an impressive storm for the mountains and causing a lot of problems with traffic. So hopefully things start to clear up, Ed, later on, and people can get on the road and get moving at some point.
Boy, that would be the ideal thing. But right now, it doesn't look like this storm is going anyplace, and we're going to see continued snow. Here's a look at our lovely city here. You can hardly see it because of the snow and the snow on the lens of the camera. 32 degrees is what we're seeing right now, so that temperature continues to drop, and that continues to enhance the snow. You can see the eastern flow. That's the lift you get, the upslope. That's why we have the snow generating here. Even some of the showers and thunderstorms, some of the cold air is moving in and kind of knocking them out as well. We've had a couple of breaks in the snow, and then the snow fills right back in, and that's what it's going to do pretty much all day long. Snow with a high of about 34 degrees, 40 tomorrow, but we see some snow early. We could see 5 to 9 today, another 3 to 5 overnight, and then it ends and we start to see some clearing skies and maybe a high of 40 tomorrow. We'll look at Saturday, 47, more of the same on Sunday at 49. 58 on your Monday as the sunny skies return, and here's what you're looking for. 60 degrees on Tuesday and sunny skies.
Ed, thank you. Taking a live look outside right now. This is downtown Denver and Ball Arena. The snow just getting started. Our crews are tracking the storm across the state. We have more crews heading out this morning. We're going to check in with them coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Now, we do have expanded coverage of this storm on 9 News through the afternoon, and we're going to be tracking the storm and all of its traffic impacts and all of the closures. You can always stay up to date on our 9 News app or streaming on 9 News Plus. Good morning. The storm we've been tracking for days is finally here. We're taking a live look outside. I'm not sure where.
I'm pretty sure this is downtown Denver, and it's not a Houdini act. Every time we check in on it, a little bit more of the skyline disappears. In this case, almost entirely. Yeah, right? Now let's get you a live look up in the high country. This is near the Eisenhower-Johnson Tunnel. Same story up there. Every time we look, less visible. Now, sections of I-70 have been closed for a few hours now. Our Brianna Fernandez is going to have the latest road conditions for you coming up in just a few seconds.
But first, we want to let you know we do have team coverage out across Colorado this morning from the metro area to the mountains. They're going to be giving you the latest on snow conditions in just a few minutes.
Yeah, that's right. First, we want to get a check of the forecast with Ed Green. Ed, how are things looking right now?
Well, I'll tell you, some of the reports are starting to come in. Take a look at these amounts. We're leading here with Highlands Ranch, 19.5 inches of snow, 20 in Estes Park, 30 in Eldora, 31 at Netherland. Aspen Springs has 38.5 inches of snow right now. Now, some of these could be changing because the snow continues to pound the area. And some of these may be even less than you think you have or more than you think you have. It just depends on where you are and where that snow blows around here. You can see the snow is actually expanding here. It kind of moved on in and now it is pulling back again. We see some heavy snows along the front range. We see the upslope, the easterly winds. That provides the lift that provides the snow to continue to regenerate, and that's what we're seeing. Down in the south here, a little bit of rain because we've got a little bit of warmer air moving on in, and they see the warmer air out to the east where they have the showers and thunderstorms, but we've got snow all up and down the front range. And yes, we have that winter weather advisory continuing until 6 a.m. on Friday, as we have the winter storm warning, which is in the red, also continues until 6 a.m. on Friday. 10 to 20 across the metro area, up to 4 feet of snow in the foothills. And you can see right through the heart of the state, that's where the heaviest snow is. Not so much in the northwest, not so much in the border area, or it is rain instead of snow, but right up and down the front range, the population corridor, and down to the southwest. That's where the heaviest snow is right now and should be for most of the day. Temperatures to go along with that, and some of these we have already hit, but we've got the current temperatures now with temperatures 32 degrees in Denver, mostly 30s over the eastern plains, 20s and 30s higher up, and you see 20s out to the west. So cloudy skies today, 35 degrees, snow heavy at times, and the winter storm warning, as you know, continues till 6 a.m. Tomorrow, we see snow early after another 3 to 5 inches overnight, and we'll see 40 degrees as the sun begins to peek out during the afternoon hours. Partly sunny on your Saturday and Sunday with highs in the 40s, 58 by Monday and Tuesday. Sunny skies as spring begins at 9:06 p.m. with 60 degrees.
Ed, thank you so much. 8:02 is your time for this Thursday morning. Come take a look at your screen and take a look at this mess that we're seeing along I-25. These are all the northbound lanes, and you can see we have a crash, and we also have crews blocking several lanes of I-25. So people are having to merge into this left shoulder, and it's causing some major traffic backups along I-25. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphic, show you where that crash is happening and those delays that we're seeing. Multiple lanes blocked. Again, this is right near 58th Avenue. Once it reopens, I'll definitely keep you updated. But I do want to talk about this road closure, also partial road closure. The Douglas County Sheriff's Office, they just tweeted out saying Highway 86, there's a partial road closure because a semi is stuck in the snow right now, 2 miles east of Franktown. So keep that in mind if that's part of your morning drive or if you have to head out the door. And just a quick heads up, I-70, you won't be able to get through. That's because I-70 from Golden to Silverthorne has been blocked for several hours. Colorado State Patrol says right now they don't have an estimate on when they can reopen that road.
All right, Brianna, thank you.
This storm is making it really tough for travel, no matter your mode of transportation. That includes those taking RTD.
That's right. Stuart Summers with RTD joins us now on the phone. Stuart, good morning. What kind of impacts are y'all seeing?
Yeah, good morning to both of you. The region is at a standstill, as you have widely reported, and to be expected, it is impacting transit. We are seeing a number of delays, a number of rerouting of our buses, and just challenges overall trying to get customers to their final destination.
What is your advice for someone if they have to head out? You know, we've been saying to people, if you can stay home, but there are essential workers that need to head out. What's your advice if they do?
Yeah, absolutely. First and foremost, our focus today is safety. So we want to make sure that customers feel safe, and also our employees that are behind the wheel, the employees that are operating our trains, that they also feel safe and are able to safely maneuver the vehicles. So first and foremost, we're asking people, if it's non-essential, please stay home. If you need to travel, plan ahead, exercise patience. We are trying to do our best to get people to their destinations, but there are delays up to 40 minutes right now on the bus side. We have a number of canceled trips on the rail side, and so the best advice we can say is plan ahead, check out our app, or call our call center, and let us help you navigate your trip.
And Stuart, really quickly, you mentioned some of those adjustments that RTD is making. Can you give us some details of some of the biggest ones that y'all are doing right now?
Yeah, so just as you reported a few minutes ago, the I-70 Denver to Silverthorne, that's impacting Route EB. We currently have a train that's having a mechanical issue on the L line in downtown Denver, so that's impacting service near 29th and Welton. We also have some challenges out at Highway 119, Highway 285. So across the board, across the entire metro area, just this snow is creating some challenges, especially on the bus side, and just getting people where they need to go at the time they expect to get there.
Yeah, we've only just begun because we know a lot more snow is expected. Stuart, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate the update.
Thanks.
And this morning, our Anusha Roy is out driving around South Metro area tracking road conditions there.
Anusha, how are things looking out south?
Yeah, okay, well, a little bit of good news to share with you. We are on I-25 heading south back into Parker, and we can actually see a little bit of the road, and the drive is a little bit more smooth right now, and I'll never take that for granted after the last couple of hours. I mean, that drive was scary at times. I mean, you couldn't see lane lines, you couldn't see exits, you couldn't see off ramps, on ramps, nothing. So this is a blessing at this point. I just saw some plows going northbound, and clearly this road has been plowed as well. One of the issues we had been running into throughout the morning is that, they would plow the road and then it was snowing so heavily that it would just get covered again. So we'll see how that plays out over the next several hours. As I'm driving, pretty much everywhere I'm looking, I'm seeing either stuck semis on the side of the road, multiple cars that either crashed or spun out on the side of the road. So it's still a very, very tricky commute. There's people on the road as well. So if you're able to avoid these areas, definitely do so. But so far, this stretch is looking a lot better than what we saw in the last several hours. We're going to head into Parker in the next half hour, take a look at what those road conditions are looking like over there. In the meanwhile, I'm going to send it over to my friend and colleague, Keely.
Yeah, good morning, Anusha. We are live in Boulder right now. We are traveling along Foothills Parkway. I'm going to give you a live look, which looking pretty good, actually. Just kind of slushy out here. You can tell that the plows have been out. Not only are they plowing the snow off to the side, but they're also putting down some de-icer. And so that de-icer is really helping to melt a lot of the snow. I took an unofficial measurement of the snow out in front of my house on the road here in Boulder, and it was about 8 inches. Again, that's not by any means official, but that was with my measuring stick. I got about 8 inches. The snow certainly still falling down. It has been falling down ever since I got up this morning and continuing to accumulate. But again, the plows have been out. They are working hard to clear the main roads. The side roads, though, don't be deceived, are still snow covered, and we've seen a lot of stuck cars on some of those side streets. That is a quick look and update of what's happening here in Boulder County. Let's go to Corey Reppenhagen, who's a little bit higher in elevation, to see what the conditions are up there.
Yeah, good morning, Keely, up here in the foothills, just up the road a piece, but that elevation is making a huge difference. We are absolutely been getting pounded. You can see these big, heavy flakes still coming down here, and the snow is really piling up. Now, the light of the morning is just trying to shine through this cloud layer, which is actually probably not too thick. You can really see you really start to get the scene now, as this light starts to settle in. Just the entire area is absolutely buried in heavy snow. We've been getting reports between 24 and 36 inches, even in this area. I haven't been able to measure a 36-inch. I do have my yardstick. I'm ready to rock. Just up the road here, we're about 5 miles east of Aspen Park Town Center, and over there by the King Super, somebody measured 36 inches. So we're getting there. I mean, this is really delivering the goods. They're trying to, we're right where we are. We're kind of at this kind of Arrowhead Manor bed and breakfast here. They're just trying to dig things out because they've got guests that actually were kind of planning on heading out onto the roads. Ed, I don't know if that's, or I don't know if it's Jordan or Corey, whoever's back there in the TV station that's going to be talking to me, but their plan when we talked to them last night was to hit the road this morning. So we'll see if that actually happens.
Well, boy, Corey, is it coming down steady on you. For your sake, you know, I know we would like to see the snow clear up, but for your sake, I hope you get to 36 inches because we'd love to see a rock.
You see a grumpy little storm chaser if I don't get my 36, Jordan.
We say this all the time. This is like Christmas morning for Corey Reppenhagen. He loves this snow. He's ready to rock with that measuring stick. So we'll check back in with you in just a bit. Corey, thank you. If you have a flight today, check and double check your flights. We know flights are getting out, but there are a lot of cancellations this morning. We're going to go through those numbers in just a minute. However, if you don't want to worry too much about it, several airlines have issued travel advisories allowing passengers to rebook their flights for free. So definitely check with your airline if you want to do that. Right now, FlightAware is reporting 42 delays, 805 cancellations out at the airport.
Yeah, it's been really nice to be able to change your flight for free. Trust me, I've taken advantage of it four different times now. 9 News reporter Lauren Scafidi joins us live from Denver International Airport this morning. She is out there tracking the latest. Lauren, how are things looking right now?
It's pretty smooth sailing right now. As people walk through the front doors, they are making their way right through security. Check it out. There is no security line at Denver International Airport this morning. That's what happens when you have 805 flights canceled. We have added 4 added flight cancellations this morning. We started at 801 when the show started. But take a look down this hallway. Down that hallway, that's where the line ended this morning. Again, a lot has changed here in the last couple hours. Now all the people are gone and it is smooth sailing through security this morning. So the general consensus is that people are just happy to be getting on a flight today. Not necessarily the first one that they booked. For some people, it was the 4th, is what I've heard, but it is a flight and people are happy to get out. But stay with us because I will be tracking the security line and all the other latest numbers for you this morning from Denver International Airport.
It really is impressive that they're getting flights in and out of DIA right now. And that's why so many people have been changing back and forth like you.
We spoke with Ashley at DIA a little bit earlier. She said the runways are just wet out there, Lauren. Good news for a lot of people you've talked to this morning.
Yeah, and a lot of people have said that the roads are a lot better by the airport. I spoke to one woman from Highlands Ranch and she said that by her house it was really, really bad. But as she got closer to the airport, it was a breeze. The roads are wet, of course, but no issues as you get closer here.
I can vouch for that. In Highlands Ranch, we have 19.5 inches right now. But as you got out closer to DIA, it did get a little bit better. And I know Lauren's been saying Pena wasn't too bad this morning. So it is great for anyone heading out to the airport today.
All right, Lauren, thank you. Well, we have put everything you need to know about this storm in one easy place for you to find it. That includes a link to the radar, the forecast, the closings, as well as a lot more information to get you through this storm safely. All you have to do is text the word snow to 303-871-1491, and we're going to be sure to send you a text with all of that information. Now, something else we're keeping track of, more than 200 schools and school districts are closed today. We've got a list of those scrolling on the bottom of your screen. We've also got a list of those on our website, 9news.com/closings is where you'll find it.
And one thing you want to know about the weather, here's the live satellite and radar, and the snow still comes down. Now look up by Fort Collins, you can see it kind of pulling away from that area. We will see a little bit of lull in the storm, maybe this morning in some areas, and then it all reinvigorates later on this afternoon. Lots of snow still to come. Temperatures to go along with that from Aurora all the way up to Greeley with those snowy conditions, only in the 30s.
And just a quick heads up, Castle Rock Police Department, they just tweeted out saying that Highway 86, there's partial road closure because a semi truck is stuck there in that area. So they're having first responders work to free the semi truck that is currently stuck. This is 2 miles east of Franktown. And they're also saying that there's power outages affecting traffic signals around the Outlet Mall and Founders Parkway. So they're asking you, drivers, if you're heading out, to treat that intersection as a 4-way stop.
All right, Brianna, thank you. And we are continuing to track this storm across our state this morning. We're going to check back in with Ed Green and Brianna, who are going to have the latest when 9 News Mornings returns.
And we have extended coverage of this storm today on 9 News. We will have live team coverage through 5:30 tonight. We'll be right back.
We are back at 8:17 now on your Thursday morning. Continue to track this snowstorm. This is another live look outside near the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels. Lower visibility every time we check back in over Loveland Ski Area. We also just got an update.
Yeah, before we get to your weather with Ed, take a look at this crazy picture a viewer sent in from Evergreen. You can see them practically buried in all of that powder. It is waist deep. We also want to pass along, according to John Sellers with Loveland Ski Area, the ski area will not be able to operate today due to all of the closures on I-70. We know there's been a lot of problems on I-70 since yesterday. Some people stuck there sleeping out in their cars. And so, again, Loveland Ski Area will not be open.
And if you're just joining us, one of the reasons for that is that stretch of I-70 from Golden till Silverthorne is closed. So no activity happening in the middle of that area right now. Let's get another check of your forecast with Ed Green. Ed, we're getting ready for even more snow as the day goes on.
Yeah, we could see a little lull in the snow, and then it picks up and reinvigorates later on this afternoon into tonight, the nighttime hours. You can see kind of a nice winter day up in Aspen right now. They've got snow going on right now, but we're getting heavier snow down here. And here it is at Copper Mountain. You see it snowing like crazy up there as well, so a good day to go skiing. This is right in front of the 9 News building, but we've iced over the lens, but that is Spear Boulevard right there. We're 32 degrees out at the airport right now. We said we would have some gee whiz amounts from this storm, and here they are. And now a lot of these are changing because it continues to snow. So you may be in Wheat Ridge and I say 7.4 inches. You may think you have a lot more or a lot less. It just depends on what part of Wheat Ridge you're in, how the wind blows around there, and how the reporting goes. So 7.4 in Wheat Ridge right now. Downtown Denver, 8 inches. 11 in Aurora. Ken Carroll has 11.9. 17 in Castle Pines. Here it is with Highlands Ranch, 19.5. 20 in Estes Park. Eldora, 30. Netherland at 31. Aspen Springs, 38.2. 1.5 inches of snow right now. We've still got a lot of snow to come into our area. We have that snow going on at this hour, even a few showers and thunderstorms to the south. We do see little dry air move in every now and then it's all covered up by snow as it reinvigorates and keeps going with that upslope. Down to the south, where a little warmer has worked its way in, we have a couple of showers and thunderstorms, some pretty heavy rains down there near Pueblo. So in Denver, this is what we will see today on the Futurecast. We have some snow. Again, you might see a little bit of a lull, and then here it is. The darker the purple, the heavier the snow, and we see it right over Denver, down into El Paso and Teller counties. This is this evening at 7 o'clock, so the snow continues to go on. It continues to snow overnight. Here it is at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. So you see the snow still goes on, and then we start to see it clear out as the storm loses its grip on the area and slowly slides off to the east and to the south. So we continue to see that winter weather advisory until 6 a.m. on Friday and the winter storm warning until 6 a.m. on Friday, really for the heart of the state, right smack in the middle of it. In the northwest, not so much snow. On the eastern plains, not so much. In fact, it may be rain rather than snow there, but through the heart, including Denver and the I-25 corridor and the southwest, we've got some pretty heavy snows going on, which will continue for most of the day. Temperatures in the 30s and 40s over the eastern plains, 30s and 40s higher up, and mostly 40s out to the west. Lows tonight, mostly in the 20s and 30s. We'll see teens, 20s for the high country, 30s to a few 40s out in the west. Your forecast for Denver, cloudy, cold, snow heavy at times, 35 degrees for a high today. The winter storm warning continues till 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Tonight, cloudy skies, an additional 3 to 5 inches of snow and 28 for the low. Then tomorrow, clearing skies, snow ending, 40 for the high. We'll get to 47 on your Saturday. Cool weekend, but a sunny one. 49 on Sunday, St. Patrick's Day, 58 on your Monday. Spring arrives at 9:06 in the evening on Tuesday, so the first day of spring will be Wednesday, and that's the warmest day of the week, 63 degrees and 60 for your Thursday.
Thank you so much. Right now, we're giving you several of our CDOT cameras, a live look from I-25 and 58th Avenue, where we've been tracking a crash. You can see that corner camera. We're seeing a lot of crews on scene as well. It looks like a tow truck just arrived as well. Now, I-70, those bottom cameras, that is standstill traffic. That's because I-70 has been closed both directions. We've been talking about this all morning. And then we also have I-70 right near Lookout Mountain, because visibility there, not great. You're seeing cars not passing by there as well. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphics because Castle Rock Police Department, they just tweeted out some pictures on Facebook saying Highway 86, it's closed at High Point. Now this is 2 miles east of Franktown, and that's because a semi is stuck at the moment. So I do want to switch things to our graphics and kind of show you where this is happening. Again, there is partial road closure in that area. They're trying to get that semi out of the way. But again, Highway 86 will be blocked off. Now we are tracking that crash, 58th Avenue, and looks like another one just popped up. Northbound I-25, multiple lanes blocked. Hopefully they can clear that up very soon. And then of course, this is the road closure, I-70 Golden to Silverthorne and Colorado State Patrol. Right now they tell us they don't have an ETA on when they can reopen that area.
And I'm Matt Renew, live in Silverthorne, where this latest winter storm continues, as we've been hearing, to have big impacts in the high country, especially with traffic, which hasn't moved much since yesterday. We'll update conditions coming up on 9 News.
And welcome back. Right now we are tracking conditions in Silverthorne as snow piles up there as well.
Yeah, that's where our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, is this morning. Matt, how are things looking right now?
Jordan and Corey, good morning. They look about as they've looked for the past 12 hours. This is Highway 9 behind me. The good news is it's not really snowing anymore, although the winds have picked up now. But traffic is still at a standstill, as we've seen, since last night. I-70 eastbound here is closed, and so everything that it was moving east here on the west side of the closure just came to a grinding halt, and you can see all this traffic between Silverthorne and Dillon on Highway 9 just backing up now too, because people really don't have anywhere to go. A lot of the hotels were booked up, filled up, because this is spring break weekend, and so people have been sleeping in their cars in parking lots and now just are sort of driving around trying to figure out what to do while they wait out this I-70 closure, which now is going on 12 hours into the day here, from yesterday into today, and no idea when that's going to change. And man, those winds are really just starting to pick up just in the last couple minutes here in the high country too. And guys, Corey and Jordan, we talked about Loveland. It's closed, and it's not just Loveland that's closed right now with all this snow. You scroll over, Eldora closed today too with 30 inches of snow, and then Arapahoe Basin is closed as well. These ski areas closing, one, because I-70 is such a mess, but also because of adverse conditions, and employees just can't get to those ski areas to even operate them. And so 3 ski areas closed today with all of this powder.
I mean, you're a good example of that, Matt. I know you were initially trying to make your way close to the tunnels on the Loveland side of things this morning. Got stuck in Silverthorne as well.
Big plans we had to go up to the tunnel or maybe to Georgetown, and then didn't get much further than just a couple blocks down from my neighborhood. Here we are.
Yeah, and it just shows you how bad it is if ski resorts have to close today. Matt, thank you. And Ed, you can see that wind starting to pick up as well.
It is picking up, and also the snow is picking up in some areas. Here is the South Pole. No, it's actually Denver, and you can see we have mostly snowy conditions right now. 32 degrees at the airport, 100% humidity. We see the snow all along the Front Range. Some of it is very heavy, but some of it you see clearing Fort Collins, so we will get a little bit of a lull before it reinvigorates and continues into the nighttime hours. So 34 degrees is where we'll go today with that snow all day long. Then tomorrow, overnight, we see some snow. We start off early with some snow. Then we go to partly cloudy skies, clearing skies with 40 degrees late in the day. And then for Saturday, 47 degrees, a cool weekend, but partly sunny, 49 on your Sunday, 58 on your Monday with sunny skies. And look at Tuesday, 60 degrees, lots of sunshine.
We're tracking the snowstorm from the mountains to the metro area when we return. And don't forget to send us your snow pics, 303-871-1491. We're going to share them throughout the morning.
We are back at 8:31 right now, taking a live look over downtown Denver and Ball Arena. The skyline entirely not visible anymore as the snow continues to fall, and we are getting ready for more of it to fall as the day progresses. We have team coverage tracking the conditions across Colorado this morning, from the mountains to the foothills to in the metro area as well.
But first, we want to get a check of exactly what this storm is doing, and Ed, more importantly, when is it moving out of here?
Not for a while.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we will see a little pause in the snow. You'll see a little break in the snow, but then it will come back and reinvigorate. I think we see basically snow through the daytime hours all the way into the nighttime hours into tomorrow morning. So here's the snow that we've got right now. Now you see Fort Collins had some snow, and now it is all pulling out of there. So they will get a little bit of a break, but we have some snow down here in Denver. It goes all the way to the south where it is rain here, as we've got a little warm air moving in there. So that's why you have some showers, thunderstorms, and some pretty heavy rains down around Pueblo. This is the deal, right through the heart of the state and into the southwest, not so much in the northwest, and over the eastern plains we have just rain or not any snow falling at all right now. But we do have in the blue shaded area, the winter weather advisory continues to 6 a.m. tomorrow, as does the winter storm warning for 6 a.m. tomorrow, right through the heart, the I-25 corridor. And again, we'll see breaks in this snow off and on, but it will continue to snow today. Here are the snow amounts that are just coming in, so you may have more or less even in these areas, but we're just starting to see them at Wheat Ridge, 7.48 in downtown Denver, Aurora 11.9 at Ken Carroll, Castle Pines, 17 inches of snow. And take a look at these. Highlands Ranch, 19.5, 20 in Estes Park, Eldora, 30 inches, 31 in Nederland, and Aspen Springs reporting 38.5 inches of snow, and it is still going to snow a lot more. Temperatures that we are seeing right now, only in the 30s over the eastern plains, 20s higher up, and 30s out to the west. So our forecast, cloudy and cold today, 35 degrees. Snow could be heavy at times. It'll be that off and on snow, but the winter storm warning continues until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So tomorrow we will see 40 degrees with snow early, and then we'll see those clearing skies. For Saturday, 47 degrees. Sunday, 49 degrees with partly cloudy conditions for your St. Patrick's Day. And then here it is Monday, 58 degrees with sunny skies. And your Tuesday, spring arrives at 9:06 in the evening. Sunshine and 60. And let's go. Where are we going?
And I'm Steve Stager in Centennial. We are live out here in my driveway where I was trying to be the good reporter today. And I said, Tom Cole's coming to pick me up. I'm going to shovel this driveway and make it nice and clear. Now, as you can see, it's snowing fast enough that it's clearing out pretty well. So we get in the car. We're on our meeting this morning over the loudspeaker. Tom looks at me because I said, let's go to the park. Let's see if kids are sledding. Tom looks at me and he says, buckle up, Cupcake. We back out of the driveway only to get stuck right here. Right here. We've been trying to dig it out as best we can. I got the electric snow shovel to try to get things going here. Tom, let me see if we got this. Tom, stand clear. This is heavy stuff, guys. This shovel can handle up to a foot of snow, which is about what we've got here in Centennial right now. One more thing before I let you go. We're standing in the driveway getting ready for this live shot, and I hear what sounds like firecrackers, right? And I'll try to run because I know I don't have a ton of time. I hear what sounds like firecrackers, and then I hear a thud. And I look as a homeowner at this. This tree limb just comes straight down into the bushes, and I can tell you this tree doesn't have a lot of leaves on it right now, but look at that kind of clean break to this big maple. Ooh, I don't know why I'm so winded. I shouldn't be winded, Tom. I need to work out a little bit more. But I'm watching the branches up on this tree here swinging, and I'm looking at my roof, and I'm a little nervous. So I'm going to send it back to you and try to figure out a way, throw a basketball or something up there, maybe get that branch cleared off, guys. Back
well,
to
you're
you.
winded because you've already been doing a lot of work this morning, Steve, and you're right, that snow is
in
wet.
fairness.
Yeah, I mean, look at the work you've already done. Snow wet and heavy.
Look at how much snow. Look at how much snow is on the mailbox, and I forgot. I got to go inside and get my tape measure. But I was looking this morning. That looks to be over a foot. I'm no meteorologist, but that looks like it's over a foot. I don't know. I'll leave it to the experts for that, but that's pretty deep.
And Steve, I know all about getting out of the driveway this morning. It was so tough. It's the clearance, the tire clearance. It is so heavy and it's really piled up, especially in these residential areas where plows have not come through. So I wish you the best. Again, you should probably go out and get all the stuff that you can off the trees because, again, it's that really wet, heavy snow.
And you don't want to fall on your home or anything like that, of course, but that can be really bad. Steve, thank you. We're going to check back in with you throughout the morning. Right now, we want to get a check of the traffic with Brianna. Of course, we're talking about those major interstates that CDOT's working on. It's the residential areas that are going to give a lot of people problems, Brianna.
Yeah, that's what people need to think about if they're heading out the door this morning and want to just see the road conditions out there, which I suggest not doing so because those side streets, those neighborhoods, that's where we're going to see a lot of snow. Snowplows have not gone through that area yet. They've focusing right now on the interstate, so I-70, I-225, I-25, and I'm giving you several looks from our CDOT cameras. I-70 and Havana Street, so if you're heading up to the airport and driving there, it is wet, it is slick, it is slippery, but we're not seeing that snow-packed road that we're seeing in other parts. Now here, I-25 and 58th Avenue, we've been tracking a crash all morning, multiple lanes right now blocked off. These are the northbound lanes, so I do want to switch things over to our main graphics. We just got new reports of a jackknife semi that closed down US 285. This is south of C470. That's where we're seeing that road closure, that purple shade area right now in our maps. And then that crash that I just mentioned on 58th Avenue and I-25. Not only are we seeing that one right there from our CDOT cameras, we're also seeing another one just north of that. So multiple lanes will be blocked. I-25 right now is a mess, and it's not only I-25, it's several of our interstates and again, those side roads. So take it easy this morning. I'm going to send him over to Matt Renew. He's been keeping an eye on I-70. I-70 has been closed for several hours. Matt, what are you seeing out there?
It's still closed, Brianna. You know, it has been closed really since yesterday. You know, last night, I-70 eastbound here in Silverthorne closed, and then things have just sort of been backing up ever since then. And just to give you an idea how bad it's gotten around here, I mean, we've had a lot of stuck cars along I-70, but here's a stuck semi right here in Silverthorne, right off of Highway 9. He had pulled over like so many people have done on the highway to sort of wait out this closure, and then he needed to clear out of there because it's a highway, and he was trying to back out, and then he's stuck. He's not going anywhere right now. And so Mountain Recovery, those guys are really busy, not just out along the interstate, but now going to have to try to tow that semi off of the side of the highway here. And that's what's really been taking place all over I-70 between Denver and Silverthorne, and why this closure is so extended while these big wreckers try to move these semis out of the mountains that have gotten stuck, and other cars that maybe got spun out as well. So it's a lot of work that needs to be done before I-70 can open. If they can't even drive through Silverthorne, you know how bad it is in the mountain passes in the high country. Only about a couple inches, 2, 3, 4 inches here in Silverthorne and Dillon, but the ski areas have done really, really well with over a foot to up to 30 inches of snow. And one guy who knows all about that, meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen, always finding the best place to be when a storm hits is in Aspen Park. Corey, you are in the middle of it right now.
Hey, Matt, right in the middle of it. The foothills are just getting pounded right now. You can see the snow just still coming down here big time. And I'm in Aspen Park. All the foothills here in really from Larimer County, Boulder County, Jefferson, all the way down is really getting a lot of snow. We're getting measurements between 24 even upwards of 30 inches. So people are really just starting to dig out right now. I'm gonna take a look here, see if I can get a measurement. I've been getting them on the ground of about a foot to 14 inches. But really it's on the vehicles where there was a colder surface on top, colder flat surface where you can get a good measurement, and that's where you would get an official measurement anyway. This is my Subaru here. Normally would be right about here, would be the roof levels. Let me put the yardstick up here and get a good look. All right, we're up to 16 and a half right there. So it is starting to go up. We're getting some really big snow out here, Matt. And you know, one of the things I've been running into people out here that were a little upset that I-70 was closed because they're trying to get to you In fact, if you look right over here, they're trying to dig this vehicle out. This is Brianna's vehicle. She's trying to get to Keystone eventually with her 2 sons, and she may actually give this a shot here. The crews here from the Arrowhead Manor Bed and Breakfast are trying to help her out. They've plowed this out to the roadway, and 285 is open, so that might be at least giving her a shot to get where she needs to go. If not, down to Denver, wait it out, and maybe make it to Keystone tomorrow. But there's a lot of people just kind of sitting in wait to see how much more snow this storm is going to deliver. Let's continue to check on some of our field crews out there. Let me dial up Anusha. If you're out there, Anusha, how's it going this morning for you?
I am here, Corey, and we were trying to take Hess Road into Parker. If you are in this area, you know that road well. Couldn't do it this morning. I mean, we ran into a complete roadblock. There was a semi truck that was stuck. There was a snow plow. There was another pickup trying to pull the other pickup out. We realized kind of what a mess it was, so we turned ourselves around and, you know, we didn't want to add to the clutter in that area. And this is kind of some of the conditions that people are dealing with. You can't really see much at this point. We're getting closer to 25 right now. The good news is we started to see a couple of more snow plows on Hess Road, which is going to be great news for folks who are getting in and out of some of those neighborhoods and that area. Definitely still slow going over here in the South Metro area. Lots of people driving with their hazards on. Couple people driving a little too fast for the conditions, so that was scary to see. But we also have been noticing a lot of people, like cars that are spun out to the side as well. We're also waking up to downed trees because of how heavy that snow is. We were showing you that in Greenwood Village earlier today. So we're going to continue to drive around. We're trying to get to Parker. Okay, I think we will eventually, Corey and Jordan, find our way. We just got to get to the right road. Let that be a testament to kind of what the road conditions are right now and how hard it is just to find a road that's okay and safe to travel on.
Yeah, I mean, even just to get to the highways is a challenge. We saw Steve Steger around his neighborhood a little bit earlier. They got stuck just feet away from his house. Corey and I are talking about how she's going to get home to Highlands Ranch today once her shift is over.
Girl, I don't know.
I don't know, Corey. I think it's going to take you a minute. It's going to take you a while to get home, okay?
Yeah. And Anusha knows. I mean, we both live south, and we just got so much snow out there. It is tough to even get out of the driveway. Anusha, thank you. It's brutal. Right now, the snow is causing a large number of cancellations out at DIA. FlightAware reporting 42 delays, 805 cancellations out at the airport. A reminder that several airlines have issued travel advisories allowing passengers to rebook their flights for free. If you're like, I just don't want to worry about it, you have that option.
And you can do it multiple times, too, if you need to switch back. Trust me.
As Jordan knows, he's done it 4 times
I have.
now. As for the wait times, Bridge Security is at 6 minutes. South Security is at 10 minutes right now. And West Security just a couple of minutes.
90's reporter Lauren Scafidi joins us now live from Denver International Airport. She's been tracking the latest for us all morning.
Lauren, they are actually getting flights into and out of DIA today.
This is something that we rarely see. People walking through the front door here are being greeted with no line at security. Check it out. These people are walking right through the door, right up to security to get their IDs checked. So you don't have that buffer zone to dig to the bottom of your bag and grab your ID because you are walking right up, right through security. That's because there are 805 canceled flights this morning. That's up from 801 when we first started the show. So we've added 4 more canceled flights. Now, this looks a lot different than it did this morning when we got here at 4 o'clock. This was full of people, and the line actually went down just past these bathrooms. But again, at this hour, there is no line for security. The one thing that has been consistent throughout the morning after talking to a lot of people is that nobody is getting on the first flight that they booked. Everybody has been rebooked. I talked to one person from Fort Collins who was actually rebooked 4 times before she said forget about it, and she went to a different airline. There was also a woman from Highlands Ranch that said she wasn't even sure that she was going to make it to the airport this morning because it was so bad where she was, kind of like you were saying, Corey. But by the time she got to the airport, the roads were clear. Pena was a breeze this morning, so security is easy. and the roads by the airport are easy. But it sounds like people are just happy about that because they've been through a lot, Corey and Jordan.
Yeah, boy, Lauren, I can't speak for everybody, but I will say you took me by surprise with this information. We were ready for the airport to be a much bigger headache than it was today. We're surprised to hear things moving along just fine, and even more surprised to see what we never see, almost no lines at TSA.
It's been shocking, and I was also expecting to meet a lot of grumpy people this morning, right after being rebooked and all of the hassle. But everybody has been so happy. Everybody has been smiling because they're just happy to be on a plane that's leaving today. Planes are leaving from the airport today. Maybe not the plane that you first booked, but it's a plane that's leaving, right?
Yeah.
Well, people can't be grumpy when they see Lauren, so.
It's true. I was going to say she put a smile on my face, that's for sure.
Lauren, thank you. So we put everything you need to know about this storm in one place for you. That includes a link to the radar, the forecast, the closings, as well as stories to get you through this storm safely. All you have to do is text the word snow to 303-871-1491, and we're going to send you a text with all of that information.
And one thing you want to know about the weather today is the snow continues. See it all along the Front Range and down in Pueblo where they had some rain showers. Now the cold air is taking over, and that is mostly snow and pretty heavy down there as well. Temperatures around the area today only in the 30s, but we do warm up as spring heads our way next week.
And if you're heading out the door, hopefully you're not. There is several crashes that I am tracking up and down I-25. We do have one blocking multiple lanes along 58th Avenue, and then we have a new one that just popped up northbound I-25 at Dry Creek Road, and we also have a disabled vehicle right near I-25 in the intersection of I-225. Right now, 2 lanes are blocked off because of that crash.
All right, our team coverage continues this morning. The Foothills are getting so much snow, they're going to be measuring in feet by the time this storm moves out.
That's right. Our Keely Chalmers is out in the Boulder area right now. Keely, snow still falling on you as well.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's been falling all morning long. It hasn't stopped. It's lightened up a bit. It's gone from that really thick, slushy snow to that lighter, drier snow. But temperatures certainly falling as we head through the morning. We did we were giving you live shots while traveling, while out on the roads. We parked the van. We are now live here at the corner of Broadway and Table Mesa in South Boulder. We wanted to get out of the van and into the snow, and I have to say, I'm feeling a little guilty right now, maybe a little bad. I'm not sure what the right word is, because I'm not dealing with 19 inches in the driveway like you are, Corey, or say a foot like Steger is. I did an unofficial measurement in my driveway here in Boulder, and it was 8 inches. So we're dealing with 8 inches, and really the road's not too bad. As you can see, they're just slushy. I mean, the crews, the plows have been out in force. They've made it a little bit of a mess in the middle of the intersections. It's slushy, still a lot of snow, pretty wet out there on the roadways because they put down some de-icer as well. But the main thoroughfares, the main roads here in Denver, or in Boulder rather, are okay. It's the residential, it's the side roads that are really still deep. I've seen several cars getting stuck in the side roads, the residential roads. So again, that advice to stay home if you don't have to get out is the best if you can. The thoroughfares, the main roads, doing okay, but just be cautious, take it slow, and maybe just stay inside and watch Steger struggle in his driveway a little bit more.
Brutal,
He really was. But it is great advice to stay in if you can't.
Truly.
We know that there are essential workers that do have to get out, you know, the Excel workers and that kind of stuff. We get it. But if you can stay in, definitely stay in because the roads are tough.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, let's get check your forecast now with Ed.
Continues. I just went out and looked in the backyard. Still coming down here in Denver. It's coming down up there in Breckenridge, also at Copper Mountain. They're skiing, but boy, they've got some snow. And here it is right in front of the 9 News building. This is looking out on Spear Boulevard. You see our lens is iced over. So let's take a different view. And we have almost as bad conditions here, but the snow is very heavy. And it continues with 32 degrees now out at the airport. We have showers and thunderstorms to the east. That's going to be their problem. But for us, we have some dark clouds here. And with those clouds, clouds. We see a lot of snow up and down the Front Range. And what we also see is this rain around Pueblo. Now the cold air is taking over and changing that rain to snow, and very heavy snow is going on down there as well. We continue to see some dry conditions moving on into Fort Collins and Greeley, but you're starting to see some snow here to the north, and that'll start to move in, and this will resurge, and they will start to see some snow as well. But look at Greeley right now. They had rain this morning. They have grassy conditions. They don't have any snow up there at this hour. So this is what we will see, those little break in the clouds, and then it surges back in, and you can see from the border all the way down to Teller County, we have the heavy snow. The white represents snow. The purple within that is the heaviest of the snow, and that's what we will see this evening. Goes all the way into tomorrow, where we see a little bit lighter conditions around here, and then it begins to move out and lose its grip on the state. We'll see more in the way of clear skies. So this is what we've got going on, and it's right through the heart of the state, up and down the I-25 corridor and into the southwest. You see not much going on in the northwest and along the eastern border areas. You just saw some Greeley. In Greeley, we just don't have that much going on as well. We have that winter weather advisory, and the winter storm warning goes until 6 a.m. tomorrow, 10 to 20 across the metro area, up to 4 feet in the foothills. In fact, look at some of these amounts. Wheat Ridge at 7.4, 8 in downtown Denver, 11 in Aurora, almost 12 in Ken Carroll. Castle Pines has 17. And take a look at this, 19 and a half in Highlands Ranch, 20 in Estes Park, 30 in Eldora, 31 in Netherland, Aspen Springs, 38.5 inches of snow. And these amounts are just starting to come in right now. As we take a look, we're seeing mostly 30s and 40s, but look at the 50s here where it is warmer to the east of us. We have 30s and 40s for the high country and 40s out to the west. So here comes the forecast. Today, cloudy skies, cold, snow heavy at times, 35 degrees. The winter storm warning continues until 6 a.m. tomorrow. Cloudy skies and 28 tomorrow, and then 40, and things improve as the week goes on.
And good morning from Douglas County. We are making our way into Parker Hess Road. If you live in the area, can't get through it because of some stalled vehicles and stuck semi. So right now we are heading down Ridgegate into downtown Parker. We've been covering the entire South Metro area this morning, dealing with a lot of slick roads, a lot of piled up snow, cars stuck on the sides of I-25. So definitely, if you can stay off the roads, do so. And if you are out and about today, if you do need to get out of the house, make sure that you are taking it as easy as possible. Good news is it looks like this road was recently plowed, so this is a lot easier to drive on. We'll be back with another update for you in just a few minutes. Live in Douglas County, I'm Anusha Roy.
And as far as our weather goes, we have that snow continuing in a lot of areas, and it is still very heavy. Let's take a look outside right now, and you can see that snow around here. We've got 32 degrees, 100% humidity right now, and there's that snow up and down the Front Range. Even the rain showers down in Pueblo earlier this morning, now changing over to snow as colder air moves in. We'll stay in the 30s today with that snow off and on, maybe another 5 to 9 inches. Overnight, we'll see another 3 to 5 inches. Then tomorrow morning early, some snow. It slowly ends. Skies begin to clear, and 40 degrees by evening tomorrow. Saturday at 47 degrees with partly cloudy skies, 49 on Sunday. Monday, 58 degrees with sunny skies, and sunny and 60 on Tuesday. And doesn't that sound good?
60 sounds so wonderful, Ed, really. All morning long, we have been asking you to show us how you're spending the snow day. Text us your pictures, 303-871-1491.
We've already gotten a ton of great pictures in so far this morning. A lot of the patio furniture, which we were saying has kind of become the new standard for a lot of people to measure how much snow has fallen in their area. Of course, we've been talking about what a wet and heavy snow.
Yes.
We have been on air for a long time, haven't we? That this is great for snowman making. Some people in Highlands Ranch built one over 8 feet tall, but then you have problems like this. Look at these trees right here. This is what Steve Steger was talking about when it gets so heavy and it starts to break those branches. So if possible, see if you can get out there and shake off some of those branches.
The dogs, though, are in heaven this morning, right? They're just loving it outside with all of this snow. Keep sharing those pictures. We would love to see more of those. And we are staying right here on 9 News through 5:30 tonight. We're going to have crews all out across Colorado for the latest conditions. We'll check in with them when we come back.
And don't forget, if you're heading out the door, just take us with you. Download our free 9 News app and stay up to date on the latest weather, traffic, and news throughout the day. That's free to download in the Apple and Google Play stores, although we do recommend you don't head out the door this morning. Maybe if you're just heading from the living room to the kitchen, take us with you. We kick off your 9 o'clock hour with a live look near the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels. The snow still falling right there. This is also, of course, right next to Loveland Ski Area, where we learned is now closed because of traffic impacts. And by that, I mean I-70 is closed from Golden to Silverthorne. And then, of course, the strong conditions that are happening there at the resort. We're also learning that Eldora and Arapahoe Basin affected by these conditions, too.
A live look over Denver right now. The time is 9 o'clock. Of course, we have extended coverage today. We're going to be here until 5:30 this afternoon. We have crews all over the state, from the mountains to the foothills. We start, though, with Ed. Ed, this storm is just staying put right over Colorado right now.
It really is. That's the upslope that we are seeing, and you get that lift, and you can see everything moving in that direction. So you get the lift, you get the upslope, you get the snow coming down, and that will regenerate. We're seeing a little bit of clearing right here, so we'll see a little pause in the snow, and then you can see snow back here starting to regenerate, and that'll push in and reinvigorate that snow up and down the Front Range. And that's where we're seeing it right now. Even the rain and showers, they even had some thunderstorms down around Pueblo. Cold air is overpowering those and changing them all to snow down there. And around Pueblo, they've got heavy snow going on. Now, we continue to see this right up and down the I-25 corridor. This storm system is right over the heart of the state. Not so much in northwestern Colorado and eastern Colorado, just had rain or not much snow at all. But this is where we are seeing it. Winter weather advisory continues in the blue shaded area, in the red shaded area. A winter storm warning that continues, and we will see heavy snows right through tomorrow morning around here. Here's some of the snows we've had already. Wheat Ridge 7.48 in downtown Denver, Aurora 11, 11.9 in Ken Carroll, Castle Pines 17 inches of snow, and take a look at these. 19.5 at Corey's house. We had Estes Park 20 inches, 30 in Eldora, Nederland 31, and look at Aspen Springs 38.5 inches of snow. And these are just starting to come in. As we take a look at some of these temperatures today, this is what we've got currently, and these are really going to be no warmer than what we're seeing right now. 32 degrees out at the airport. We're seeing teens, 20s, and 30s all the way to the western slope. So as we take a look at our forecast then, cloudy, cold, snow, heavy at times today, 35 degrees. That winter storm warning continues for the metro area until 6 a.m. on Friday. So 40 degrees for tomorrow. Then we will see 47 on your Saturday, and we see sunshine returning. We'll see that on Sunday with 49 degrees, 58 on Monday with mostly sunny skies, and even nicer on Tuesday, 60 degrees and sunny skies, and then spring arrives at 9:06 in the evening.
All Tuesday looking pretty nice, especially on a morning like this, right? And we are hearing from many of you that you're having trouble getting out of your cul-de-sac today because of this heavy and wet snow.
Yes, our Steve Stager is one of those having to dig out this morning, and on top of it, you're dealing with a lot of broken branches out there.
Yeah, Corey, we made it out. We actually made it out. We didn't get too far before we said, hey, look at that. We should stop and put that on television. Look at this tree. This is about the lion's share of what's left of this tree. And you can tell if you actually look at the broken part of this, it's not rotting at all. So this is mainly all from the weight of the snow. We see broken branches all over the place. So chances are, as you're waking up this morning, you're going to have a lot of cleanup to do in the next few days in your yard. I had one branch in my yard this morning. We see some crews out here working to try to get some of the parking lots and just general areas where people might want to drive cleared out. But it's almost up to my knees in a few spots. And I forgot to grab my tape measure, so luckily we're close to home. We'll go grab it so you can get a better idea of what this is like all throughout. But if it continues to snow like this, and we already have this much on the ground, this is going to be monumental. In fact, here you go. They're clearing out the parking lot over here. A lot of crews hard at work this morning, and you got to wonder how many more times they're going to have to do that, make passes through these different parking lots just because the snow is falling so fast. And here's another tree with a branch hanging low. I'm not going to get too close to it because I see the power. That's a really heavy limb over there that fell down. So you imagine, whoo, yeah, you imagine how much snow, there we go, hey, there's level ground. You imagine how much snow that must take to bring a branch down like that. But guys, this is a lot more snow than we've seen down here in a long time. And so a lot of people are gonna be waking up this morning wondering, should I go out? Don't do it. The roads are not worth trying to traverse. Let us do it for you. We promise we'll be safe. We have our yellow vests on and everything. We'll be good. Stay inside, grab a cup of coffee, enjoy watching all of us be in misery, because it's a blast to be out here.
Yeah, Steve almost slipped into, Narnia right there. We almost lost him into that hole right there. The other thing, though, that with the snow falling on the trees, Steve, is we're also seeing the snow falling on power lines. Yeah. We're seeing the trees falling down onto power lines, too. Unfortunately, that's causing a problem for people.
By the way, I got to tell you, that area over there where that tree snapped smells like a car air freshener. It is a lovely, lovely odor. You could tell that tree is still very much alive. It is not a dead tree that just broke and let a limb snap. So, and I mean, it's not the kind of tree you'd expect to break. You expect the trees that have leaves all over them to have limbs fall down, but it's a conifer. It's not supposed to do that.
Yeah. I mean, this snow is just so heavy and wet. And as Steve was saying, if you don't have to head out, don't head out. True. We know that there are essential workers. That's why we're here today. For anyone who does have to travel out, we can get you there safely. But, you know, it is just so dangerous. The snow is very thick out there and it's very slippery.
Absolutely. Steve, thank you. Now we want to check in with Keely Chalmers, who's been out on the roads this morning. She's up in the Boulder Foothills area this morning for us. Keely, what are things looking like right now?
I'll tell you what, the snow is still coming down. We just left our location. We actually got out of the van at the corner of Table Mesa and Broadway. We're back in the van. Now we're heading down Broadway towards Highway 93 and out toward Arvada. We don't have as much snow, I have to say, here in Boulder. I think my unofficial measurement in my driveway was about 8 inches of snow. So not quite the 19 that is being measured out in front of Corey's house. But I'll tell you what, the snow is still coming down. There's still a ton of snow. The plows have been out, and because the snow continues to come down in kind of a light, now flaky texture, the roads are quite slick still. So don't think just because there's not a ton of snow out here that the roads are safe to drive. They are still super slick. There's still a ton of snow out in the neighborhoods. Here's a look at Highway 99 now that we're on it, and you can see, yeah, it's okay. It's not too bad. It's drivable, but it is still slick. Plows have been through, scooping that snow up along the side of the roadways. We're not seeing a ton of traffic. We are seeing a few cars out there. We have certainly seen some cars get stuck in the residential areas where not only is there thick snow on the roadways, but because as the plows go through and plow the main roads, they put kind of a snow barrier on the ends of those cul-de-sacs and those residential streets. So again, the main roads looking pretty good. Again, a thin layer of snow making them certainly slick out there. We're going to continue down Highway 93. We'll keep you posted on what we find this way. In the meantime, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio. Oh, actually, I think we're going to go to Anusha.
Hey, Keely. No, I'm just here in Douglas County. We're taking a second pass through Ridgegate since we kind of started monitoring the roads a couple of hours ago. And it's great because it looks like this area has been plowed for the time being. It looks like the snow is lightening up just a little bit, so the roads are actually a little bit more clear. I mean, all throughout the morning, though, it's been a really slick and difficult drive, actually, especially on some parts of 25. And so I know Douglas County schools right now are closed. The government offices are closed, which means a lot of work from home with kiddos and toddlers running around. My house too. I know it's a little bit of chaos, but just based off of what I've been seeing this morning, I'm really glad that there's not a lot of families out on the streets right now. Just because the roads are bumpy, there's piles of snow. You never really know when you're going to hit that slick spot that's going to kind of send your car off in a different direction. We've seen so many semis, truck, Hess Road, if you're in this neighborhood, you know it well, blocked off by cars that are stuck as well, and semi trucks too. And it looks like right now a couple of the plows are coming through on Parker Road. That's a main thoroughfare, so that's great news as well. So we'll keep driving around and checking out what downtown Parker is looking like. And for the meantime, we'll be sending it back to Brianna for a check on your traffic.
Hey, Anusha, yeah, and something to think about if you're heading out the door, hopefully you're not, it's those side streets, those neighborhoods, because snowplows have not gone through that area yet. They're focusing on the major interstates, so I-25, I-225, I-70. Of course, I'm giving you several of our CDOT cameras, live looks, I-225 and Parker Road, slick, wet conditions out there. Same story for those in Lakewood, Sheridan Boulevard, I-25 and 58th Avenue. We were tracking a crash there. Multiple lanes were blocked off. Luckily, it has since cleared up, so north and southbound lanes are back open. And of course, the big talker today, I-70, it is shut down both directions. Colorado State Patrol tells us that they don't know exactly when they can reopen. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphics and show you our Thursday drive. I-70, we just spoke about that. Snowy roads, metro delays. So let's look at our main maps. If you're heading out the door, we're tracking several crashes this morning, and we're also tracking a jackknife semi that closed down US 285 south of C470. That is that shaded area you see right there that is closed right now. Of course, once it reopens, we'll definitely keep you updated. Northbound I-25 at 58th Avenue. Again, we talked about that crash. That crash has since cleared up. And then we have a new crash that it looks like it cleared up just now. Northbound I-25 at Dry Creek Road. 2 lanes were blocked off. Of course, if anything changes throughout the morning, I'll definitely keep you updated.
Brianna, really appreciate it. Matt Inzio with CDOT is on the phone with us this morning as well.
Yeah, Matt, we were talking to you a little bit earlier, of course, about the I-70 closure from Golden to Silverthorne. We've been talking to a lot of people this morning who are unfortunately stuck on I-70 because of this closure, wondering, when we could start to see some movement around there. What is CDOT seeing right now?
Sure. We're staying in coordination with State Patrol and with local first responders to make sure that we can actually ensure that we have reached every vehicle that is in the area. I-70 has been closed since last night, but what you will sometimes see is a particular interchange might not have the closure up, and people will slip onto the highway, unfortunately. The biggest obstacle to getting I-70 reopened right now is at Floyd Hill. We have a lot of semi-trucks, 18-wheelers that just don't have chains on their wheels right now, despite the conditions. And we are having to pull them up Floyd Hill one at a time with some specialized equipment. So that is the operational issue that we're confronting and that we're trying to work through as quickly as we can. Once that happens, it's just going to take a pass from our snowplows, and we should be able to reopen. But it's difficult to forecast how long that will take, because the work is so technical and a little bit contingent on what can even be inside a tractor trailer to know how long it will take.
Yeah. And Matt, the plow drivers are really the heroes today. You guys have been working so hard since last night. I saw a bunch out when I drove in this morning at 2 a.m. What is the process when it comes to these plows, and how often you're trying to hit some of these main interstates?
So we are trying to cycle through stretches of road at sometimes a half hour or even less, particularly when it comes to I-70 or I-25, the backbone of our transportation system. We work out from there, roads like US 36 between Denver and Boulder, C470, I-225, and really just going in order of the number of people who tend to travel on those on a given day. Even some of those secondary and tertiary roads that the state is responsible for, we're going to keep making as many passes as we can, and we will go 24/7 until everything is clear.
All right, well, Matt, we know that you and your crews are working pretty hard this morning. We appreciate that work. Please pass along our thanks to them as well, and we'll check back in with you throughout the day to check back in on conditions and see if they're improving at all. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks for having me.
Well, almost 300 schools, school districts, and businesses are also closed today.
I know this can be very frustrating for a lot of people, but for the kiddos, when they heard about the snow day, they were jazzed about it, let me tell you. You can see the list scrolling at the bottom of your screen right now. You can also find the whole list on our website at 9news.com/closings. All right, we have continued coverage this morning. We're going to be on air till 5:30 this evening. We have our team spread out all over, from the high country to the foothills, out at the airport. We're going to check in with them when we come back.
And this is a look across the state right now at what our team is seeing. We're going to check back in with them throughout the morning. We are back at 9:16 now, and before the break, you just heard us talking to CDOT about clearing parts of I-70 so they can reopen that stretch from Golden to Silverthorne. And all morning long, we have been talking to people, about people who are stuck on the interstate because of this.
Yes, it's been rough. So Brenda Jorup is on the phone right now, and Brenda, you've been stuck for hours now, right?
That's right. We left Vail at 3:30 yesterday, and we're still on the bus.
So what has this last 12 hours or so been like for you? What have you been doing to stay warm?
Well, this is a wonderful bus that 60 ladies take every Wednesday, and for the last 12 hours or so, we've pretty much stayed quiet and in our seats. I think some of us got maybe an hour or two of sleep last night, although it's not terribly comfortable. And we had no water, and we were running out of toilet paper, and we have a lot of questions. We're hoping that somebody will tell us when we'll start moving again and when we have an opportunity to get home.
And Brenda, tell us a little bit about the situation. How many people are on the bus with you right now, and where were y'all headed?
We are 60 women that are headed back to Denver, where we park our cars and then drive home from there. We take this bus on Wednesdays to go skiing, usually to Vail. And we're vibrant, athletic women who enjoy being together, but this is the first time in 20 years that I've been on the bus that we've had this kind of a delay.
And we're seeing some of the pictures of the backup even beyond your bus, and I can't imagine the situation. So of course you're waiting for answers about when you might be moving. How have you been able to keep warm?
The bus driver was able to keep the engine running the whole time. We just had a mechanic come on and make sure that it didn't affect us if we were to proceed forward at some point. And he says the engine is okay. We did burn out the transmission earlier last night, and they were able to let the engine cool. We traded drivers because they exceeded their time driving, and we're able to continue on. So it's been multiple stops from Vail to where we are now, just outside of Central City, and we have been here at this particular stop since midnight last night.
Now, Brenda, I want to ask, as you said, you're waiting to get some answers. Is anybody in communication with the bus at this time? How are you getting any kind of information?
Well, the bus driver talks to his dispatch, and we all have cell phones and trying to reach out. People have reached out to the governor. People have reached out to CDOT. We are not really getting any clear answers. And that's our major concern. And I want you to know, we're not calling. I mean, we're not talking to you because we want to complain. We're talking to you because we're not alone. This highway is packed with cars and semis and other buses. It's an urgent kind of situation. We have a few medical concerns on the bus, even though we're healthy women for the most part. But we ran out of water, and we have no more food.
Well, I know there's a lot of concerned families too. Brenda, your husband's the one that reached out to us and let us know that this situation was happening in the first place. And we're praying for y'all. We wish you well. And the second we can give you more information, we'll be happy to do that.
Well, we would appreciate information. You have my number. I will relay it to the ladies. We try to take turns reassuring each other that here's what we heard, here's what's happening. And we thank you for your well wishes, and we're praying, and we hope this will end soon.
Yeah, Brenda, thank you so much again. Best of luck. I really hope things start moving quickly. You know, it's a really tough situation because this is spring break time, right? We knew that the high country is going to be really, really crowded. A lot of people are going to be traveling on I-70. And then on top of it, all of the hotels are booked up because of spring break. So it's not like a lot of folks could go to a hotel nearby because there's no rooms available. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, we thank Brenda for her time because she's definitely not alone in that situation, as you can see with that big backup there. Now, we do want to get back to, back outside now with more of our snow coverage. We want to get out to meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen. He's been in the Aspen Park area this morning. The snow steadily falling on him this whole time. How much has it built up now, Corey?
Oh man, Jordan, it's really building up nice. We've got 17 to 22 inches out in this area of Aspen Park. We're getting there. You know, we're starting to use the outer edge of the yardstick here. So, and we still could get another 24 hours of snow. It's really piling up out here. Back behind me here, you see the interstate, or actually Highway 285. And we see a little bit of an operation here underway to get a vehicle out of here. This is from the bed and breakfast that we're staying at. Guests are gradually starting to try to make their way out of here. These folks, you got to admire their fortitude here. Brianna and her two sons they were trying to get to Keystone last night. Interstate 70 was closed, thought maybe 285 would work. Then they quickly realized that this snow was just going to be too rough, so they stayed here with us in the bed and breakfast. The crew here helped dig them out, and they got them all the way up to the road. And their plan is to wait for a plow and then make it back down to Denver, riding behind that plow in that rental car. Obviously, we're going to help them dig that out. They've got maybe 2 more feet to go to get to the road, and then they'll be able to get out of here. But I'm sure there's plenty more people in that. We've been focusing on people trying to get back from the mountains. There's still a lot of people that are a little upset that they can't get to the mountains, but this snowstorm, guys, it's just too much. It's a powerful one.
Look at everyone helping out, though. We just saw a couple helpers behind you there with the shovel, and a lot of people are coming together. I know in my neighborhood, everyone's shoveling and, snow blowing each other's driveways and stuff. You've got to stick together for this, because clearly this is going to take a team to get this car out.
Yeah. Well, Corey, we thank you. Appreciate your reporting out there this morning. We'll check back in with you. Now, we do want to see how everybody else is spending their snow day around their homes. This is right now near the Loveland Ski Area, which again announced earlier this morning that they are closing because of conditions, and of course because that stretch of I-70 is closed, so nobody can get to it anyway. But around your homes in different parts of the metro area, text us your pictures to 303-871-1491. We want to see what you're seeing.
Here are some of the photos that we've got so far. So many good ones coming in. The patio furniture is a great gauge how much snow you've got in your backyard. There's one right here where the snow is up to someone's waist. You can see they're trying to make their way around there. We've also seen some really incredible snowmen as well. We saw an 8-foot snowman from Highlands Ranch, from Brad and Becca, I believe. And a lot of puppies and animals that are out in this. The dogs love this snow, but it is tough if you have to head out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you were saying around your neighborhood, you're seeing 19.5 inches.
It was so hard to get out of our street, even the secondary street. I mean, the plows are really focusing on those main thoroughfares, the interstates and stuff. So no one had touched, obviously, our area, our neighborhood, and it has really stacked up.
All right, well, we do have everything that you need to know about this storm all in one easy place for you this morning, including a link to the radar, the forecast, all of the different closings, because there is quite a bit of them, and a lot more information for you to get through this storm safely. All you got to do is text the word snow to 303-871-1491, and we're going to send you a text with all of that information. And of course, all of this snow means high avalanche danger. This is the map from the Colorado Avalanche Information Center. They say today and tomorrow there might be closures for avalanche mitigation around Loveland Pass, Berthoud Pass, and the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels. Our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, is tracking snow in Silver Ford this morning. Matt, we were just talking to a woman who's stuck because of that I-70 closure. We know a lot of people behind you in similar situation.
You're absolutely right. That's exactly what we've seen all morning. Talked to several people here in the Summit Place Shopping Center parking lot, which is the Summit Place Shopping Center campground for all intents and purposes since last night. All these cars and those semis back there been here in many cases since last night when this eastbound I-70 closure started here in Silverthorne. So we're at the west end of that closure. All this traffic was moving east towards Denver and then got to Silverthorne, and that was as far as they could go. And you can see that there's a lot of people. Many of them slept in their vehicles overnight. because there just aren't any hotel rooms in this area, not between Dillon, Frisco, Silverthorne, Breckenridge, Copper Mountain. They're all full because this is spring break, a busy time when a lot of Texas schools are up here, and people had already booked those rooms for their vacations, and now all these people showed up, and so here they are just waiting this storm out and maybe for I-70 to open in this parking lot. And this is just one parking lot, because if you drive around this area, you see gas stations that look the same, and you see other areas that look the same in front of restaurants. And so it is a busy place right now in Summit County with people that are stranded. And this storm has been a pretty interesting storm, because, you know, in the Silverthorne and Dillon area, we've gotten maybe 3 or 4 inches of snow. Just down the road in Keystone, well over a foot. Loveland, which is closed, about 16 inches. Eldora, 30 inches. They're closed. We also know that Arapahoe Basin closed, and then Monarch, we're hearing, is closed because of high winds. So, Ed, this storm has got some major impacts. It's left great snow for the skiers, if anyone can even get to them or they're open.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It does. We have a lot of snow coming our way, and I think we see snow invigorate again later on after we see a little bit of a pause. Here it is in front of the 9 News Weather Center, or 9 News building, and you can see Spear Boulevard here, but you also see some ice on the lens. 32 degrees out at DIA is snowing, but look at Greeley. They have no snow on the ground at all. They had a little snow, and then they had some rain, and it just kind of melted it all. So that's all they're seeing at this hour. But take a look at some of these amounts. 7.4 in Wheat Ridge, 8 in Denver downtown, 11 in Aurora, 11.9 in Ken Carroll, Castle Pines, 17 inches of snow, and 19.5 in Highlands Ranch, 20 in Estes Park, Eldora 30, 31 in Netherland. Look at Aspen Springs, 38.5 inches. So by the time this is all said and done, we'll see a lot of gee whiz amounts, maybe over 40 inches in a lot of locations. So here's what we've got going on right now. We're seeing a little bit of drying moving into the northeast. As you can see, that drying moving in, but we also see some snow kind of reinvigorating in northeastern Colorado. So we will see that upslope deepen and reinvigorate as the day goes on. So this is what we're seeing, the dry conditions now, but look at how it moves right back in, and the moisture from the border all the way down to El Paso County. This is the heaviest of the snow at 6 p.m. tonight. So Denver sees that again and then goes overnight until tomorrow morning. We still see snow overnight, and then it finally starts to lose its grip, and we see clearing skies by 9 o'clock tomorrow along the Front Range as the storm moves out of the area. Winter weather advisory continues, as does the winter storm warning, until 6 a.m. for tomorrow morning. That's what we are seeing, and we could see up to 4 feet of snow or more in some of the foothills, excuse me, locations. We're seeing 30s and 40s over the eastern plains, but if you look to the east, we've got a little bit of warmer weather, so they're going to be in the 50s today. Not so in the mountains. We'll see 30s and 40s, and more of the same as we look to the west. So our forecast, cloudy, cold, snow, heavy at times, 35 degrees today. Winter storm warning continues till 6 a.m. on Friday. Then tonight, cloudy skies, an additional 3 to 5 inches of snow, and 28 degrees. So when you wake up tomorrow, it's not going to be all that great, but clearing skies as the day goes on. We'll see a high around 40 degrees as the snow ends. Then on Saturday, we're at 47 degrees with partly cloudy skies, pretty much more of the same on your Sunday. 58 on Monday with sunny skies, 60 by Tuesday. Spring arrives at 9:06 in the evening. So the first day of spring, warmest of the week, 63 and partly sunny skies, and 60 on your Thursday.
Spring is looking nice right now, let me tell you, Ed. Thank you. And we're seeing that St. Patty's Day. Also, we know that the St. Patty's Day parade
still going
on Saturday.
Yep.
It's going off, let me tell you. Taking another live look outside right now, we wanted to show you 2 different views. You've got Denver here, downtown Denver and Boulder Arena there on the right, and then on the left, you have Greeley. Very, very different.
Yeah, these are the people who are waking up this morning who don't quite understand, you know, the heavy snow coverage right now. But of course, they know the snow all too well in that area. Yeah. Just right now, that storm is not hovering over that part of the state.
Yeah, we have continuing coverage all day until 5:30 today, so stay with us. Welcome back. We continue our extended snow coverage, taking a live look right now at our Horsetooth Reservoir camera right now, where you can see Colorado blanketed in snow, a lot of snow that we will measure in feet when it's all said and done in a lot of areas.
Yeah, it's too cold for anybody to be out. Severe weather shelters are currently open. The McNichol Civic Center building off Colfax and the Stone Creek shelter, the former Best Western Hotel off Quebec, will stay open until 9 a.m. on Saturday.
All right, we have team coverage this morning, but we do want to start with Ed Green out in the 9 News backyard with the umbrella, and that snow is coming down.
Yeah, the snow is coming down, and you can see how it's picked up on all the pine trees around here. They've got some moisture-laden system with a lot of snow coming down, and I'll show you those amounts in just a moment. First, let's take a look at what we've got going on right now, and you can see how we have a little bit of drying coming in along the northeast. Watch right up against the mountains in Fort Collins and just to the west of them. You see the drying, and then you see the snow start to reinvigorate. So that's what we will see as the day goes on. Yes, we've got some snow right now. Yes, we have the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning in red, but it's right up and down the population corridor and into southwestern Colorado. Not so much in eastern Colorado or in northwest Colorado as well. But look at some of these amounts we have, and these are just starting to come in. 7.4 in Wheat Ridge, Denver, downtown, 8 inches of snow. And you can see, let's go back to the rest of that. Aurora, 11 inches of snow, 11.9 in Kent Carroll. Castle Pines, 17 inches of snow. And then take a look at these, 19.5 in Highlands Ranch, Estes Park 20, Eldora 30, 31 in Nederland, and Aspen Springs 38.5 inches of snow. And keep in mind that we're going to keep this snow going, so these will only increase. So as we take a look at our highs that we've got right now, only in the 20s and 30s pretty much across the state, and they're really not going to warm up much. 35 is our high today, cloudy, cold, snow, heavy at times. We could see another 5 to 9 as the day goes on. That winter storm warning, remember, goes until 6 a.m. on Friday. Then tomorrow we will see 40 degrees as this storm ends, but overnight another 3 to 5 inches of snow, and then we'll see 47 on Saturday. Sunday we're at 49 degrees, a lot better on your Monday with 58 and sunny skies. And take a look at Tuesday. Spring arrives at 9:06 in the evening, and the day will seem like it's 60 and sunny skies. Well, Anusha all morning long has been around keeping us just abreast of what's going on right now. So where are you now, and how are your conditions?
Yeah, hey Ed, good morning. We are in downtown Parker, a very quiet downtown Parker. The snow just picked up again. It's actually never stopped this morning. It's just coming down a little bit harder than it was just a few minutes ago. And it's so quiet because the businesses are closed. You've got a coffee shop that's saying, hey, we can't open up because of the weather today. Please stay home if you can. The folks who are out right now, they are so busy shoveling all of the snow that's been coming down. And you know that's hard work because just how heavy and wet this snow is. Literally, the piles of snow right now are almost as tall as I am at this point. So you know this is going to be here for a while. I feel like everyone cleared out when they saw the camera go up, but I swear there was people out here. And Jordan, you know, all throughout the morning we've been noticing that the roads like this one over here, they have been plowed, but then the snow starts to come down again. It gets covered pretty quickly. So right now, if you're coming through Parker, in this area at least, it's not terrible, but we'll see how long that lasts, especially with the snow picking back up again in the last couple of minutes.
Oh boy, I got to tell you, whoever's shoveling those sidewalks, Anusha, is doing a really good job. They got a lot of that covered.
Oh my gosh, this is the first pavement I've seen in hours. I will never take a clear sidewalk for granted ever again, Jordan.
Anusha's joy is unmatched. When you see that come across your screen, you can't help but smile too. Anusha, thank you. All right, and we want to check back in with Steve Steger right now. Steve, how much farther from the house did you get? Okay, actually, we're going to go over to Corey Reppenhagen, I'm told. I believe he's still in the Aspen Park area. Corey, what are you seeing out there? All right, I'm not sure if we have Corey right now. He actually might be among this group that's helping get this car dug out right now. But as you were saying, Corey, I mean, this is really taking a group effort, and we see people step up like this a lot throughout the state.
You really have to reach out to your neighbors, especially if you have any elderly neighbors in your neighborhood, because this snow is really coming down. It is heavy, and so it really is taking a group effort. As you can see there, that car got stuck, and one by one behind Corey Reppenhagen's shot, we saw people come out with their shovels. It really is a great idea. Also, if you have to head out today, grab grab the shovel.
And have it in the car with you just in case you do need some extra help right there. I believe Corey might be standing by to talk to us right now. Corey, can you hear us?
Hey, yeah, Jordan, I was just trying to lend a hand out here and turn my mic off, so that's why you didn't hear me. But yeah, I'm back in business right now, and I don't know if you might remember from just about 30 minutes ago, this vehicle is trying to get out of this bed and breakfast that we've been staying at out here in Aspen Park, and they're really determined to get down to Denver, and we got them all the way up to the road. Almost got them ready to rock here, and her plan is to wait for a plow to move past. When the plows come by, they dig a pretty good trench on this Highway 285 here, and then we might give her one last boost after the plow goes by, and I think she's finally going to get out of here with her two sons, and they're going to go back down to Denver and reevaluate their plan, but eventually they want to get back up to Keystone and do a little skiing, which, guys, obviously is going to be pretty awesome in the days to come.
I mean, that is one way to look at it for sure. A lot of fresh powder once you can get back up there, but getting to that point is going to be hard, as you can see. And Corey, we so appreciate you lending a helping hand.
Truly, Corey Reppenhagen doing all the things this morning. Thank you, Corey.
All right, let's get a check in with Steve Stager right now. Steve, wow, you've been through it this morning with the car getting stuck and the tree branches, all of it.
Yeah, the car got stuck again, actually, after our last live shot. And by the time we got it out, I said to Tom Cole, I said, let's go back and get my tape measure. So we head back to the house, and as I walk inside to get the tape measure, my wife says, have you looked at the backyard? Look at this. She's like, you need to take care of this tree. So I grabbed the trusty twig, and I figured I'd try to get as much snow off of this limb. I can tell you, this usually does not hang this low in my backyard, but you can see just kind of getting the weight off of this tree limb really is helping it. And actually a hockey stick is a pretty good tool to clear this off, but just kind of start to get this going here in the backyard. I have heard happy wife, happy life, so I figured I would oblige and take care of some of these limbs in the backyard. Let me take you over here really quickly to the deck, Tom, if you want to follow me. I want to show you what this looks like on my patio. Wow. I'm going to try to get a measurement and give you guys an idea just how much snow we have. Tom, I don't know if you can see it. We've got a foot sitting on top of this, what usually is a fire pit. And now these really cozy chairs. Oh yeah. Oh, it's cushion. It is cushion, guys. I need to get this fire pit going.
Steve, it's bringing me back all the memories of your snow studio that you used to have here at 9 News.
Oh yeah. Oh, well, something just fell over. Oh, that's the hockey stick. Okay. I'm making sure that we've already had some limbs fall down in the yard. I want to make sure that wasn't it. But yeah, this is a cozy spot. I think we're going to head out though. I think we're finally going to hit the road as soon as I get the rest of these trees knocked off in the backyard. But if you look up at Old Glory there, you can actually see a pretty good representation of how much snow has fallen in the backyard there. Look at the top of that flagpole. Wow. That tells you what this area has gotten.
Well, Steve, I want to thank you for letting us come along with your workout this morning. Seems like you've put quite the effort in.
It's well, yeah, and it doesn't take much for me to put in quite an effort, as you can tell. But yeah, this has been interesting, guys.
Happy wife, happy life. He learned very quickly, so yeah, it's a good thing.
Especially
Steve.
as he becomes a dad now. All right, Steve, thank you. Let's get a check of your forecast, or excuse me, you have the traffic forecast with Brianna.
I got everything for you. Forecast, traffic, you name it. Now, I do want to switch things over to our CDOT cameras because this is a beautiful view of Ball Arena, but I do want to show you a crash that we're tracking right now from our CDOT cameras, I-225 and I-25. DPD, they just tweeted out saying that they're on scene of this crash. Luckily, no serious injuries. I guess we can't get C'd up. But right now from our maps, we do have one crash. Oh, there we go. CDOT camera. So this is the crash that I was just mentioning, I-25 and I-225. You can see we're seeing several lanes blocked off, and we have crews on scene. DPD is on scene, and it looks like it involves this truck. It's sitting on the side of the road, but that's causing some major backups along I-225 heading into I-25. So now let's switch things over to our graphics and show you this first crash that we have going on southbound I-225 and Parker Road. The left lane is blocked off, and then that CDOT camera that I just showed you, 2 lanes are blocked off. It is slow moving out there, so definitely an area that you probably want to avoid, or just stay home, enjoy the indoors, get that fireplace going, because you do not want to be out on the roads right now. They're slick, they're slushy, they're slippery. And then of course, we've been talking about this all morning, I-70 from Golden to Silverthorne. It is blocked. You won't be able to get through I-70 if you're heading to the mountains. Colorado State Patrol tells me that right now they don't have an ETA on when they can reopen. So of course, once they do, we'll definitely keep you updated both on air and online.
All right, Brianna. Thank you. Now let's talk about air travel. You can expect delays at DIA today and tomorrow. United, Delta, and Southwest are all allowing anyone booked on a flight through Friday to reschedule their flight for free. American and Frontier are also rescheduling today. The airline's notices also cover airports in Colorado Springs, Aspen, Steamboat Springs, and Grand Junction.
Right now, FlightAware is reporting 63 delays, 106 cancellations at the airport. Wait times at security haven't been too bad this morning. Bridge security sitting at 6 minutes, South security at 10 minutes for standard, 2 minutes for pre-check, and West security at 3 minutes and about 2 minutes for pre-check. Right there, you can see those numbers. Ashley Forrest from Denver International Airport is on the phone right now. Ashley, planes are going in and out of DIA. Do we have Ashley? All right, we'll try to get Ashley once again, but we know planes have been going in and out of DIA throughout the day today. Again, they have 300 pieces of snow removal equipment out there, which is really impressive. So they are able to move this off the tarmacs. Again, people have been scheduling flights, moving them around. One Jordan Chavez knows all about this.
Surprisingly, we were talking to Ashley a little bit earlier, and she said there are flights that are taking off from there. She said the runways are wet, but nothing they haven't dealt with before. And then Lauren Scaffidi's been giving us a look at the TSA lines. Not too big of a trouble, as you were just seeing with the wait times.
It is something, though, that you're going to want to check and then double check
Absolutely.
before you head out there, because things are changing really fast.
And we've seen hundreds of cancellations already, so I agree. Good advice. Make sure you check. And then, of course, you got to still get out to the airport, so you want to be careful on the roads, too, or even consider if it's worth getting outside your door. Okay, we've been told we think we might have Ashley once again with DIA. Let's see. Ashley, can you hear us?
Yep, I'm there. Trying a little hard to hear you guys, but I'm here.
Well, thank you so much. Just give us an update on what you're seeing out there at the airport.
Yeah, so right now conditions are still wet, but our teams are ready to still plow the roads, de-ice, and clear the runways.
Ashley, I think a lot of people were pleasantly surprised, especially if they had a flight today, that we are seeing some flights take off out there.
Yes, we do have flights that are, our flights and aircrafts are able to depart and arrive to and from Den right now, yes.
It really is impressive. And as we've been talking about, you guys know how to do these March snowstorms. You were able to get those runways clear and get the planes off the tarmac.
Yes. So as you know, Den is no stranger to snow, and our award-winning fleet teams are prepared before, during, and after a storm. And I know I've said this before, but a nice little fact is we plow nearly 200 miles or roads during snow events, utilizing nearly 300 pieces of snow removal equipment.
I mean, the work you guys do out there is incredibly impressive. We're looking at the wait times right now, too. We just had them on our screen, Ashley. Looks like TSA moving along just fine for people out there today, too.
Yeah, TSA, we are doing good on wait times with TSA. However, we still always ask our passengers to check real TSA security wait times. You can do that on flydenver.com, and we ask passengers to arrive inside the airport at least 2 hours before their scheduled boarding time.
It really is great advice. And right now we're looking at the misery map where people can see the flights that are on time, that are being canceled, to give everyone an idea. And we've been talking about as well, Pena Boulevard is also looking really good right now if you do have to head out to the airport, and love to see those TSA lines going along so quickly this morning. It really is a nice surprise.
Absolutely. Ashley, we appreciate your time. We know you've got a lot of work to do. You're busy out there, so we appreciate you taking any kind of time to talk to us.
Thank you guys so much.
All right, we have continuing coverage today. We have team coverage all over Colorado, from the high country to the airport to the mountains, everything, and it's going until 5:30 today, so stay with us.
We are back at 9:50 now with some more another look at what some of the people around the metro area are seeing.
Yeah, so my girlfriend Heather Baker actually sent this in from her backyard, and you can see she has so many tree branches that just broke under the weight of this heavy wet snow. Look how big some of these branches are.
Well, this is the nightmare. This is what you don't want to happen, especially with that heavy wet snow. That's why, you know, Steve Steger, everybody else out there is warning you, get out there if you can and try to shake off some of those branches that you're able to reach.
So she lives in Littleton, and again, I live in Highlands Ranch, and Nusha lives in Parker. This area really saw so much snow come down. It is still coming down, and clearly it's causing problems for a lot of people, not only trying to get out of their driveways, but also when it comes to their backyards.
Yeah, let's get a check of your forecast with Ed. Of course, more snow to come still.
Yeah, that's the problem is, yes, we've had a lot of snow. Yes, we've had a lot of damage from that snow, but we have more snow to come. The winter storm warning is in effect till 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll take a look at Breckenridge. People are enjoying a great day up there as it is snowing, and the same thing in Copper Mountain. You see them all skiing down the hill. Terrific snow up there. They've gotten some fresh snow overnight. We have snow in Denver right now, light snow, and 32 degrees at this hour. As we take a look, we've got a lot of snow going on. A lot of it is shifted to the south, and we saw some dry drying moving right in along the Front Range. But just as we see that drying, watch it kind of snap back, and we see some snow, and here comes some more snow, and this will reinvigorate the snow flow. So you might see a little bit of a break, but the snow will be back later on this afternoon and into the overnight hours. So that's what we're looking at. Here is that dry conditions, and then watch how all that moisture moves right back in and all the way from the border down to El Paso County. This is at 6 o'clock tonight. Heavy snow goes on. This continues until tomorrow morning. Here it is at 7 a.m. We continue to see a little bit of snow, and then we finally see some clearing, and it loses its grip on our state late Friday. Winter weather advisory, winter storm warning continues until 6 a.m. tomorrow, and right along the Front Range, the population corridor down to the southwest, northwest not so much, and out on the eastern plains, we have mostly clear skies with rain shower activities, what they had. And take a look at Greeley. Only grassy areas is what we are seeing at this hour. But look at these amounts. 7.4 in Wheat Ridge, Denver, downtown. 8 inches of snow. 11 in Aurora, Ken Carroll. 11.9. 17 in Castle Pines. And Highlands Ranch, 19.5. 20 in Estes Park. Eldora at 30 inches. 31 in Nederland. And look at Aspen Springs. 38.5 inches of snow, and that's right now. We've got more to come. So you take a look at the temperatures today, mostly 30s and 40s over the eastern plains. We'll take those all the way to the western slope. Just not going to warm up much today. 35 degrees will be our high with snow heavy at times. Cloudy skies, maybe an additional 3 to 5 inches overnight before it finally begins to lose its grip on us on Friday. We'll see 40 degrees late in the day as snow ends. Then on Saturday, we've got 47 degrees, 49 on your Sunday. Monday, we're at 58 degrees. How about 60 on Tuesday? That's when spring arrives at 9:06 at night. So the first day of spring, 63 degrees, partly sunny skies, warmest day of the week. And then on your Thursday, pretty much more of the same.
Boy, Ed, the amount of people who are looking forward to Tuesday and Wednesday can't come fast enough, right? All right, Ed, thank you.
So all of this snow is making travel across the metro area difficult, including anyone that uses RTD to get around town.
That's right. Stuart Summers with RTD joins us now on the phone. Stuart, good morning.
Good morning to both of you. Thanks for having me back on.
Absolutely. Well, of course, we know this weather is impacting your operations there, too. How so?
Yeah, I think early this morning I provided a little update about our L line service being suspended due to some barriers that were on the track. Those have been cleared, and so happy to report that L line service has resumed. A line is looking pretty good. We have about 5-minute delays. Our biggest problem currently is on the E line, especially down near Ridgegate in Lone Tree. A lot of snow down that way, impacting our switches and accumulating on the track. So we're seeing about 20 to 30-minute delays on the E line. So we're just asking people to exercise extra caution and just be patient.
Yeah, Stuart, we've been saying if you don't have to head out, don't head out. But we know that there are those essential workers that do have to get around. Many of them do rely on RTD to get around. So what is your advice for them?
So first and foremost, please check our app or call our call center. If you're planning a trip, we can help you to find the safest way possible to reach your destination. And so check the times ahead. Look at any of those disruptions that may be impacting your arrival time. Extra caution at our rail stations. Things are going to be slick. We have additional crews that are out on the platforms trying to clear the snow, trying to keep up with things. But we're just asking people, if you do not need to travel, stay home. Our operators are trying to do things in the safer way as possible, but they're also out on these slick roads, and we're trying to limit their exposure.
Stuart, while we have you, I know that RTD was supposed to have a job fair today as well. That's been pushed back to next month, correct? Or later this month, I guess I should say.
Correct. Yeah, we've pushed it back later this month. We want to make sure that we weren't risking anyone's safety coming out to that job fair. Obviously, people power is a focus of ours. We want to make sure we have enough operators to provide service. And so anyone that was interested in coming to that job fair, we still want to see them at the rescheduled event. And of course, if somebody would like to learn more, visit our website. We're always hiring.
Yeah, I know you have all that information posted as well. Wise idea moving in, because I know a lot of people don't want to head out in this either as well. Stuart, thank you so much for joining us.
All right, it is 9:55 now. Let's get one more check of your forecast with Ed.
Well, as we take a look at that weather, you can see that we are going to have temperatures only in the 30s and snow pretty much all day long, maybe another 5 to 9 inches, maybe another 3 to 5 overnight. And then the snow ends and we'll see mostly sunny skies. And then it gets a whole lot better. Sunshine for your weekend, but kind of on the cool side, only in the 40s. Monday, we're at 58 degrees with lots of sunshine. And Tuesday, 60 degrees with sunny skies. And get this, Tuesday night at 9:06, spring arrives.
And that spring day is going to feel really nice after this.
Yes, it
Probably
will.
60s. All right, Ed, thank you.
Well, Chris Bianchi, Kim Christensen, and Kyle Clark are taking over for us. They're going to be with you this afternoon. They're going to be here until 5:30 with you. You can also watch along with them on 9 News Plus.
And again, we have that expanded coverage of this storm today on 9 News. Our live coverage goes till 5:30 this evening. The next will air for an hour from 6 to 7. We'll be on KTVD from 9 to 10 and then back on 9 News from 10 to 11. Programming note to pass along because of our extended coverage. Again, we've been talking about how some things are moving around from KTVD to Channel 9. Yeah. So just, keep it here. We're going to be on until 5:30 today for that extended coverage.
As for Corey and me, that does it for us. We wish you a safe and warm time. Hopefully that you can stay safe today and stay off those roads. And we're going to turn you over now to Kim, Kyle, and Chris.
Have a great day.
Welcome to Snow Day 2024. How about that?
One for the memory books.
Yeah. What an exciting close to the meteorological winter.
Yeah, you thought we were going to skate through this year and possibly get through one without a master snowstorm like this, but we got it.
I will say, credit where credit is due. To this point, 10 a.m., it is as advertised.
It is.
Right?
Chris Bianchi off to my side.
This thing
It's
is pretty
exactly
well
what
as
they said.
advertised.
Honestly, sorry, on Monday I was like, really? And
Yep. So, folks, you know when you're driving down I-70 and you're coming down into the metro area from up the hill, they got those signs that say, truckers, you are not down yet, right? So that's our sign right now. The snow is not done coming down yet, all right? This is not it. It is not over. We're in the middle of this thing.
Yeah. In fact, the next wave is coming. It's funny because we were here last night when it was just pouring down rain. And we were like, is it really going to switch over? And like magic, it did. About 9:30, it switched over, and then it really came.
My understanding is that it's not actually magic, that it's science. I also once thought that it was magic.
Meteorology science.
But Chris Bianchi's along, and this thing is coming in pretty much as you all expected, maybe a little bit more where you thought they'd get a lot and a little bit less where you thought they would get less.
That's exactly right, Kyle. We've got a very sharp gradient in terms of those snowfall totals. So north and east sides of town, Brighton, the airport, not much. In fact, hardly anything. You can see your lawns out there, I know. In Brighton, again, the airport, things are running smoothly. Hey, we're thrilled about that, honestly.
You got to get to the airport.
You got to get to the airport. Downtown, about 6 to 8 inches so far. You get up certainly into the foothills, and that is, oh boy, we've got already 18 inches for us in Castle Rock. I'm telling you what here, folks. Somebody on the south and west sides of town in the metro, below 6,000 feet, is going to come in with 25 to 30 inches out of this storm. This is, again, we're not done yet. We're in the 5th inning of this thing, so we got a ways to go. Let's take a look at kind of those overall headlines because, again, I want to reemphasize the fact that I know that things are probably a little bit lighter right now. We are not done yet. We've still got another 6 to 12 inches of snow to go. We're going to kind of pick things up. This is kind of coming in 2 different waves. We are done with the first wave. We are now heading into that second wave, and that will come later on this morning into early this afternoon. Total is about 2 to 5 feet for us in the foothills and 10 to 20 inches for most of the metro. I will say, north and east of downtown, again, Thornton, Brighton, DIA, we have not forgotten about our friends up that way. It is not going to be that way for you. You're going to end up with a little bit less than that. Snowfall reports, now these would be the high-end totals. Look at that in Aspen Park, 3 feet already. And again, we are roughly at about the halfway point, maybe a little more than halfway with the storm. Golden about 2 feet, Genesee more than 2 feet. Again, this is a whopper of a storm for us in the foothills. Boy, oh boy. Now, these are approximate. This is what we've seen so far. In Denver, depends on which side of town you're on, about 6 to 8 inches so far. Boulder, 6 to 12 inches, depending on whether you're on the north or south side. Fort Collins, Greeley, we've not forgotten about you either. A bit of a womp, at least if you're a snow lover, up there into Larimer and Weld counties. And at the airport, a trace of snow. By the way, as we head through the show today, I'm going to kind of emphasize why the airport saw so much less than downtown. There's kind of a... Hang with me here, folks. I'm going to try and do it in as least nerdy of a way as possible, but there is a meteorological explanation as to why the airport did not see as much snowfall. Winter storm warning, this continues through tomorrow morning. So again, want to reemphasize the fact that it is not snowing that heavily right now. We have a long ways to go here, folks. Probably got another 18 hours of snow to go. And if, in fact, you look at AC Doppler radar right now. Again, Denver seeing some of that snow. Might notice how we're seeing kind of more lighter whites right now. Notice up to the north and east, up I-76, Sterling, Julesburg, Holyoke. That's that second wave starting to take shape. So that is our sign that we are not done yet. The heavy stuff's right now in Pueblo, Highway 50 east of La Junta. That's where we're seeing some of that heavy snow, rain, snow mix. For us in Denver, again, kind of in between those 2 main pieces of energy right now. But Fort Morgan on up into Logan, Sedgwick, Phillips counties, that secondary wave is starting to take shape. And that means for us in the next couple of hours, that light to moderate snowfall that we're seeing right now is only going to ramp up. Another thing to keep in mind here, folks, is I think we're going to actually end up with more snow from the second wave than what we saw last night because look at these temperatures. When it was snowing last night, it was about 34, 35, 36. We are a good 3 to 5 degrees colder than that right now. Even at the airport, we're at 33 right now. Downtown here at the 9 News World headquarters, we are at 32 right now. Arvada, we are at 31. So we've still got a few more inches to go here, folks. And again, another 6+ inches to go this afternoon. I think the heavy real deal stuff is probably done 11, 12 o'clock or so tonight. Still going to be probably accumulating another inch or two as we head into the early morning hours. But by tomorrow morning, this time, I wouldn't be shocked if we're talking about some sunshine for us. So we've still got some more to go. But again, just want to reemphasize the fact that it's lighter right now. And I think I've said it about 45 times now, but let's make it 46. We're not done yet with this now.
But people are making decisions right now about whether they want to go out, whether they want to try to do something or whatever. A lot of people are on a snow day, and you just don't want people to go out then get stuck when they realize, oh, there's twice as much snow coming back as when I left this morning to go do something.
Exactly. And the key that I was just showing you a second ago, those temperatures. We are at or below freezing right now. That means that snow that falls, it's going to stick like this here, folks. We've still got probably several inches to go. And my suspicion is that we end up with more snow from the second wave than from the first one.
Wow. All those people stuck on I-70 in the mountains, Georgetown, Silverthorne, things like that. I mean, they've got to be thinking, wow, when I get a window, I better go quickly. We'll see.
We'll see. It's going to be a long go. And again, the foothills, something's coming in with 45, 50 inches out of this.
All right. Well, we're here with you for the long haul as well.
Yeah, we are.
Our live continuous coverage continues through 5:30 and then just takes a 30-minute break for nightly news and then gets started again with next at 6 o'clock. So if you're hanging out inside today, we're hanging out inside today, but we got lots of folks hanging out outside for your viewing benefit. Anusha Roy's been down in Parker this morning, keeping an eye on things. And Anusha, the whole thing has kind of a beautiful effect to it, provided you don't have to go anywhere or do anything.
Just stand and take pictures.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, you know, exactly. It looks like a little bit like a winter wonderland, but very empty here in downtown Parker today. Every business we are walking by right now, closed sign after closed sign after closed sign, because they know that they can't be open with the weather. The fact that I can even walk on pavement right now, that's a blessing after the morning that we've been having. We've been watching the road conditions since 4 a.m. today, and folks have done a really great job of cleaning up this sidewalk. The fact that the roads are a little bit more clear right now, I hope that it's not tricking people into thinking that it's a good idea to go, because what we have seen repeatedly, whether it was on 25, Hess Road, Ridgegate, any of the inner roads, Greenwood Village, is that the roads are being plowed and then the snow's covering it again. We're starting to see the snow pick up again. Here you go. It's another closed business here on your Wednesday morning. Yes, Thursday morning. That's right. And the snow is just so wet and heavy. We've been watching tree branches that have come down. They've hit power lines, started small fires in Greenwood Village, Jeffco, the Centennial area. We've got snow piles that are almost as tall as me. Like, this is going to be around for I don't even know how long, Kim and Kyle, at least a couple of weeks or so. I mean, the folks out here are doing the best that they can to keep up with the weather. We're going to be driving around again after this, heading towards Franktown, where we're hearing that there's a couple of more issues with the roads there, a semi truck blocking some roads. Hess Road, which if you're in this area, you know it well, is completely blocked because of a semi truck. There was a tow truck, other pickup trucks that were stuck. That was kind of the name of the game for the last several hours. So we're going to go ahead and send it back to you, Kim and Kyle, and we'll give you a look at the roads coming up in just a couple minutes.
Anusha, I don't want to fact check your first live shot, but you said snow piles as tall as me, and that was lacking one piece of context, which you can now provide to folks in terms of an actual measurement.
How tall are you?
So I may or may not be 5'1". Okay, but there's lots of people who are 5'1", okay? It's going to be a problem. I tried walking through the snow.
No shame in that game. I'm just saying, we want to know how tall the snow piles are. That's all. That's all.
Yeah, that's it. My poor photographer is crouching down to try to match my height. So
It's okay. We're small but mighty. That's what you are. All right.
There
Good
you
job.
go, Kim.
Thank you, Anusha. Let's just take a look around, because it really is a story of so many different areas in Colorado, and everybody's talking about what I got, because you know what? At the end of the day, we're all kind of self-centered. We care about what happened in our neighborhood.
Well, it's a contest, right?
It is a contest. So I think this is Greeley, where you really see grass. Look at that.
I was talking to some guys on the radio this morning in Greeley.
Those students are in school, I bet.
They're like, we got nothing. We got absolutely nothing. They got a gray sky day in Greeley. So we're calling it Colorado Snow Day. We understand that's not for everybody, but it is for a whole lot of people today.
So the students at UNC are in school then? And all the schools, I bet.
Oh yeah, CSU too. I mean, what are they going to brace for a trace up in Fort Collins?
Come
on.
Wow. Bummer for them. Okay. Sometimes they want those days. Not so true in other areas, and most schools in the metro area closed. Brianna, you're joining us now because the roads are disastrous in some places.
They've been a mess all morning, Kim. So right now I do want to show you several of our CDOT cameras. Right now I-25 DPD tweeted out that they're on scene of a crash. You can see that's I-25 and I-225. 2 lanes are blocked there. And then we also have another crash. Very hard to tell. That's because visibility there not great. C470, so between Santa Fe and Broadway. And then of course the big talker of the morning, I-70. You can see those semis are stuck, nowhere to go. Basically a big parking lot out there. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphics, kind of show you where that crash is happening right now along I-25 and I-225, and show you those speed times. If we can switch things over to our main graphics, there we go. And then if you're heading out the door, we are seeing slowdowns along I-225 heading into I-25. You can see those speed times are coming in right around 44 miles per hour. Of course, give snowplows plenty of extra time this morning, because that's exactly what we're seeing out right now. Snow-packed roads. Denver to Boulder is going to be a 20-minute drive. We're looking good there. No crashes. And of course, both directions still close I-70 between Golden and Silverthorne. Colorado State Patrol earlier told us that right now they don't have an ETA on when they can reopen, but of course we'll keep you updated all throughout the day.
All right, Brianna, thank you. It was interesting yesterday to see Colorado State Patrol predict closures. I don't recall that ever happening before, but they predicted, up in the mountains, it's going to be 70, it's going to be US 40, it's going to be US 6, it's going to be Colorado 119, your usual suspects. But to tell people, expect the closure tomorrow, and then the dominoes have started to fall overnight.
Yeah. And then when late last night, it was like Golden to Silverthorne, I-70. I think that was broader than many of us even expected, a bigger stretch.
Yeah. And there are certainly people that we know have been stuck overnight, who have been dealing with that situation.
Sleeping in cars.
You just don't want more people to go out, get stuck now during the day. Our Matt Renew has been up in Silverthorne since the early morning hours, keeping an eye on things. And that suddenly is always the island where people end up marooned in the snow, Matt.
You're right, Kyle and Kim. Once upon an island, we had another storm here in Colorado, and we're in the middle of it right here. This is the west end of the closure, where everyone was heading east on I-70, trying to get towards Denver, up the tunnel, and then down into Denver, and then stopped, because this is where the closure stopped them here at I-70 last night around 7:30, and it hasn't changed since then. It's still closed. The trucks and cars have randomly been parking along Highway 9 between Silverthorne and Dillon, and then the police come and move them because this is a highway. They need traffic to keep moving. And so that's what's been going on here. And the result, and we'll just pan the camera around here, is that people are stuck in Silverthorne and Summit County. This is the Summit Place Shopping Center, or as I'd like to call it, the Summit Place Campground, where there just people have been sleeping in their cars and trucks all night, waking up now and wondering when they're going to get going, and that's the good question. We just don't know when anyone's going to get going. It doesn't look like anytime soon. And so this is what happens in Silverthorne, Frisco, Dillon, when we have a storm like this, is that there's nowhere for anybody to go. So they just camp out in the parking lots. We've got about only 3 inches of snow or so right here in Silverthorne. Keystone just down the road, well over a foot. And now the sun's starting to come out, but obviously it's the problems that we're seeing along the interstate, especially down towards the Front Range, that are still slowing things down as far as reopening I-70. And then look at this too. It's not affecting just drivers. I don't know if you can see, there's Monarch though. Monarch is closed, and then the same goes for Loveland, and Eldora is closed, and then so is Arapahoe Basin. And it's really because you just can't even get up here, and neither can the employees. They can't work. And so these ski areas have closed down either for high winds and adverse weather, or just the fact that I-70's closed. So Kim and Kyle, it's an island that we're out on right now, and there's not a palm tree to be found, but it's still beautiful.
Yeah. It's so interesting because I've been watching this. I watched a semi turn around behind you, and the traffic is moving. As you said, it's not much snow up there, so you know there's some people, some out-of-staters here on spring break going, what's wrong with these people? They don't know how to handle snow. They just don't realize where it is.
Well, and that's exactly it, Kim. So many people in this parking lot today, and I interviewed some folks, from Michigan and Chicago, and they're like, what's going on? I mean, this doesn't seem that bad, but they don't understand that it's a lot worse on the Front Range. Clearly, we've seen all morning long. And so it seems kind of nice right now, especially as that sun starts. I'm going to need sunglasses here in a minute in Summit County because it's coming out now, but it's a lot worse. And there's still work to be done to clear out the stuck semis and the other cars that have gotten stuck overnight along the interstate. And so it's going to take some time. We'll see if it's later on or not with more snow on the way. Doesn't look likely, but a lot of people just camped out here. And it is spring break, which doesn't make it any better because this is probably the busiest spring break week for the ski areas in this area for the month of March. A lot of schools in Texas are out right now, so they already booked up a lot of the hotel rooms, so there's nowhere for anybody to stay but in their cars. And so that makes it a little bit worse.
A lot of folks going stir crazy up there. There's probably a lot of Texas families up in like the Salida area trying to get up to Monarch that are going to be going stir crazy there. So really, it's not unlike DPS parents in Denver. You've just got...
They're living the dream.
You're figuring out alternative activities for the day.
It's camping at all places.
Yeah.
In your car, in a hotel room, and in your home with kids that have a lot of energy.
Yeah. Matt Renew, Mr. 24/7, 365 up in the mountains for us. Thank you, Matt. Our continuing team coverage of Colorado Snow Day, this March snowstorm, is going to roll on right after this. say almost a surprising number of tree limbs down in the city of Denver this morning. I was making my way around. We were talking about this earlier in the week. You know, nothing's leafed out. What are the chances that it's going to bring down limbs? But it's that cement snow, it's that heart attack snow that comes down and took down limbs all over the place. With that, of course, comes power outages. We've seen a number of your questions about that. Just got a note in, Justine in Greenwood Village, wondering about the extent of that. The Excel map just shows kind of a smattering of outages. Interestingly, they will report like 100 outages in one town affecting 5,000 people. So it's a branch here, a branch there, that kind of thing. Most impacted at this point per Excel would be the west side of town. Hundreds of little outages affecting about 15,000 people in Arvada, Golden, Wheat Ridge, Lakewood, that area, about 15,000 people on the west side of town, 20,000 people on the south suburbs.
Yeah, they've really been hit. Usually we expect that on the west side of town. But our Steve Steger is living it in Centennial. And I know you were stuck on your cul-de-sac for a while, but now, is that tree in your yard or is that a neighbor's tree?
This is not in my yard. No, no. We have cleared the house, Kim. We are no longer near where I am, thank God. But look at this tree. So the reason why I'm hitting this sucker is because this is still connected to the tree. If you look at it, you go all the way back, it is bent down this much. And I've got a neighbor out here who's been trying to work and get this sucker cleaned off just to see if it'll come back to life and move out of the street, but it's actually blocking a road right now. I want to give you an idea just why the snow is so heavy. If you come over here, Tom, we've been trudging through this stuff. Look at this slush. There has to be about 2-3 inches of slush on the ground right now, and then it's just pure water all around here. This is such a wet storm like you've been talking about that it is just dragging down tree limbs and branches all over the place. I'm going to try to get you a measurement here because I actually went back and I got my tape measure because it feels awfully deep in this area, although we're just at about 10.5, maybe 11 inches, but depending on where you are, it really is starting to pile up. And a lot of people are going to be doing this all day long, just trying to get the weight off of some of these branches. I'm no arborist, I'm just playing one on TV right now. I don't know that this tree is ever going to stand the right way ever again. You can see there's a break up there. There's another branch that's on the ground. But I think a lot of you are going to be finding that you have a lot of stuff in your yard. In fact, we'll make our way around down here. It's tough to move around, but if you know someone who is a senior who may need help getting some of their trees cleared off, I'm happy to try to sneak over, hit stuff with the hockey stick and see what we can get off of branches here. But I mean, look at this. This is so heavy, and almost immediately when you get things cleared off, that's right in the eye. When you get it cleared off, it kind of comes back to life. See, it'll move back up, and the concern is, as this day goes on, you're going to have a lot more branches like this kind of bending down, and we're going to see the snow continually falling. I mean, it hasn't stopped yet this morning. I shoveled my driveway not too long ago. It's pretty much covered all over again, guys. So we are in for one down here. Again, hit me up on Twitter if you know someone in the area around here who needs a little help with their trees getting stuff cleared off. We're happy to help.
But be careful, as you pointed out, got in your eye, the hockey stick, first of all, didn't know what you were using. That makes sense.
Smart move.
But you don't want to be underneath a big load of snow that drops on you either.
No, good point. I've had some experience with that, Kim, this morning. Did not go very well in my own backyard. You also don't want to get too far underneath something because you don't know if it's going to break, right? So I'm trying to stay on the other side of this, but like, look, you can see things starting to kind of move back up and come back to life.
Yeah, it bounces
once you get a little bit of snow off of them. You just got to have a good hockey slash and you get the job done.
Well, we know you were not exactly a star on the ice, but you were a star this morning.
No, you're a good man to be out there taking cracks at other folks' trees for them.
I'm happy. Yeah, I'll come give them a whack.
Yeah.
Sure. Anytime, any help anybody needs.
That's good.
Steve Steger out there in about 10.5 inches of snow in Centennial, where the trees are certainly feeling it, and he showed that slush. That slush is going to be our lives for a couple of days.
That's what, and Chris, that's what you're talking about. The amount of water, we've been trying to wrap our brains around how much water is in this snow.
Exactly, Kim and Kyle. If we were just talking about 10.5 inches of snowfall or even a foot of snow, that in and of itself is not that big of a deal. The problem within this is the amount of water that's within it. So, for example, here in Denver, and this is at the airport, by the way, where they've had a little less water from the storm than basically everybody else, we've now picked up officially 1 inch worth of precipitation. For context, this is now our 4th wettest start to a calendar year on record for us here in Denver. So what's within all this snow is a ton of water. In fact, where Steve is, they probably picked up about 1.5 inches worth of precipitation. I haven't seen any rain gauges right around where Steve is, but again, 1.5 inches worth of precipitation. That would be like a really bad summer thunderstorm. So think about the amount of rain you get from a summer thunderstorm. That's about 1.5 inches. That's bad, by the way. If you're getting 1.5 inches of rain, that's bad during the summer. That's what they've seen down there in Centennial and through the south side of the metro area. And up here into the foothills, we're talking about probably closer to 2.5 inches worth of water within that snow. So this is a ton of water, and that's what's making the snow so exceptionally heavy. And the reason for that, by the way, the reason for the really kind of heavy component of that snow is the fact that temperatures are on the mild side. We're right around 32 across most of the metro area. The warmer it is, the heavier that snow will be. So with that said, for us here in Denver, we picked up about 6 to 8 inches worth of snowfall. East and south sides of town, probably close to about 6 inches from what I'm seeing. West side, we're about 8 inches so far for us here in Denver. Boulder, about 6 to 12 inches. A big gap between the north and south side of the city. South side of the city with about 12 inches worth of snowfall. Fort Collins, not much. Same for Greeley. And at the airport, we had a weak barrier jet set up just to the west of the airport, which meant that we just got a little less precipitation, meant we were not able to pull down enough rain and enough cold air to change that rain over to snow. So that's why the airport with way less in terms of that snowfall. I'll show you that in graphic form here as we head through the day. Now, for us HD Doppler radar, we're seeing some of that snow. Notice how we're starting to fill back in here. This is the next wave of snow that's starting to take shape. So I know you're looking outside. My wife actually texted me about 10 minutes ago saying, hey, the snow seems to have stopped. I said, hang on. We've still got more to go. And we can start to see that snow filling back in up here in Fort Morgan, up I-76 into Sterling, Holyoke. That's where we're seeing, again, some of that snow starting to redevelop for us in Denver. Again, bit of a lull for now, but still seeing some, at times, on the west and south sides of town in particular, some moderate snowfall. But for the most part, it's a little bit lighter right now. Temperatures. About 32 for us here in Denver, 32 Arvada, 30 Centennial, so right on the edge. But as we get a bit more of that snow, I think we'll cool things down just enough, maybe get down to about 30, 31. That will keep us as all snow for us as we head over the next couple of hours. So as we head through the afternoon and especially into tonight, we've got still another 6+ inches of snow, most likely still to go for us as we head over the rest of the day and into tonight. This snow does not end until probably pre-dawn tomorrow. And by this time tomorrow, we could be dealing with sunshine. But southern Colorado, still some more snow yet to go from this storm. And that'll last into tomorrow out there in southern parts of the state. So again, to reemphasize, we are not done. I think I've mentioned that about 45 times yet already. Again, this would be like the 5th inning. We're in the 5th inning right now of this snowfall for us. About halfway through would be my guess. Still a bit more to snow to go, and that'll finally wind on down pre-dawn tomorrow. So these are additional snowfall. So again, this is on top of what we've already seen. I'll step out of the way so you can take a look at your town. I think for us in Denver, we still got another 5 to 12 inches of snow to go. And that's going to really pick up this afternoon. Again, you're probably looking outside right now. You're going, we're fizzling on out. No. Tonight we get that second wave, and that'll kick us back up with another 6, 7, 8 inches worth of snowfall, a little less north and east. But then, hey, we officially get into spring. Next week is officially the start of spring. Kind of hard to believe. We'll be back in the 50s and 60s through the weekend early next week. But until then, we still got lots more snow yet to go.
5th inning, that's good for me.
5th inning, yeah. So the folks on the party deck have stopped watching the Rockies game at this point. They're just doing their thing. They've all turned away from the field. You know, the kids are getting antsy in the stands. Rocks are down 6 to 8 runs at this point.
Time to get another hot dog.
Yeah, time to grab another hot dog. But by no means is it over.
No,
by no means is it over. Again, we cannot stress this enough. It's a competition of who gets the most snow. And there can only be one winner. And as of now, the winner is Aspen Park with 36 inches on the ground. Our Corey Reppenhagen spent the night up there. Corey, I must ask you a question. When Aspen Park gets 3 feet of snow, does that really change life up there, or are people just like, here we go, folks?
No, I think 36 might be the magic number. I do have some questions about that measurement, but I think in the general area that I'm around right now, we've been measuring between 18 and 22 right in this spot here. We're about 5 miles east of Aspen Park where they got that 36-inch measurement. I have no doubt that it could easily be 36 inches just that far away. But, you know, it's really tough to get a measurement out here. You know, I've been measuring out in the right around the bed and breakfast that we're at. So there's 16 right there. But if I come over here and measure right past my little friendly horse there, so look at that. The yardstick is almost getting buried. 31 inches there. So depending on where you measure, and everything is everything's a complete whiteout, and everything is very little contour out here. So you're not really sure where you're measuring, but I'm going to go with 36 out there in Aspen Park because that's an acceptable measurement. But so far, that was the biggest measurement I've been able to pull off around here, 31 inches. And by the way, they just opened Highway 285 southbound, but it's closed going down into the city. So we are having some traffic issues up here, but Kim, Kyle, we have so much snow up here in the foothills, and I know that DIA kind of got shut out. Maybe it has something to do with that Lucifer, some sort of DIA curse going down there, because look at this guy.
Yeah.
This horse out here in front of the Arrowhead Manor Bed and Breakfast is delivering the goods for us.
He doesn't need no orange eyes to battle the storm.
It's like Lucifer's like benevolent cousin.
Yeah.
You know, that's the non-evil horse. Okay. And it got the snow. Hey, Corey, while we've got you here and you know about this stuff, you make people smarter on these snow reports that come in.
Lost you guys.
I lost you. Oh, no. All right. We'll talk to Corey about that when we can get him back.
About that. That's an interesting point.
I want to talk about this process. We can make people smarter on how that process works and why it might vary so much from town to town. But here's the deal. We got all day.
All day.
We got all day
long. We can talk about it. And the way, and he can tell us a little bit more about that. These spotters and who's taking these measurements.
Yeah, I started to wonder about how this spotter process worked years ago when I took the class and got my spotter number. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. If they'll let me do it.
That's kind of scary.
They're going to let anybody do it. But Corey can make us smarter on that when our coverage of the March snowstorm continues. Your people, Kim.
My people.
Your people are in it with this
They
storm.
are. I'm telling you. If you're on the north or west side of town, Arvada, Golden, there's a little switch. Once you get past like Ward Road, I-70, you see the switch. And it's different. It's more. We got gifted.
Yeah.
Angeline McCall is joining us from Golden. And you got some sidewalks behind you, but there's some big piles of snow out there.
All right, so we're out here in Golden, and I have to say that Golden gets a gold star because look at these sidewalks, look at these roads. This person's driving, okay, no snow, no ice. I'm like, wow, I'm very impressed. Plows out here, city crews have done an amazing job. You can see how much snow there is, a little mountain, not, skiable like, you'd find here in Colorado, but a nice little mountain, a nice little hill, I think we would say, of snow. And so coming out here, though, it was a little bit icy. So if people are heading out this way, just keep that in mind, that the roads are pretty slick, pretty icy. But once you get out here in Golden, it's really nice. It's really not that cold. We've got a nice little winter wonderland out here, some good snow falling, some good flakes. And there's definitely some businesses open. I saw a woman just recently walking her dog with a cup of coffee. So, business as usual here in Golden. People are taking the time to enjoy the snow and ultimately a lot of wet snow like Chris Bianchi's been talking about, and really slick. You kind of do like the shuffle out here on the sidewalks and the parking lots, but it's really not too bad. Kim?
Businesses are open. That's great because Old Town, there's a lot of homes right around there, so they want to just walk and get a cup of coffee. That's good.
Walkable neighborhoods. I'm just saying. But no, like this is the sweet spot, right? If we can stay in this sweet spot where it's a big impactful storm, it's going to bring in a lot of useful moisture, but yet people aren't out there getting hurt, making bad decisions, running into trouble. Angeline, thank you. This is the sweet spot of the storm, and and we're in this spot with a lot of our storms. And then something happens and oh no, we've got a real problem out there, whether it's an accident, whether it's a poor decision on somebody's part. But man, this is the spot. If we can stay in this spot where the worst it is an inconvenience to people, that's it.
And as Angeline said, props to Golden. They got out there, they got their plows, they got their streets cleared. They all know it's not over yet, but there was a lot of warning for this storm, so it's a good thing they planned.
There certainly was. And I'll also say, everybody watches the first snowstorm of every incoming Denver mayor because some Denver mayors have mucked up snowstorm responses and gotten burned for that. This is Mayor Johnson's first snowstorm. He was out there yesterday doing the little here's the plan. It's the same plan as every time, right? Denver puts out its 54 big plows, its 36 little ones, whatever else. Based on my drive through city this morning, it was as advertised, right?
Plows came out.
Colorado Boulevard, clean as a whistle. Spear, clean as a whistle. You turn onto the side streets, choose your own adventure, but that's what it's going to be. It was a snowstorm as advertised in the city of Denver, a response as advertised. Angeline, kudos to Golden, response as advertised. That's what you want to see.
Yeah. And they know they're going to get to those streets eventually, those side streets. That's the issue. So, like you said, choose your own adventure. How desperately do you need to get out today?
And knowing that again, as Chris Bianchi has said, we are a little bit past the halfway point of this storm, and some areas are going to be in for more of it than others. Castle Rock is in the bullseye and is likely to get a lot more snow. Our Nusha Roy has been covering the situation in Parker all morning and is headed Castle Rock way. Where are you headed? Where are you?
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, so we have been kind of monitoring all morning, Kyle and Kim, from Castle Rock up to Greenwood Village through Parker, headed back out to down Parker Road right now towards Castle Rock as well. The road is just starting to narrow a little bit as it's becoming less and less plowed. It's a little bit deceiving, I will say that. This road right now, it's still slick in some spots, even though you can still see the pavement. That's kind of been the name of the game, especially like you guys were just talking about. In this little bit of a lull in the storm, we saw it at the height this morning where parts of 25 were frankly very, very scary to drive on. And then because of that break in the snow, the plows are actually able to go through and actually properly clean the roads for the time being. We have been seeing a lot of stuck semis. We've seen a lot of spin outs. Also know that schools are closed in this area right now, and some folks might be saying, looking at these roads and going, hey, this is hard, right? I'm balancing a lot with work and school and kiddos running around at home. I know my 2-year-old's running around at home right now, but based off of what we've seen and what we know is coming again this afternoon, I am glad to know that there's just not a lot of families out on the roads right now. I think it's the safest option for folks, you know, just because there's still so many sticky spots around town. We're going to head towards Castle Rock, see if the road conditions improved at all since we last visited there in the last couple of hours, and we'll be checking back in with you, Kim and Kyle, in just a bit.
All right, Anusha Roy, thank you.
She makes that point. I mean, it's one thing to be at home with the kids and they're a little bit bonkers and having a good time and climbing the walls. But when you leave the house with kids, you do not want to be stuck somewhere.
Well, listen, everything is
That's
harder when you
hard.
leave the house
Scary.
with the kids.
Yeah, no, you plan for it, right? You have to have snacks, even if you're going 5 miles sometimes.
Yeah, my wife texted me from the grocery store last night at 6 o'clock, and she goes, I forgot to go to the store earlier, and I'm with both kids. And I was just like, you know, at that point, you're like, thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. I've got nothing else for you, because it was a thick scene at the supermarkets last night. But again, this is what you would want, right? Lots of warning.
Yeah.
Accurate forecast, quick response.
And it's funny, I started questioning myself. I was criticizing these people saying, do they not have toilet paper? And why do they need to go to the store? Then I realized, I've never experienced a snow day. I've always been working. So would I go to the store and perhaps buy baking things? I've never had that life experience.
I want to know the folks who live so close to the edge with their toilet paper supply at home
part I still
that they're like, if I can't restock in 2 days, we're looking for leaves in the backyard. You know, like who's living that close to the edge? Who's going and buying the singles? Like who's buying the toilet paper singles to be like, this is going to get me through the next 2 days, and I'll be back and I'm going to get 3 more singles. Like folks, it's $8 for a 10-pack. Get the 10-pack. They're going to get mad at us if we don't talk to Keely Chalmers, who is in Boulder, who is doing serious work today covering this storm. She's not making jokes about the single packs of toilet paper, which again, Keely, who buys those? What purpose do they serve in our economy? Or any thoughts about what you're seeing in Boulder?
Right. Yeah, I'm not making jokes about it because I bought them yesterday. I was one of the many that packed the parking lot here in Boulder of the King Soopers at 3 o'clock trying to get my toilet paper. But joking aside, I've been out here on the roadways here in Boulder since 4 o'clock this morning covering the driving situation, and we're just going to go ahead and give you a look. This is actually in a Table Mason neighborhood right now, where you can see kind of the main roads are looking pretty good, but here's the problem. You go off on these side roads and they are just covered in snow. Now, I don't know. I think Bianchi said the official total down here in South Boulder might have been like about a foot. I measured it outside of my home in my driveway, which was 8 inches, which is still a lot of snow. And I tell you, these residential roads are treacherous to try to drive through. So the good news, the main roads, what were covered in snow this morning and really into probably about 8, 9 o'clock, they've all turned to slush. The plows have been out in force. They've plowed them. They have treated them. So the main road's looking pretty good. I think getting out, if you were able to get to a main road, you'd have no problem. It's these side roads. I mean, they are snow covered. They are not melting. They are not slushy. They are just grooved and tough to get out. We've seen several cars get stuck in these trying to get out. And here's the problem. The plows go by on the main roads and they plow all the snow and kind of block these side roads. So cars are getting stuck just trying to get out of their neighborhood. But again, as the good news, things are thawing. Folks, as you can see here, getting out and about on foot. The roads are looking better, but as Chris said, we are not done yet. So the snow continues to fall. It looks like we're in a lull. We'll get more snow as we head into the evening hours. And these now clear, kind of slushy, wet roads could turn snowy and slick once again. So I guess the bottom line, stay tuned.
Yeah.
I'll send it back to you guys.
And Keely, you talk about all the wet and the slush. I mean, that's what I've been seeing, like in Boulder. They're talking about the lights are flickering in a lot of places. As you know, Boulder has some big, beautiful trees, so that's a real issue.
Yeah. Yeah, well, actually, when this morning we did, and this morning and about 20 minutes ago, we saw some downed branches, just kind of small branches on the side of the road that obviously had fallen. I think right around 5 o'clock this morning, we were at a gas station and all the lights went out. All the gas station, we started looking around and the entire neighborhood, Table Mesa neighborhood, was in the dark. It lasted a total of about 1 minute. I mean, that's how fast those lights went on. The crews must have been just standing there ready for this to happen. So the snow came, heavy snow. We started seeing the branches break, lights went out, totally a blackout, and then within 1 minute, all the lights were on. But again, the traffic signals, like you said, are still flashing. They're working, but they're flashing. They're not, they're just the flashing red or flashing green. Lights, though, back on.
That's good to hear. I know when that happens, you always go,
oh no, is this it? Am I out for the day? It's one of those, you look at all those trees from the view of Keely Chalmers' camera there in Boulder that are all bent over, and some of them are just like, today could be the day I give up. I was looking at my poor trees as I headed out trying to do the Steve Steger and get the snow off them, and you just look at some of them and you're like, if we get another 12 inches, like this could be the day some of them give up.
and that's just so sad.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, you hate to see that, but again, that's life in Colorado.
Yep,
It's
it
March
is.
snowstorm, and we're covering it all day long with you. Get cozy. We're back in a bit. Situation at the airport, right? So you've got 800 plus canceled flights because of the anticipated impact of this storm. And you've got a tough time for people getting to the airport. But once you're there, this is new video of the tarmac out there. It's just kind of a clear day at DIA.
It looks like they had a little rain. It's really hard to envision this when you're looking out your window and seeing what you have in your neighborhood. So you think about all those employees, they had to get there.
Yep.
Expecting to be out there de-icing planes in some cases based on their positions. But if they got to work, they're not dealing with a lot of unhappy people that made it to the airport, at least, because that's a fun experience.
You talk about that challenge of getting employees out to DIA. All of the employers at DIA all together, the airport itself, all of the vendors, all the airlines put together, they're Colorado's largest single employer. That's how many people are going back and forth to work at the airport every day. So that's a significant challenge, especially because there's only so many ways to get to and from the airport. But it's great to know that in terms of like their actual operations, they're able to get planes in and out. It's just a matter of how many flights have they not yet canceled? Can people get out there to their flights?
Right. And it's always that ripple effect. But thankfully, they're doing okay so far.
Yeah. We promised you a conversation with our bearded man in the Foothills, Corey Reppenhagen, about how these snow totals are tallied. 36 inches in Aspen Park, 33 in Ward up northwest of Boulder, 32 in Evergreen, 31 in Nederland, 29 in Genesee. Corey, can you walk us through that process? Who is sending in these numbers? What, if any, verification or training goes into that?
Yeah, so anybody can send in a snow report to the National Weather Service, and they will gladly accept that because it is important data that gives them a kind of a verify what they're seeing in their telemetry is actually happening on the ground. But when it comes to the actual official snow totals that span the test of time, and we compare climate records to say, is snow increasing, decreasing? Now those snow totals are taken by National Weather Service cooperative observers, which are trained by the National Weather Service to take an accurate snow measurement. So those are a little different, and we get them all as the storm goes on, and they sort out the NWS National Weather Service reliable ones. And basically what they want you to do is find an open space away from any drift. Like I'm walking into, look, this is, by the way, this is about knee deep out here. And normally there would be a flat, we call them a snowboard, a flat board that is a nice level surface away from any trees, any buildings that might have a wind effect or falling snow. And you want to take one measurement, like, well, that's 18 inches there. And so then step over to the side, take another measurement. Look at that, that's a little bit less, that's 15. So we've got, and there is 19. So we've got 15, 18, and 19. So you just take the average of the three, and that is what you actually report. And you can't really tell. I mean, you're going to have some people accidentally or maybe purposely measure a giant 40-inch snowdrift and send that in. And afterwards, they'll look at the data from radar, satellite, and combine that all together. And you end up, even though everyone, and I want everyone to report snow, I love that, but they will make sense out of all that after the storm is over.
That is super informative.
Makes so much sense to hear that, because otherwise you were looking at me. I just saw somebody, Tim D, saying in Nederland they're looking at they might get to 40 inches. Like, I don't know.
With all respect to Tim, might be a nice guy, might be a very trustworthy man, but when you get a bunch of those reports, as Corey was talking about, and they're able to sort through, here are civilian reports, here are trained civilian reports, and they know where these are coming from. It's interesting. Years back, Corey will appreciate this because of his storm chasing. I moved here from an area that does not have tornadoes. So to learn how to cover tornadoes safely, I went to an NWS class. And at the end of the NWS class, they say, now here's your number. And I was like, ooh, baby, what can I do with this? And they're like, well, you can report weather anywhere in the state. And I'm like, I don't think that I'm qualified to do that. I don't think I could. I've had that number. I don't know if they expire, but I've had that sucker for 17 years. I've never called in a single report because I don't think that I'm qualified or I trust myself. But Corey, you're saying that like they really are hungry for this information, even if you're just a civilian, and especially if you've gone through their training, they want to hear from you.
Yeah, especially if you've had a little bit of training like that, they definitely want to hear from you. But the more data, the better. And for example, let's say instead of one person in Aspen Park doing a measurement, you had 10 people, and 9 of them had a 22-inch measurement and 1 had a 36. Well, they might kind of discard that one based on the good, solid data that they have from the rest of the reports.
And again, we should stress, it's not to say that anybody's report is wrong, because you're going to have huge changes in elevation in some of these places.
In certain areas.
As well, you know, even within the same quote unquote town, you know, you could have
or-
significant changes in elevation. And as Corey showed us right there, even if you do it exactly the right way, you walk out into an area that's undisturbed, you take a couple of measurements, naturally there's going to be some variance. I don't know. I think it's interesting stuff, because at the end of the day, the end of the storm, we look at these numbers, we kind of obsess about these numbers of how, you know, who got what. And at the end of the day, it's just people doing their best.
Doing their best. And
Exactly.
I might add.
And one last point.
Yes.
One last point about the snow, guys. We love the snow, like Kyle was saying. We want to see how much, you know, we got. But the really important part that they really want to know is how much water is in the snow. And that's a whole nother measurement. If you want to get into that, there's a whole nother group of people that in Colorado that take the measurement of the water in the snow. And that's what they really want.
Oh, and that's got to be more important.
Well, here's the situation,
But-
Corey. We're here until 5:30 today. So how about sometime between now and then, we all get back together? You, me, Kim, the horse, everybody watching.
Well, and the place where he's
the
staying, where
horse.
you can book a romantic getaway.
The romantic getaway. And we have a little romantic
sign.
getaway and talk about the water content in the snow. Because I think that would be interesting, too, to learn about how that all works. We'll come back to you for that. Corey,
I couldn't help but notice the sign. There
horse, romantic getaway. We'll leave you to yourselves.
Sounds like a date.
I think he said sounds like a date. Chris Bianchi was talking about this earlier, the amount of water that's in the snow in this storm, and that obviously impacts a lot of things, how beneficial it is for the state, what are the chances that one of us is going to unfortunately suffer a cardiac event while shoveling it, that kind of thing, Chris Bianchi. And this is, as March snowstorms tend to be, a moisture-rich storm.
And Kyle, Kim, if you want a general idea as to whether or not this is one of those lighter, fluffier snows versus that heavy wet snow, obviously this is a heavy wet one, but if you just pick up a little bit of snow and it easily transforms into a snowball, that's your sign that we're talking about a heavy wet snow event. And that is certainly what we're dealing with here into the Denver area. By the way, eyeballing here, roughly about 6 to 8 inches worth of snowfall here in the 9 News backyard. I'll say this though, we were just talking about accurate snow measurements. This is actually not a great place right here. I would normally take a ruler and kind of stick it into the ground. In fact, we have one here, but we're kind of protected. We got all these walls around us, so that would not make this an ideal spot for measuring snowfall. There's a lot of different things, kind of building off what Corey was saying, that go into accurate snow measurements. So again, lots of things to think about, but usually you want to take an average of a bunch of different snow measurements over an open field. So this would not be an ideal spot because we got walls all around us. But the key thing also for you in terms of the weather forecast is we ain't done yet. We got a long ways to go with this, folks. In fact, I think we still have another 18 hours of snow left within this storm. Now, this time tomorrow, we're probably going to be looking at sunshine. But we still got another 6 to 12 inches yet to go for us. We got a second wave of that snow moving its way on through. Totals, I think for us in the metro area, about 10 to 20. Foothills, 2 to 5 feet for us. So this is what we've seen so far, about 6 to 8 inches for us in Denver, 6 to 12 in Boulder, and 0 to 2 for us up in Fort Collins. There's some of those high amounts. Again, Corey was shedding light on that 36-inch measurement up in Aspen Park. All right, we can maybe chuck that one out, but still, we're likely looking at 2.5 to maybe even 3 feet worth of snowfall so far. Now, water vapor imagery, this is that next wave starting to push its way on in. Notice all that rain, all that energy out into Nebraska. That is that secondary push of energy that's going to move its way on through. That's why I'm very confident telling you here, folks, that we are in the 5th inning of this thing. We are, we're not even at the 7th inning stretch. We are in the 5th inning of this one, and we are going to likely see some of these ridiculous snowfall totals up here into the foothills. That's where we've got that upslope flow. We get that all that moisture-rich air coming straight out of the Gulf of Mexico. It meets the Rocky Mountains, and bam, it condenses into that heavy, wet snowfall, and that's where we're looking at that potential for 2 to 5 feet worth of snowfall once all is said and done. HD operator, there it is, clear as day. We can see that secondary wave moving its way on in. Right now, southern Colorado getting the heavy snowfall, but there it is, that secondary surge moving its way through Weld County, about to reach the airport and move its way into central Denver within the next hour or so. That will eventually pick up some of those snowfall rates. Right now, temperatures right around freezing for us in Denver. That heavier snow, though, what it does, it will also lead to something called dynamic cooling. It will literally pull down colder air. Cold air is heavier and denser than warm air. So if you get heavy snow, it's essentially, again, it's like tugging on a chain or something. You're literally pulling down that cold air. So that's why those temperatures probably drop within the next hour or so, even though, of course, we're in the middle of the day. Heavier snow this afternoon, another 6 inches to go, likely for most of us. And again, another 12 to probably 18 hours. I think we're going to, and we've still got another 18 hours or so of snow to go for us. And then this time tomorrow, we're going to be looking at sunny skies. Again, we are not done yet, just to reemphasize that fact. That snow wraps up early tomorrow morning. This is additional snowfall yet to go. I think we're looking at another 5 to 10, maybe 5 to 12 inches of snow on top of what we've already seen.
And that'll stick. That's the difference.
So to speak.
Yeah, and in fact, Kyle, keep going to that, because the fact that we're slightly colder this time yesterday. When it was snowing last night, it was about 34, 35, 36 degrees, but it was snowing so heavily, it was able to overcome the warm ground, and in fact, overcome those warm temperatures as well. Those temperatures are about 3 to 5 degrees colder than they were last night. So that's why I think we are actually going to end up with more snow out of this wave than what we saw last night.
Makes sense.
You have been warned. We have been warned. We've all been warned. Now we know, again, it's going to come down to the choices that people make right now that determine whether this thing is an inconvenience or whether it is a tragic situation for somebody who ends up in a bad spot because they didn't heed the warnings that we've got a lot of snow coming. So we talked about all the people going out to work at the airport, the thousands and thousands of people who work at the airport, as well as the folks who are headed out there to fly. So maybe some people were thinking, maybe I don't want to drive. Maybe I want to take the train.
Because I want to get on my plane and get out of town.
Yeah. Jaleesa Arizari is aboard. She's aboard the A-line. It sounds noisy, but it looks quite like an easy way to get to and from the airport today.
You know what? I have no complaints at all right now. We are on the A-line. We actually are just headed to the Central Park stop, headed towards the airport. And I gotta tell you, it's been pretty smooth sailing since we got on the 10:45 train, and we haven't had any delays so far. Let me see if I can flip this camera over for you just to get a sight of the A-line. There's about 10 to 12 people here, a few people with their suitcases, but honestly, no complaints so far. And it looks like some flights are on time, so that's obviously incredibly exciting as well, including mine, which fingers crossed I get through. But honestly, this seems to be somewhat of a safe way to get to the airport this morning. The roads honestly also seem pretty clear. We're getting a good view right now, headed towards the airport, but there have not been any delays on this particular train thus far. It seems that everyone is kind of just going with the flow, which is great to hear.
This is the Central Park station.
And we just arrived to Central Park. But no complaints so far right now. It seems pretty okay at Union Station as well. Very quiet out there, but the individuals that I did see have some suitcases, so clearly they're headed out somewhere, which is obviously good news for anyone who wanted to leave town. And hopefully it stays that way. We'll see what the forecast looks like for the Denver airport later on today. But so far right now, on the A train, things are looking good.
Look at that. On the way to the happiest place in town, DIA, where they barely got any snow and they were able to get out flights so long as they weren't canceled. Jaleesa, safe travels.
Yeah.
That brings up a thought. What would happen if we normalized showing people using public transit on snow days? Right? The staple of local TV news coverage is 1 million people driving around on the roads while we tell you not to drive on the roads. Right? That's what we do all the time. Don't go out and drive today. Here's a picture of us driving around. Meanwhile, public transit has gone to great lengths to try and make buses, trains, so forth operate safely today. Maybe we should put more reporters on buses and trains to look how chill she was.
And there's hardly anybody on it. You got room. Stretch your legs.
She's hanging out. Bet your RTD buses are the same way today. We're hanging out with you today throughout the morning and afternoon for coverage of this March snowstorm because, as Chris Bianchi said, this thing's just getting started. We'll be right back. Evergreen, ever white.
Look at those trees. These folks are used to snow. They see a lot of snow. That's why they live there. A lot of folks want to move to Evergreen. But it's the trees you always worry about in these heavy spring storms. It's what we were talking about. Oh, look at the snow shovel. That's a good marker.
Yeah, so there was a spotter up there who said 32 inches in Evergreen. I don't think I saw 32 inches there, but it looked like it was a good 2 feet. So they got socked in Evergreen, which is what we expected, right? Evergreen, Conifer, Aspen Park. That was the forecast from Chris Bianchi, that they were going to be in the bullseye for this, and it looks like they got their money's worth. Oh, yeah. Now, Estes Park is in an interesting situation because they're up north, right? Fort Collins got traced to 2 inches. Greeley got nothing, but you go up the hill to Estes Park, and all of a sudden, you've got dog height snow.
Yeah, Mindy knows how tall her dog is, but that dog looks like a good medium to larger sized dog.
Yeah, that isn't one of those little floofy yap dogs. That's an actual dog.
The tail's the best part.
Yeah, and it's happy. That dog is thriving.
That dog's a happy dog.
Yeah.
Dogs love some snow. Nothing like it.
You got one of those little miniature model things. Did it go outside this morning? Yeah. Did your small one go out?
Well, yeah, from the video I've been taking where the dog is, yeah. He loves snow. He just hesitates for a second to make sure that he's gonna come above it.
Yeah.
Let's make sure it's not that deep.
Sure.
Yeah, so you kind of have to maneuver, but
sure.
He jumps right in.
I've got a mid-sized model, plot hound, so she's bigger, but doesn't love the snow. Abby had one. Really? She had one Zoomy. She had one Zoomy, and right back inside, and we were like, "Excuse me, sister, you're out there to do your business.
You do more.
And you didn't do your business. So you're going back out. Zoomy or no, you're going back out."
Mine just play all day. Sometimes as things we bring up this issue of being stuck, and a lot of folks have been stuck in this travel, and that nighttime travel is really scary when you're stuck in the mountains in the nighttime. And west of Denver last night turned into a real nightmare for hundreds of people. And some of them are still stuck at this hour. Some had to spend the night in their car. And then a lot of people know what this is like, including investigative reporter Chris Vanderveen.
Yeah. So Chris, I mean,
he was just a child.
The way this always tends to happen, right, is that people try to make their best guess about whether they can get home or where they need to go before the storm, and some people guess right, some people guess wrong, and then they end up in pretty hairy situations like along I-70.
Yeah, Kyle, lots of people guessed wrong yesterday, particularly yesterday afternoon into the late evening when really nightfall came. And really that's when the snow really started to stick in parts of Clear County and Jefferson County. And lots of people were certainly ill prepared for that timing of that storm. So certainly a lot of people were stuck up in the mountains on I-70. But there's also that important distinction that State Patrol is dealing with right now, and that's dealing with semi-trucks that really did not have the proper gear with them. And tell me if you've heard this story before. Tell me if you've seen these stories before on I-70 when we have a large snowstorm in the mix. Certainly lots of people stuck overnight, 12, 13, 14-hour wait times. We've spoken to people who were turned around right around Georgetown last night or trying to make it east from Vail who found themselves in a nighttime and wicked traffic jam right around nightfall. So you might imagine it's one thing to sort of get rid of a Toyota with some bum tires on it for State Patrol, but it's another thing to move a semi hauling a boatload of supplies bound for Wichita. It's why State Patrol told us this not too long ago.
You always have to be prepared. That's what we're looking at is ill preparedness on some of these things like the semis. We have chain laws. During certain times of the year, even on I-70, there's areas where you are mandated to have chains.
You can bet, and Kyle, you know this well, that the state legislature is going to be once again talking about this. There's already a bill up at the state legislature to try to make it a little bit tougher on semis. It's been watered down a little bit already, but they're trying to get it through. And really the idea is, what are the times that semis are driving up to the mountains, particularly to the beginning, the first end of a snowstorm? Because really what happens is that those semis really struggle on the hills, particularly if they're not chained up. And we all know they're supposed to be chained up, particularly for storms like this, but we also know that sometimes doesn't happen. And when you get two semis right next to each other, which happens all the time, Floyd Hill, other sections, they get stuck, and that means everybody behind them gets stuck. So the state legislature is going to hear an earful once again because of this storm, and I can speak from experience. Kim and Kyle, it was 21 years ago, basically almost to this date, where that monster storm hit in 2003. I know, Kim, you remember that storm extremely well. And because of that storm, there were lots of trucks that were stuck then. So it seems like it's a bit of a broken record. But again, it is a problem on I-70 that doesn't seem to have a great remedy. And the problem is semis that are ill-equipped to go up into the mountains keep getting stuck in those same areas. And you can bet, like I said, a lot of legislators are going to get an earful once again.
And when you say this, I mean, I was going to ask you about that because you're relatively new here and you were stuck there for days. The fact that we're still talking about this in 2024 says something.
Kim, it's really sort of the magic question. It's sort of this problem that's continued to burden along the Front Range when you have semis going up these hills. And really when they don't chain up, they don't have good tires, they got a lot of weight in the truck, it can be difficult to go up those hills. The state legislatures tried to remedy this in somewhat piecemeal fashion, but every time, and for good reason, goods have to be delivered, but you sort of wonder what's the long-term solution here because you can't have an extended closure. Look, I-70 is going to be closed for a long period until they get those semis off the road. I-70 is going to remain closed for a considerable amount of time, and thus you have that problem. And yeah, we've been talking about it for decades around here, and yet every time we have a snowstorm quite like this, we have the same problem. And it is a public health problem, maybe not a public health problem, but it is a problem because you got people stuck in their cars 12, 13, 14, 15 hours sort of waiting for rescue, waiting to see what's going to happen without a lot of information. That's a dangerous situation for a lot of people to get stuck in. And State Patrol was very frank with me this morning. They said basically every closure that they had in the mountains overnight, semi-truck related.
That's really interesting. And then you understand where they were a couple years ago when they got so fed up that they had folks stationed at the Silverthorne on-ramp checking every vehicle and telling some, not your day, pal, no. You're not going today. Because it got that bad that they were checking every single car. I mean, you talk about how like there's the laws and then there's enforcement. They went to that level of like one-on-one enforcement because it was such a big deal. I think it's really important that you mention this, Chris, because when we talk about the people who get caught up in these messes, that a number of them could have gotten safely to their destination, right? They were in a four-wheel vehicle, you know, that they had decent tires.
Yeah, they felt confident.
Yeah, and then they ended up stuck behind a truck.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're stuck behind a semi, particularly when one semi next to another semi, nobody's moving. And no one's going to get past that, particularly when you got a foot, 2 feet, 3 feet of snow on the sides. No one's moving past that. And this is a problem that once again is begging for a solution. I don't know what the solution is, but you can bet there's a lot of people that were stuck last night that really wanted the state to come up with a better solution.
Yeah, and there certainly are vehicle drivers, there's certainly car drivers that cause problems up there. But you know what, like if you go up there in your Prius and you can't make it up the hill, you know, like two guys just come and they pick up your Prius and they set it down on the side of the road and then everybody else goes by, right?
Do that
but with a semi, you're bringing in those big wreckers and everything else. Chris Vanderveen, appreciate that perspective from CSP. Interesting that, listen, it must have been pretty bad and pretty blatant if they're out there right now saying like, here's why this went down.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's why this happened and who particularly was to blame.
Well, and remember we started hearing about West Vale about like 5, 6 o'clock last night. So, I mean, this just accumulated. It was terrible.
Yeah.
It's rough. Okay.
Brianna Fernandez is along now looking at the traffic impacts of this. And we're actually just talking about public transit. You know, if folks don't want to do the driving themselves today, they have other options depending on where in town they are.
They do. We just have a little bit of delays there for RTD, but I do want to show you some of our CDOT cameras. Chris Vanderveen was just saying all these semis along I-70. You could see it right here. This line of vehicles that we're seeing, standstill traffic. Of course, I-70 blocked both directions, but we're also tracking a crash that it looks like it's actually clearing up right now, I-25 and I-225, and this is where we're seeing that traffic mess. Now, I-70, if you're heading over to the airport, we're just seeing those wet, slick road conditions, not a lot of snow packed right along I-70 for those heading down to Denver International Airport. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphics. RTD, like Kyle was just mentioning, A-line, 5-minute delay. That's what we're seeing right now. For the E-line, we were talking to RTD earlier this morning. They say that they're up to a 20-minute delay, and that's due to weather. That's mostly in Lone Tree. That's because of all that snow. Now, West Metro Fire, they actually just tweeted this out about 10 minutes ago. They said that right now, Wadsworth, 26th Avenue, eastbound and westbound is blocked off because of some down power lines. So keep that in mind. A lot of those traffic lights, DPD, a lot of fire departments have also tweeted out that those traffic lights are snow-packed as well, so you want to treat that as a 4-way stop. Now, if you're heading out the door, there is a jackknife semi that has blocked US 285 south of C470, so that's going to be shut down for quite some time. You are going to see a lot of crews on scene as well there.
All right. Brianna, thank you. Our friend Stuart Tucker Lundy here in Denver, who's involved in all kinds of civic stuff around town, just sent us a message on social media talking about public transit, talking about the RTD trains. So, good old faithful, the community limousine. You can always take that community limousine.
Nothing wrong with that.
On a day like this. Welcome to your community couch for the day. We're hanging out with you through 5:30 this afternoon as this storm continues to ramp up. As Chris Bianchi has said, significant snow yet to come, as in more coming than has already fallen in many areas. But that's our schedule for the afternoon. Chances are, if you're here, we're here.
Okay, earlier Chris Bianchi said 5th inning. This is where the snowstorm is. So I always want to know when we're moving into the 6th or 7th, or when's the stretch I'm supposed to be worried about.
We did just get up and stretch.
We did.
We did just get up and stretch. So Chris Bianchi, when we talk about the timing of this second wave that's coming in, a lot of folks are in the lull right now, right?
Yeah, exactly. Rockies just went 1, 2, 3, bottom of the 5th. We're now heading to the top of the 6th, and here at 20th Blake, and we're heading now to the top of the 6th inning. And here's the reason why. On a serious note, I'm pretty confident that we are now starting to move into that kind of more pronounced second part of this snowstorm. You can see it here pretty clearly on the water vapor imagery. You look off to the north and east. Notice this in Nebraska and Iowa and Kansas. By the way, some of you might have heard that in Kansas and Missouri, there was some really rough weather there overnight. This is all part of the same storm system, and we're now starting to tap into moisture out this way. In fact, there's some signs this may be some kind of deeper, denser moisture within this, because this is more true kind of Gulf of Mexico moisture that is now streaming its way into northeast Colorado. And you can see it pretty clearly here on HD Doppler radar. If you're joining me from Fort Lupton, Brighton, on north and east, about Fort Morgan, Sterling, Holyoke, Julesburg, that's where you're starting to see some of that heavier snow finally move its way on in. And I know a lot of us in northeast Colorado probably watch, if you're watching me from Greeley, Sterling, again, Julesburg, you're probably going, what snow are you talking about there in the Denver area? Now you're going, oh, I kind of see it a little bit, right? That same snow is now moving its way down I-76 into the heart of the Denver area. Now, southern Colorado, this is where the heaviest snow is right now across the state, probably for us from Pueblo on south to Raton Pass. That is a rough drive for you, by the way. Highway 50, Levada Pass, forget about it. That is a very, very difficult drive right now. Same for us here in Denver, but again, we've got kind of light snow right now at the airports. Just starting to see that heavier snow push its way on in from the north and east. That might mean we finally see some snow out there at the airport. But for us in downtown, again, generally lighter to maybe moderate snow right now. South and west sides of town, that's where that kind of steadier snow has been with us all morning long. That does continue out this way. But there it is. You can see it pretty clearly here into Weld as well as into eastern Adams and Arapahoe counties. There's that heavier snow. That is moving its way on in from the north and east. Right. So as we head over the next couple of hours, That's one thing we're going to watch for, right? It's the amount of moisture. That's pretty clear. You can see it there. The other question is those temperatures right at freezing here. And another thing to keep in mind, it is now mid-March. So that means that sun angle, even though it's kind of cloudy today, that sun angle kind of actually plays a role in all of this because even though, again, you can't see the sun with all the clouds, it's still, of course, getting through. All that sunlight's making its way on through. And that means that we're getting some melting at the surface. And with those temperatures at or below freezing, we're going to need those temperatures to kind of cool down a degree or two. And I think we're going to pull in some colder air with that snow moving its way on in. Right now at the airport, just above freezing downtown at 32. And visibility, this is something we're going to watch for. Good visibility in Fort Morgan, DIA right now, but this visibility is probably going to drop as we head over the next hour or so. Only about a mile visibility, if not a little less for that on the west side of town. So let's kind of walk you through the forecast, right? Next couple of hours. Just mentioned we're heading into the top of the 6th inning with this thing. What happens we head over the next couple of hours? So that heavier, denser snow moves its way into the I-25 corridor, right? So up and down I-25, we'll see some of that snow. Heavy at times for us this afternoon into early this evening. And by the way, I think what could happen as we head into the kind of nighttime hours, that snow may actually pile up a little quicker as we get to about 6, 7, 8 o'clock. I was just talking about that sun angle, right? Mid-March. So we've got those sun rays kind of impacting some of that melting a little bit at the surface. We'll obviously lose that once we get into tonight. That means that sun goes away, and that means we'll be able to more efficiently pile up that snow for us into the Denver metro area. So again, we're a long ways from done here. We'll get some sun by this time tomorrow, but still a ways to go before that. So we are not done yet. Steadier, heavier snow moving its way on through the picture over the next couple of hours. You head into the west and south sides of town. We've probably got double-digit totals still to go. So in terms of those additional snowfall totals, right, we're going to wrap up things probably by early tomorrow morning. So this is additional snowfall. Again, additional snow. And of course, keep in mind, this is that heavy, wet, concrete kind of snow. It's really just difficult to shovel. And this is on top of what we've already had so far. I think we're going to get another 5 to 12 inches for us in downtown Denver. So again, we are in the top of the 6th. Rockies just going to the top of the 6th here. 4 to 10 inches north and east of downtown. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little pocket of 8, 9, 10 inches, even out by the airport. I know we haven't seen anything yet there at the airport. I would not sleep on the fact that we could get another 6, 7, 8 inches out that way with that second wave. North of town, this is where we kind of get downsloping off the Cheyenne Ridge. I know Fort Collins, Greeley, we haven't talked a ton about you. You've mostly missed out on the snow so far. You're getting downsloping off the Cheyenne Ridge. You had mostly rain last night. You're getting mostly lighter precipitation, but you could get a couple of quick inches of snow out of this as well. So again, Fort Collins, Greeley, and a lot of the lower elevations, below 5,500 feet in elevations. I know we haven't seen a ton of snow yet. I think we're going to end up getting more snow from the second wave than what we got overnight. So again, hang with us if you're wondering where your snow is. We got some to go, but all of that's going to melt on off as we head into the early part of next week. We'll gradually kind of climb those temperatures. Average high, by the way, for this time of year is the mid-50s. We'll be probably into the upper 50s by Monday and to the weekend and to early next week, Tuesday, first day of spring, 60 degrees for us, 63 by next Wednesday. So that's more like it. This will be a classic Colorado snow where, boom, it's gone. It's going to melt pretty quickly. But again, as we head over the next 12 to 18 hours, still got plenty more snow yet to go.
The small humans this morning were asking about sledding.
Yeah.
And I was like, Friday's your window.
Friday's your window.
That's it.
That's
Friday.
It. Maybe Saturday. Head over to Ruby Hill. That's last weekend.
That's a slushy situation. This St. Patrick's Day weekend is going to be sloppier than most.
We understood. But bum.
I'm just saying, people need to be prepared for that. So speaking of being prepared, out to the airport where operations have had minimal snow impacts, as in what's actually going on there at the airport, but they did have a lot of preemptive cancellations. Our Lawrence Kafidi is out there with the folks who are riding out delays or hoping to find new ways out of town.
Yeah, you were talking about being prepared. You're going to want to be prepared with that ID right away when you get to DIA today, because take a look. There is no security line. This is not something that we really ever see. I mean, people are walking right through the door, right through security, and getting right through. But not everybody is going through security today. I have Luana Hippolito here with me today. Luana, your 3-hour delay, or a 3-hour layover, really turned into a 3-day layover. Tell me what's going on. What were you supposed to be doing this morning?
I was supposed to be flying back home in Kansas City around 8 a.m. and then they pushed back to Saturday night.
Saturday night, so you still have a couple of days. I mean, what are you going to do now?
We're just going to sleep at the airport because they won't provide us hotel or even food vouchers. So we're just going to stay here and pray that everything's going to be good.
So you're going to be sleeping here tonight, right? Thursday night and Friday night. So 2 nights. I mean, where are you going to go? What are you going to do? Do you have any idea?
No, we're just going to find a MTC and stay there. It's just me and my sister, so yeah.
How are you feeling, through all of this? I mean, it's obviously very stressful, right? You weren't planning for this. You're not prepared for this. How are you feeling?
I'm very tired personally. I just wish I could be back home because, I have school, I have jobs, so that's all like stressful because I'm missing it. So yeah, it's stressful.
You're just kind of putting everything on hold until you can get back home, right?
Yes, yeah. I just want to be home. Yeah.
Well, Luana, we will be thinking about you. Hopefully everything goes okay Saturday. Maybe you can get out sooner. I don't know. We'll be crossing our fingers, but thank you so much for sharing, and I hope that everything goes well. But Kim, Kyle, we'll be continuing to be live here and keeping our eye on things. Right now, the newest numbers that we can tell you, there are 807 cancellations so far. So it started at 801 cancellations when we got here at about 4 a.m. So we've added 6 cancellations so far since we've been here in the last couple of hours, but we'll definitely keep an eye on those numbers.
Yep. And the rule of thumb to remember is, is it within the airline's control? If it's within their control, then they are required to compensate you, make you whole, take care of you, that kind of thing. If it's outside of their control, like the weather, then they don't have to provide that compensation. Lawrence Caviti, thanks. And then where it gets tricky is situations like, remember when Southwest had that holiday meltdown? And they're like, but it snowed.
Snowed.
And then the government was like, yeah, it snowed a little bit, but you guys melted down from coast to coast.
Yeah.
So why don't you
far more than it snowed.
pay the people?
It snows in December.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're going to take a break because we got so much more to talk about. Anywhere we want to go, we got a story. So we'll keep you posted. Stay with us. We're planted right here.
Hi, we're back on.
Yeah, we are. We're talking about all the people out of state that have come to Colorado to see and experience a little bit of snow.
Enjoy.
Yeah, including the folks in the Foothills, many of them here for spring break.
Yeah. Hey, Texas, how's it going?
Ashley Dyer was in Beaver Creek with her family, left at 4:30 when Vail Pass was closed, got stuck in Idaho Springs for about 12 hours. Now they're in Evergreen. So they're experiencing all of Colorado.
The plan is to stay in a hotel. We called this morning, got some reservations ahead of time. Might have to stay here a couple of days. That was not the original plan, but our flight got canceled. So we're here for a few more days anyways.
Oh man, well good luck.
We'll just play in the snow.
Play in the snow.
I like that attitude,
She's got a
though,
jacket
right?
on. She's going home to Texas saying, I got a real Colorado vacay.
Yeah, it's an experience. It's a story. It's a story you can tell.
Always good to have a good story.
Yeah.
How's your vacation?
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Texans in the snow. It could be like a musical.
It could be.
You know, that could be fun. Texans in the snow. But as Matt Renew was telling us earlier, Summit County, High Country, is chock full of folks from Texas who are on spring break.
Spring break.
And are
They
up
come here to
skiing
ski.
and doing their thing. We've got Eldora closed. That's obviously not up in Summit County. But then you've got Loveland closed, A Basin closed. You had Monarch down near Slida that's closed. Have not heard anything about closures at Copper or Breck or Keystone. So those big three are
and
still
he was
running.
saying Keystone got a ton of snow. Winter Park's been bragging about how much snow they picked up. So as far as we know, they're open. It's just getting there.
Yeah.
You know, if you have a way around I-70, some other issues. But yeah, for the skiers, it's been, in general, a fantastic season for them.
And you know that tomorrow morning it is going to be trunk to tail on I-70 because people are going to want to go up and get a piece of that sweet action.
And that's also worth a reminder. They're talking about the avalanche concerns in the days ahead.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, come on, the terrain that's available in the ski resorts. We're going to have amazing conditions. Why bother going to the backcountry?
Yeah, I was talking to some folks at Colorado Search and Rescue this past week, and they were just saying, they said even for folks who know the backcountry, and they know these folks, those folks know them, they're just saying, like, please, like, just take it down a notch, just for a couple of days. Take it down a notch, be safe. Snow's still going to be there in a couple of days, but it's going to be without kind of this widespread community issue that they're facing where resources may be needed here, there, and everywhere to keep people safe. Because, again, if you just happen to be flipping on your TV or joining us, this is an event that is in progress. In a lot of ways, it's still just getting started. Our Chris Bianchi has said, be it the storm, be it the temperatures that are coming in, that some places could see as much snow coming as what they have already received. Obviously, we're going to be headed back into the hours of darkness, which adds another issue. Nighttime, we saw that last night on I-70 when people got stuck up there in the dark, and everything's just scarier in the dark, right? When it comes to snow, whether you're out in a rural area or whether you're trying to navigate your way around city streets or you're up in the mountains, when darkness falls, it's just a different story.
Yeah, and if it's the big fat flakes that we had last night, it's really hard to see. So you don't even know where you are. So we'll see what this next storm is. We've got some video, some really good video coming in from here and there. I think what are we showing now?
The parade is still going. Yeah, so this is the St. Patrick's Day parade, which they put out a notice earlier this week, and they said, basically, we're not concerned about the snow. The parade must go on. So, of course, you know that St. Patrick's Day parade is really two events in one.
Yeah, it is.
There is the parade, and then there's the day drinking, right? So there's the parade. The families love that, you know, the fire trucks and the dancers and the people dressed in green and everything else. That's one event. That'll kind of be over and done with in I believe, the late morning hours, and that's still going on Saturday. And then you've got the folks that are just, you know, going to be downtown and getting sloppy all day. It occurs to me, 4 years ago.
They parade in a different way.
They parade in a different way. 4 years ago, we were talking about whether the St. Patrick's Day parade was going to get canceled because of COVID. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
That was like the first big event. It was right after the NBA season got postponed, which happened this past week 4 years ago, going into the St. Patrick's Day weekend. And Mayor Hancock and his people were out saying, no, we don't really think that COVID is actively spreading in the community. I mean, there might be a case here or there. Everybody have a great St. Patrick's Day. And everybody went out and had a great St. Patrick's Day. And little did we know we were about to head into kind of the worst of that COVID period. But yeah, it was 4 years ago that they did not cancel St. Patrick's Day. And everybody was out there, you know, swapping droplets. And that, again, was not like the later, like COVID, like, you know, just take the pill and you're cool. Like that was the nasty stuff that was going on early.
Terrible. That's like just starting rain and our world shut down.
Yeah.
Parade, though, it's funny. You will either freeze or you will get sunburned. That's like the one of two things at the St. Patrick's Day
Sure.
Parade. That's March in Colorado.
Yeah, this could be the year of slushy ankles.
And still a little sunburn, maybe.
Yeah, and still a little bit of that. Speaking of sunburns, Matt Renew was talking about sunglasses the last time we talked to him up in Silverthorne, and the sun indeed has come out there, but the question is, have the bottlenecks let up, or is everybody still just waiting at the top of the hill, so to speak?
It's still a bottleneck, Kyle and Kim. You know, the sun's beautiful. Winds are picking up, but, you know, we've still got a lot of the traffic problems that we've had since last night here in Summit County. Eastbound I-70 closed, as it has been now for more than 12 hours. Got a little bit of video we can show you right now. In fact, if you're gonna head east out of Silverthorne right now, about the fastest way to do it is like this guy, 2 feet, just walk it. Walking the line here in Silverthorne. This is one of the truck drivers that's probably just went down to grab a snack and then heading back to his truck. But that's about the only way to head east right now. And this has been obviously a closure that has been a long time now in Silverthorne. And the end result is that there are a lot of people here right now in Summit County. You know, you can see a line of trucks just waiting out there along the interstate. And then in town here in Silverthorne, parking lots are just packed. We'll just take a little walk as we go through the parking lot here. There's a gentleman who's just camped out waiting for this storm to pass enough that they can open the interstate. And it's a hard thing to explain to people because they keep coming up and saying, when is I-70 going to open? And it's so nice up here, but it's obviously the Front Range that's the big problem. Just look at all of the cars that are just packed in this parking lot. This is the Summit Place Shopping Center between Silverthorne and Dillon. It is nothing but semi-trucks and cars with people waiting out this storm. There's a gentleman on the phone. How you doing? Yeah, how long have you been waiting here?
Since last night, actually.
So you were camped out all night?
Yeah. So I've been waiting since about 5 o'clock yesterday.
What have you been doing to pass the time?
Just got out at my hotel and just right now waiting for roads to open up. That's all I can really do. Hanging out, checking out some restaurants. That's all I can really do at this point.
And where are you from?
From Denver.
Yeah.
Trying to get through to Denver, get home to my family.
All right. You and a bunch of other people. What's your name?
Isaac.
Isaac, say hi to someone that you want. Who you trying to say hi to?
I want to say hi to my family, Liana, my babies, Nehemiah, Nyana, Matthew, and Xander.
Yeah.
Just trying to get home to them, and we'll see. We'll be home soon. Everything will be fine.
All right. Well, you couldn't get home, but at least you just said hi. Hopefully they're watching.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you. And then just so many people like that gentleman that are just waiting out this storm, and they're just driving around like circles in the parking lot. That's all people are doing because they got nowhere to go. And that's the story in Silverthorne, truck upon truck right there, just waiting to get out of here. So Kyle and Kim, this is where it's at, and this is just one parking lot. There are gas stations like this and other parking lots like this. It's just a waiting game up here in Summit County while people see when the interstate will open.
Hey.
So 285 is open but snowy. But is it a situation, Matt, that folks can't get from Silverthorne over to Frisco Dillon because Dam Road's closed and 70's closed, so they can't get down to Breck to go 285?
Well, even like Hoosier Pass is a mess right now. And so heading out of Breckenridge to go over Hoosier Pass or Fremont Pass into Leadville is a tough drive right now. And so those passes have been opening and closing as well. And so that's slowing people down. But as soon as maybe those passes can open up as well, maybe some of this traffic can get out of Summit County and then take 285 or even get down to 24 and go over Wilkerson into Colorado Springs, or even further south into 50 if you can get over Monarch Pass into Pueblo. But those passes, those high mountain passes, are still the problem. And so everyone's just sort of waiting it out. Keep on trucking.
God.
Our man in the mountains just name dropped every single pass to get out of Summit County and get back to the Front Range. And he was so chill the way he did it, too.
Yeah, you did. That was like, I had never heard of some of those, to be honest, Matt. But I guess part of the worry would be like you've been stuck here, so you're thinking, I'm not going to go to one of those passes and get stuck in a more precarious thing. At least they have some shops and some places.
They can go to the
around their
Pho Bay restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? No, you're absolutely right. And that's the problem that Silverthorne faces, and Frisco and Dillon as well. I-70 closes like it does often, and these are where the service is at. This is where the closure is at. And so people just hunker down in Silverthorne because there are restaurants. You know, there are places where you can hang out, you can grab some food, you can use the restroom, get a cup of coffee. There are parking lots where you can sit for a little while. But here's the downside of that. While there are restaurants, when this county gets this busy, look at all these people just waiting for a table here at the Sunshine Cafe. Let's just look inside here real quick.
That sounds good.
We're gonna poke our heads in. Mountain recovery guys have been busy, I'll tell you that much. Oh, yeah. But look at this restaurant. I mean, it's just busy. You guys, how long you been working?
Oh, shoot. I think we went all night last night. Shut her down for maybe a couple hours. And back at it this morning. Just pulled a bunch of these semis off the side street back here. And decided to run in here and grab some breakfast.
Yeah, about time. Get something to eat.
Got to do that before we get more phone calls.
Was it a lot of semis? That the big problem?
Oh, man, they're everywhere. And they have nowhere to go. I mean, they're driving around in circles going, where do we park?
Well, it makes for good TV.
Yep.
All right, we're going to head on out so we don't disturb people's lunch or breakfast or whatever it is this time of day. By the way, those mountain recovery guys, Kyle and Kim, they're filming a documentary with those guys right now. There's a film crew out here that's going to be on the Weather Channel coming up in the fall. Rocky Mountain Wreckers. So those guys are making TV right now too.
Oh, yeah, they are. That's a great show. I want to watch whenever it's on. Mountain what? Wreckers? Rocky Mountain Wreckers.
Rocky Mountain Wreckers.
That's it.
Yeah.
And they've been up all
night. You got
night.
it now.
I also will give them credit.
They work so hard.
After a long overnight of work, in which I'm sure they could say a lot of things about a lot of things, they said it without profanity.
Yeah,
to our Matt Renew on live television, which is always, you're sizing somebody up and you're like, how freely does this person drop the words that we can't put on TV? Yeah. But no, very respectful conversation. And now everybody can say, what'd you do on your snow day? I hung out with Matt Renew, the man in the mountains, and talked to some of those record guys about what they were doing, pulling the semis out. It's just, I don't know, it's an interesting world outside of what most people experience every day, that when the snow flies, their job really gets wild.
Yeah, it does. I can't imagine what their shift is going to be. As they said, these semis are just driving in circles. They can't park. Can't just stay there.
Yeah, Matt Renew, appreciate it. Really interesting stuff.
Hey.
Really interesting stuff. That's cool. I mean, it's just, and Silverthorne will get that over and over and over again. I mean, you remember earlier in this winter when I-70 closed down for the better part of 24 hours, and it was also when there was the rock slide on Berthoud Pass that meant that all of the Winter Park traffic
was stuck.
Then had to go up and around through like Kremling, Hot Sulphur Springs, down into Silverthorne and wait for 70. So Silverthorne had all of the I-70 backup traffic, plus everybody from Winter Park came and emptied out
and
down
how many
in
hours
there.
were we hearing people were saying they were in their cars and driving? Like a short drive was like 7, 8, 9 hours.
It was. I was in Summit County that weekend, and it was something to behold. I mean, the line of people on what's going north
that was
from
President's Day weekend, wasn't it?
I think it was MLK weekend.
MLK weekend.
On I think it's US 9. They're going north out of Silverthorne. It was like a 6-7 mile backup of people just parked on the road, waiting for the chance to get on the on-ramp to then wait on 70. And you had, the Target in Silverthorne was picked clean, and the grocery stores were picked clean, and some of the locals were just like, listen, we're hospitable, but you got to get us help. You got to get us help. This is really turning into something, because they had all of Winter Park then dumped down in Summit County as well.
That's just,
So they do it over and over and over again all winter long. As Matt said, he lives up there. He experiences it. And, there's something to be said for the hospitality of mountain towns like that are not only welcoming to folks who come in as tourists to spend money, have fun, but who are also welcoming in situations where folks are not having fun, right? Because not everybody up there has a great attitude
No,
today.
and when they're rolling into Sunshine Cafe and They didn't get their side order of hash browns. Give them a break.
Low on the sunshine. Yeah. Hey, if you want to keep track of everything that we are putting out there today regarding our snow coverage, we can send it to your phone, handy dandy link. Just text the word snow to 303-871-1491. Back in a flash. All right, let's talk to
the snow is so heavy and wet. It's the trees. They're causing a lot of problems and power lines, and that means got some power outages all over.
Yep. Let's bring in Andrew Holder now from Excel for a picture of that. Andrew, thank you for your time. Appreciate it. What are you guys seeing in terms of outages? Where and how many folks affected?
Absolutely. So one thing I want to just state is our outage map on our website is over-reporting outages. So that number is a little different than what we're actually experiencing here in the field. We are seeing about 577 separate outage reports, which is affecting about 24,748 customers. And this is generally along the Front Range where that snow is coming in pretty heavy and wet, along the Evergreen up to the Boulder region.
We were wondering where were the areas that were most affected. We'd heard about lights flickering in Boulder and talking about street lights that are out and things like that. But in some cases, it sounds like it's, just a brief hit. It's not a full outage.
You're absolutely correct there. Some customers are going to experience a couple flickers as we kind of work through this storm event. Others are going to experience a longer duration outage, and just depending on where that outage is occurring and depending on how the road conditions are, our crews are working around the clock to brave these hazardous conditions to get these customers up and rolling and restoring service.
So, Andrew, we certainly know that some storms impact utilities differently than others. This is a pretty big snow event. That said, it's going to be relatively a short duration in the sense that it's going to start to clear up tomorrow, and then we're going to have some warmer weather. What is a fair expectation for folks headed into this second round of snow and the overnight hours in terms of impacts to power?
I think it's going to be to be determined, but I will state that we have over 170 members and staff that are working around the clock to work on this. We're also bringing in some of our contracting partners to increase our boots on the ground to restore some of this power efficiently and safety. And the biggest thing that I would like to state is we're going to make sure that we keep our customer safety first and foremost, and our employees as we restore power over the next 24 to 40 hours.
So you mentioned that the outage map that we're looking at and the one that we see online and I assume on social media is not 100% accurate. Are you planning to update that throughout time or just, you know, I don't know. It's hard for you guys to keep constant update on these outages, I suppose.
No, I appreciate that. And I would just say, you know, our technical team is working on the website and the technical issues that we're seeing with this outage map, but you can still use and report an electric outage on the top right of the screen that you're sharing right there, or you can call us at our 1-800 number, or you can also follow us on our social media pages to get up-to-date information on how we restore the power here.
It's possible, Andrew, that this is an ignorant question, but it would not be my first of the day. In the year 2024, is it helpful for people to tell you when they lose power, or is it one of those things where your systems are set up that you've got a pretty good idea where there are power interruptions and you're already working on it?
This is where we highlight, you know, we need community partnerships to ensure that we get an accurate representation of who is out of power. We do have a number of mechanisms in the field that give us live updates on what power is out, but that mutual agreement and that mutual assistance with our communities and our customers helps us get an accurate representation of who is out of power so that we can get somebody to respond as safely and efficiently as possible.
All right, very good. Andrew Holder, Excel, please pass along our thanks to all your field crews who are out there working on this. As he mentioned, 577 individual outages affecting almost 25,000 customers on the Front Range. So again, as we said earlier, lots of little outages right here, there, and everywhere. And that's what you would expect with a storm like this that's taken down branches kind of all over the place.
Right, everywhere. So they've all been impacted, and the second wave is coming in. We're talking about that right now, so it's going to be a long several hours for everybody at Excel. Thanks so much. One of the areas we've talked a lot about, Castle Rock, Parker, things like that. Our Anusha Roy has been tracking those areas. They've really been hit hard. Tell us where you are right now. All I see is white behind you.
Hey, Kim. Yeah, so we are back in Parker. So just a quick update. We actually drove through Castle Rock, which were some of the areas that we had some of the sketchiest drives this morning. Glad to say that the highways are looking a lot better. Not totally clear, but definitely better than what we saw earlier today. And I've been listening to Chris Bianchi throughout the morning talking about how the second wave is probably going to be bigger than the first. So I can only imagine what's going to happen to these gigantic snow piles that are just piling up all over the South Metro area that we've been seeing all morning. Not only that, but you've got all of the trees. We've been talking about the weight of that snow just literally drooping because of the weight of what's come down overnight. South Metro was actually called out 9 times overnight because of tree limbs that fell on top of electrical lines, started a small fire. There were power outages because of that. A lot of these were in the older neighborhoods where electrical lines are still above ground, so they were dealing with those issues. So far, I just checked in with them. Since that, they said things are pretty much status quo. They've gotten a couple more calls about those power lines, but crossing their fingers that things stay calm for them for the remainder of the day. So overall, we're seeing kind of in that lull of the storm that the roads are looking better. This is just going to be around for what feels like forever at this point. But Kim and Kyle, I hope people aren't being tricked into going out, because especially with that second wave and those slick spots and spots that you may not really be watching out for, really hoping that people kind of take that advice to stay in as much as possible today.
100%. You know, you're tempted, but what's the point?
We're in the eye of the snow hurricane, right?
Gather together
first
the
part's
family,
passed over us.
Work out your issues.
We're in the eye.
Yeah.
Second part's coming along. I don't know what you're talking about, working out family issues. My
I don't
family
know.
doesn't
I
have
mean,
any
sometimes
issues.
you get a little annoyed with one another after a while in the house.
I say as I'm not home with the kids right now that don't have school.
Your wife has got 2 littles running around.
Yeah. Anusha, thank you. Appreciate the reports from Douglas County all day today. Yeah, so a lot of school districts preemptively called it. And I think that was smart, right? You looked around this morning, like, do you want school buses in that? Do you want kids trying to run across mountains of snow to dodge cars getting to school? That wouldn't have been any good.
And it's just so helpful for families and parents to know in advance,
Yep.
you know, hey, just you're not going to do it today.
I didn't see a lot of districts playing that 4 a.m. surprise game.
No, that's the one that drives us crazy, right?
What do you think, guys? Chance of 20 inches of snow. Do you think we should call it? I don't know. Let's wait till 5 a.m. and tell the parents
Tell
that.
everybody what's happening.
Nobody played that game. Nope. We appreciate that. We're back after this. Significant road closures in the high country as a result of this March snowstorm that has dumped significant snow, feet in the foothills, and has more than 12 hours of snow production yet to go. Let's bring in CSP Trooper Gabriel Mulcher to talk about the state of the roads. Trooper, thank you for your time. I think first off, I-70, so we've got it closed from the outskirts of Denver to Silverthorne both ways. Do you think that there's a chance that I-70 reopens during this lull in the storm, or do you expect that it is likely to be closed through the day as we get the second wave of snow?
Well, right now they're still working on getting everything cleaned up and everybody out of there. As of right now, it is still closed, so I don't have any ETA on when that may be reopened, whether it be today, because I know they are expecting a lot more snow coming in this afternoon and tonight, which will also heavily impact that area.
Where are they currently clearing the roads? And when we talk about clearing the roads, are we talking about wreckers taking semis out? Are we talking about people who are still actively stranded?
So by clearing the roads, we're trying to get the people that are actively stranded out there, that are still in their vehicles. We're trying to make sure that they get out of there, so that way they could get back into civilization, to their residence, hotel, anywhere just off of that mountain there. So we're trying to get them cleared out from there before they do any assessment on whether or not they're going to reopen it.
So do you have any estimate as to how many more people you need to reach at this point?
No, right now we don't have an estimate on that. They are trying to get them cleared out as we speak, so hopefully they should have them all out of there before this extra snow starts coming.
Where are people currently stranded on I-70? Is it Floyd Hills, Idaho Springs? Is it up by the tunnel? Where are these people who are still stuck?
So the main places that are impacted, one of them is Floyd Hill and east of Idaho Springs.
Okay.
Okay. That's an area that we know, yeah, got hit pretty quick.
As we talk about other impacts up there, we know that that US 40 has got a closure there from in the Clear Creek Canyon area. We know that Berthoud Pass is closed, Loveland Pass is closed, 119 is closed. When it comes to 285, 285 is a mess, but it's not closed, as is our understanding, but you do have the jackknife semi that is just south of C470. So back close to the metro area, 285 and C470. Any update on when you expect that to be cleared?
I don't have an update on that one specifically as of yet. They will want to get that cleared out of there as quickly as possible just to make sure that the road does stay open. Because that semi was blocking the roadway, so it was making traffic difficult to go through that area.
All right, very good. Trooper Gabriel Mulcher, thank you for your time. Thank you for the updates there. So folks stuck on I-70, as we've been reporting in the area of Idaho Springs, Colorado State Patrol says that they do not have numbers for us on how many people are stuck on the highway, but also not saying whether they think it's going to reopen here this afternoon. But if you're reading between the lines, I don't hear anything that suggests that they think that they're going to get I-70 open anytime soon. If they're talking about rescuing people from stranded cars and then clearing stranded cars, and then we've got the snow situation, that sounds like a I-70 closed for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. And Chris, this is like you've been repeating, we're not finished yet. So I guess the first concern is just getting to those folks wherever they are, get them somewhere where they're safe, and then just wait out the snow.
Exactly right, Kim. I mean, this snow that we're going to get now, I mean, I mentioned this at my last hit here, that we're now in the 6th inning of this snowstorm. We've still got a ways to go here, folks. We've got another 12 to 18 hours of measurable snowfall. So, again, we're not exactly close to being done with this snow, at least not yet. Another 6 to 12 inches left for us in Denver. So I know a lot of us are seeing about 6 to 11 inches of snow in the city proper right now. Airport just got a quick inch of snow. We've got several more inches on the way for us, and 2 to 5 feet possible for us up into the foothills. So let's take a look at HC operator. Now, we've been talking about this for the last couple of hours, right? That we've got a second wave moving its way on through. You probably noticed, in fact, some of you might still be noticing a bit of a lull in the snow. Now, we're starting to see some of that heavier snow move its way back in from the north and east. This is tapping into a secondary push of energy coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. So there's some really deep kind of tropical moisture streaming its way into Denver right now and across really northeast Colorado. I just got a report from viewer Howard up in Fort Collins saying this is the heaviest and steadiest snow that they've seen so far from this event up there in Fort Collins. At the airport, they just picked up, I just got a report of a quick inch of snow out there at the airport from this band moving its way on through. In fact, at the airport, visibility is down a half mile right now there at DIA. Went from about 10-mile visibility down to about a half-mile visibility in about a 10-minute span. So this is that heavier, steadier snow. In fact, you're probably noticing it from about kind of Montbello, Green Valley Ranch on north and east here along Pena Boulevard, and that is going to lead to very slick conditions. Again, roads probably this morning, those main thoroughfares, I-70, 270, 225, Pena Boulevard, probably been okay today. Those conditions are about to get really rough really quickly here with this band of snow moving its way through the region. So downtown on west, generally light snow right now, but just wait for it next few minutes. That heavier, steadier snow moving its way on through again. It's already reached part of the metro area. In fact, you look up to the north and east. This is why I'm pretty confident that we got several more inches of snow on the way. Notice all the steep tropical moisture streaming its way on into the state. This is basically driving down I-76 and moving its way into the heart of the metro area as we speak. So there's a look at DIA right now, half-mile visibility. Again, about 15, 20 minutes ago, that was about 10-mile visibility. Downtown, still, again, light-ish snow, probably about 1.5 mile, 2-mile visibility for us downtown. And at Dove Valley, about 2.5-mile visibility right now. But again, all those conditions will continue to deteriorate in the next hour or so. So heavier snow this afternoon. I think we got another 6+ inches to go here, folks. So I know that's probably hard to believe. A lot of you thinking probably with this lull right now that, oh, wow, we're starting to clean on up. Might be a good idea with the heavy wet component of this snow to get outside right now while things might be a little bit calmer and kind of get that initial shoveling done. If you can, maybe clear those sidewalks, clear those driveways, clear the snow off the cars so that way you don't have to do it all at the end tomorrow morning once things are finally over and done with. You got a little bit of a break right now. That said, again, we got another 6+ inches to go here, folks, so we're not close to being done. This doesn't end. Notice this is 2:30 in the morning tomorrow. This is early tomorrow morning. We're still talking about perhaps steadier snow. And I will say this. Once the sun goes down, I think this is going to kind of accumulate a bit more efficiently, a bit more quickly. So we'll probably add a couple more inches through the rest of the afternoon. But once that sun goes down, temperatures will drop as a result a little bit, but it'll increase our snow to liquid ratios. Point being, that snow will kind of stack up quicker later on tonight. About 6, 7 o'clock on, I think we've got maybe a bit more snow tonight than during the day today. And I've been saying this throughout the day. This time tomorrow, by the way, it's going to be sunny. We're going to start the great mid-March melt this time tomorrow. But as we head over the next couple of hours here, again, I suspect this second wave in the metro area below 5,500 feet, that's most of the Denver area, my guess is that we're going to see more snow from this wave than from what we saw this morning. Just because of the fact that, again, especially tonight with slightly colder temperatures, with some of that Gulf of Mexico moisture moving its way into the picture, that we're just going to really efficiently kind of stack up that snow as we head over the next couple of hours. So, again, hopefully putting it in giant block letters helps out that we're not done yet. I will credit my beloved wife for the inspiration for making that, because my wife texted me at about 10:15 this morning going, the snow's done, right? I was like, not yet. We still got a ways to go here, folks. That snow, again, early tomorrow morning, we're done with the snow. Then tomorrow, we're fine, but we're going to start the great melt as we get into the morning hours. So this is additional snowfall yet to go. Again, on top of what we've already seen. Just want to reemphasize that. These are not snowfall totals. This is, in fact, pretty close to what we've already seen, and we're going to about double it from the next 12 to 18 hours or so. So this is on top of what we've already seen. I think downtown 5 to 12 inches. It just depends on how much banding we get in there. So we get some of these kind of localized inch and a half per hour rates in here, then we could get closer to more of that 10 to 12 inch additional snowfall. If we kind of get some lighter snow, it may end up being just 5, 6, 7 inches of additional snowfall. Up by the airport as usual, maybe slightly less. The airport only with about 1 inch of snow so far, but we're going to add more to that. Here's a look at what we've seen so far here. And I'm going to kind of close things out by giving you a quick explainer. A lot of folks have been asking about why the north and east sides of town. My friends in Commerce City, north and east Aurora, out by Buckley Air Force Base, north to the airport, Brighton. This part of the metro area has been mostly left alone. I'm going to show you why in just a second, but these are snowfall totals what we've seen so far, right? 1 to 2 feet in the foothills, south side of town 1 to 2 feet as well. Downtown about 6 to 11 inches is what we've seen so far. In fact, also close to about 1 foot for us up into Boulder. But at the airport, this big old kind of goose egg. It's been weird, right? Flights kind of getting in and out of DIA. Maybe a kind of a minor blessing, right? Because the airport, America's 3rd busiest airport, we're kind of thrilled to be talking about the airport unexpectedly running fairly smoothly. So here's the reason why we are talking about such kind of relatively unexpectedly smooth conditions. So something called a barrier jet. Bear with me here. I'm going to explain it for you here. But a barrier jet set up right near Denver International Airport last night. And what that means is, the setup for this storm, you've probably heard the term upslope flow before. That's what's causing all this snow. We're getting a moist northeasterly wind coming out of the Gulf, drawing up moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico. Once it meets the Rocky Mountains, that air is forced to rise. It condenses into that moisture, right? That's what we're seeing here into the Denver area right now. All that moisture backing against the Rockies. But at the same time, what that does, those winds, as they move against the Rockies, they're forced to go from north to south, right? Those winds hit the mountains. They can't go down really. Well, they can't really kind of sink into the ground. They can't really go up. So what happens is those winds just kind of go horizontally and they go parallel to the mountains. And the result is we get something called the barrier jet. Point being, what happened was that led to really efficient snowfall from the barrier jet on west, but the airport got kind of shut out from all that. So there was basically an invisible line last night from about Pena and 25 on east. And that's why this part of the metro area basically got left alone from all that snow. So hopefully that explains I know it's a little bit complicated. It's a little bit wonky talking about barrier jets while you're just looking outside and talking about snow, looking at all the snow. I know that's a lot to kind of handle, but hopefully that explains why at the airport we saw basically no snow while downtown 6 to 11 inches so far.
Welcome back to our
My sandwich, my water. Sorry about that.
You take all the time you need.
Just needed to put the good stuff on it.
Welcome back. We're hanging out all day with this March snowstorm coming in because, as you just heard Chris Bianchi explain, we are in the midst of it's going to be a multi-day event, right? It started last night. It's going to trail off into this evening and into the overnight hours with plenty of snow on the way. The good news is that at this point we are in like the inconvenience window of the storm, right? And the hope is let's make sure nobody gets hurt, everybody gets home safe, nothing terrible happens, and it just ends up being a big inconvenience. Or if you're in town from someplace like Florida, welcome to a winter wonderland of amazement. Kevin Vaughn is in Castle Rock after speaking to presumably a Florida man or a Florida woman. No doubt just mouths agape at how we live here in the Rocky Mountains.
Kyle and Kim, we made the drive down I-25 late this morning. I can tell you that the highway was wet in places. It was plowed everywhere. There was some chunky slush and snow in places, and we did see a number of cars that had slid off the road. But I can tell you traffic's getting through. It's been very light so far today. Once we reached Castle Rock, the question on our mind was, how much snow have they gotten here? I have to say, I don't have a yardstick like our Corey Reppenhagen, but I do have my handy Stanley tape measure, and we measured snow depths anywhere from 18 to 22 inches here in Castle Rock in a couple different places. I can tell you most businesses are closed. We're at the outlet malls along I-25. They're shut down for the day. We ventured up into the Meadows neighborhood, and there we met an 11-year-old girl from Florida who's visiting her grandmother, and today was the first day she's ever had the chance to build a snowman. So the two of them were out working in front of their house to build the perfect snowman this morning. And we're going to hear a little bit now from Ava Keyworth and her grandmother, Carrie Collins.
I really like it. I like it way more than the heat. I wish I still lived here. I wouldn't mind shoveling, so yeah.
I'm glad it worked out. She was supposed to come in today, and we were able to move it to Wednesday. So she flew by herself for the first time, and experiences all the way around.
Kyle and Kim, I can tell you it is continuing to snow here in Castle Rock. It's pretty light right now. It was heavier a few minutes ago. The wind is starting to blow. We're going to be here all afternoon. We're going to head into downtown. We were there earlier. There was not much going on. We're going to head back and see if anything's opened up there. Earlier, everything was pretty much shut down.
Understandable. Yeah, and the wind makes a big difference too. So thanks, Kevin. Kids like it, no matter where you're from.
Sure.
Florida, Colorado, build a snowman.
Do the thing. Do your thing.
Do your thing. Have
this
some
is
fun.
This is pretty good snowman snow, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Nice and heavy and wet. Just moving it is the hard part.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So we're going to get to our Jeremy Hahola. And I can't remember where you are, Jeremy.
I think he's on the roof. The call is coming from within the house, or on top of the house, so to speak.
You're in the building, outside the building, on top of the building.
Well, let me tell you what I did yesterday and today. So, here in Denver, we really love our parks. When it's daytime, when it's sunny out, when the weather's nice, like how we like to do it here in Denver. We go out, we flood our parks, right? So I went out yesterday, I got some video, and then I went back this morning, 24 hours later, to see what it looks like. So let's start off with Wash Park. Of course, Wash Park, a very favorite park among many people here in Denver. Saw lots of people running around, getting their run in. The Colfax Marathon is actually here coming up here pretty quick, so get ready for that. Lots of people, yesterday walking their dogs, but a stark difference between yesterday and today. I think I saw like 10 people at Wash Park, and that included a couple of snowplow drivers actually plowing the pathway there. So if you want to get your run in, if you're that type of person, go do it at Wash Park. And then next, I went a few miles northwest of Denver to Cesar Chavez Park, which is, of course, on Tennyson in northwest Denver. The north side, some people call it, others call it the Highland. This park is very popular with families, with children, the playground there. Usually during the day, you'll see this park get really packed, especially on First Fridays. Yesterday, I saw some families there. Today, when I went back this morning, obviously, nobody was there, just the snow, and you can really see the difference with the trees sagging with that weight of the snow. And then the third park I visited yesterday and today was La Raza Park. I went a few miles east on 38th, and of course, this park is very central to Chicano history in Denver, and that, of course, has that famous pyramid structure in the center. This park, like the others, just weighted down with snow. You can certainly see the difference. So, and not only is it visually different, but when you go to these parks, you can actually hear it too. The snow really does something to the environment where it really mutes the sound of things, and it brings this stillness and this quietness. So that was my day yesterday and my day today. So we'll see how it looks as things move along here in Denver.
Not bad work if you can get it, I would say.
Yeah, not a bad. I'm not complaining about today's assignment.
If you live near a park, it's a good thing. It's funny, literally driving by Washington Park after a shoot on Monday, and it was packed at 5 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. I was like, that's what people do at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, and it'll be packed. I guarantee. I mean, we know how people do it here in Denver. Once that sun comes out, people are going to flood that park. It's like an anthill, right? All of a sudden, people just crawl out of the anthill when the sun comes out, and people just love their parks. We love our parks. So
yeah.
But I did see one guy actually running today. I couldn't catch up to him. I saw one guy actually out running. So. People still got to get their run in.
I was sure on the way in this morning that I was going to see folks in the park, but kind of looped around City Park on the way in. They hadn't yet cleared the sidewalks at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, so nobody was running there. They were actively clearing Cheeseman in the city, and I thought the exact same thing as you did, Jeremy, that there's going to be 1 million people on these trails by 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning just simply because they're cleared, and people will do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
They slept in a little.
Yeah, right now, I guarantee you this afternoon, though, I bet you if we go out, we'll find somebody out there getting their workout in.
You bet.
We'll see.
All right. Jeremy Hohola, clear the roof while you're up there, if you would, please. We'd appreciate it. Yep. Thank you, sir.
Take care of it. Yep.
Yeah. So up in the foothills, that is where this has been an event. I mean, a true event. Going to pull the totals. So again, spotters saying 3 feet in Aspen Park near Evergreen and Conifer. 32 inches of snow in Evergreen, 33 in Ward, 31 inches in Nederland. Could that be true? Tavish Johnson lives up there, is joining us now on the phone to talk about what Ned has seen. Hey, thank you for your time. Is that for real, 31 inches?
You know what? I measured 32 on my little iPhone measuring tool, but it keeps coming. That's one of the things I'm looking out the window right now, and it hasn't stopped yet.
So, Tavish, how long have you lived there? And for anyone that's never been to Nederland, tell us about Nederland.
Right. We moved up last May, but I'm actually a Canadian, so I'm used to snow. But this is a little much. One thing I saw that was a little interesting this morning, though, looking out my window, is a bunch of cars trying to come up Boulder Creek Canyon, trying to get up to Eldora. So I was rolling my eyes at that a little bit. Thinking,
oh my gosh!
I don't think it's the day to be trekking up to the ski hills. So.
Yeah, Eldora's closed for the day. They've told folks it's a no-go zone. So it's interesting to watch how towns that are used to a lot of snow deal with a lot of snow when they get it. We're watching your video now of your deck, and oh man, you guys just got socked in there. What are neighbors up to? Is everybody hunkered down today? Are they making an event of it and trying to dig out a path and get together? What's going on?
You know what? I haven't seen a single person out on the street. I know one of our neighbors has a plow. I think this is probably the final business case for me to get either an ATV or a plow up here as well. So I'm going to have to try to convince the wife on that after this dump.
And you have a white dog. You got to keep that dog on a leash, otherwise you're going to lose that dog.
Yeah, well, that was part of why we put the leash on him, is because we knew it was so deep that he was going to either roll down a hill and get buried, and I didn't want to chase after him. But he's enjoying it. We did clear a little path just kind of trudging through the yard, and now we can at least do a little lap down there.
So if you've got more snow coming, which we think you do, is there any point that this goes from an amusement to a concern, or is it just the thought as well, snow is snow and the house is built to handle it, so it's no big deal?
You know what? I think whenever there was a big one earlier this year, nothing like this. The first day is always a bit of a novelty. One of the things that happens up here and got me last time is the wind and then the snow drifts, right? Mm-hmm. So once you finally clear your driveway out and you're trying to get down the road, there's 4 or 5 foot snow drifts that, all of a sudden you're in a ditch. So that's where the concern really comes in. And then, of course, if it melts and then turns into ice, eventually that's always dangerous. So it's fun for now. It's a novelty, but I understand how serious it is.
Yeah.
Well, hey, we appreciate the perspective. We appreciate the pictures. And I'll be honest with you, man, it really it beats the heck out of us trying to get somebody up the hill to Nederland ourselves. So we're going to take your word for it and keep us updated with some fresh videos or photos, especially if you guys get a ton more snow. That's wild. Tavish Johnson, thank you for your time. Canadian living in Nederland.
That's what I loved.
Great attitude.
When he's even a little impressed, that says something.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, they didn't get 32 inches of snow in Centennial, but they got enough to really feel it down there in the southern suburbs. Suburban Steve, as we call him around here, who's embraced all aspects of the suburban life. Yeah. This man was so excited when he recently bought a home and got out of the townhome because he was excited to shovel his neighbors' walks and driveways. One, because that's the kind of man Steve Steger is. And two, because you essentially are like the mascot of suburban life. You just embrace it wholeheartedly.
And the mascot of, pedestrian accessibility, right? People need to walk, people need to get on sidewalks, so maybe it's time to tell people to get outside and shovel your sidewalks. So we're a little bit further to the west in Centennial right now. We're just off of Arapahoe Road, getting close to Broadway. And this Honda Fit was hanging out in the middle of the road. The poor woman who was trying to get out of the driveway and just kind of move the car. We dug her out a few minutes ago. We were able to get her back into the driveway so she's not just hanging out in the middle of the road. But she's in from California helping some friends here. Drove in not too long ago. Maybe not the car for a storm like this. But I want to show you part of the reason why we're having so many problems, I think I showed you this a little bit earlier, but look at this layer in the gutter here of slush. I mean, this is, oh, it's heavy, it's wet, and you imagine that that's doing all sorts of damage all over town. We've seen, ooh, that was pretty. We have seen just tree limbs down and then causing problems in different neighborhoods. We know that there are people on the other side of Arapahoe Road here who don't have power right now. And if you look at Excel's outage map, there's a little symbol of a crew working, and we've been looking for them and we haven't been able to find them. So we're working on it. We're trying to see if we can find them. But for now, a lot of people in this neighborhood are having issues. Guys, I'm getting a little bit of mixed stuff in there. So I'm gonna move away from Tommy because I think I think Tom's phone is causing problems here. But take a look. That much slush causing problems down here in Centennial. If you have a neighbor, by the way, who needs some work done for them, you need a tree cleared off, I am happy to help out. Hit me up on Twitter. No one's taken me up on the offer yet. I want to go and knock some snow off of trees. I want to go shovel somebody's driveway who needs that help down here in the South Metro area. We're happy to do so, so let me know.
That's why we call you Steve on our side.
Steve on our side, yeah.
And he's got the hockey stick. He's with Tom Cole, a hockey guy. He might have a hockey stick with him. They might be able to knock
I've lost
off.
connection to you. I don't know if you're still talking to me. I'm going to try to call back in.
Oh, you're good. Here, let's get Steve off TV before something bad happens. There we go.
There you go.
All right, there we go. Steve Steger, doing good work for his community. Tom Cole trying to unfog the camera lens, as you saw with the cloth there. They've been out in it for a while, and I'm glad that Steve got out of his cul-de-sac. For a while, we had a few harrowing hours this morning on 9
when he was just
with
getting
Steve trapped
out of the cul-de-sac.
Because again, cul-de-sac, there's only one way out. So I'm sure that was terrifying.
Yeah. It was big.
Man trapped in cul-de-sac. Local man trapped in cul-de-sac. But yeah, listen, this is what we like, right? If everybody's got a good attitude about things and people are making good decisions so that nobody's out there getting hurt, then we don't have to talk about people getting hurt and disasters happening or whatever else. It's just kind of a situation that we're all trying to manage together.
We know there are more Steves out there helping each other. I mean, it's so great to see neighbors doing that, saying, wait, I know the guy next door, it's not good for them to get outside. I'll do it.
Yeah, and do check your trees. If you haven't checked the trees, I'm guessing you've checked the trees if you're up and around. Way more of a tree impact than I expected from this storm.
I know. I was like, oh, well, they're not leafed out. It's not going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Yeah, that cement snow that's just like sticking to trees is causing all kinds of problems. We're going to check back with Chris Bianchi to look ahead to the second round of snow that's coming in when we return.
A lot of folks paying attention to this second round and schools saying, you know what, we're not going to get buses out. We're not going to open tomorrow.
It's a bold move. I don't know. I'm surprised to see it this early, but we've got schools calling out for tomorrow. Cherry Creek, no school tomorrow. Douglas County, no school tomorrow. I mean, Dougco's in it.
Yeah, they're in the thick of it.
Dougco's in the soup, you know. But I mean, like the Jeffco Mountain schools are
I'm
also
surprised we haven't heard yet.
really in the soup. And do they still do that closure model where sometimes they'll just close mountain schools and they'll keep
sometimes
the
they
other
do
ones
that.
open?
But I think at this point, with lack of buses and everything else, they're probably going to have to make a decision all the way around, district-wide.
I think some of it's probably Friday too, right? We're headed into Friday, headed into the weekend. You know, I don't know. Am I going to get in trouble for saying that, right?
No.
We're headed into a Friday. You're going to bring the kids back on a Friday when it's like a great winter wonderland kind of day around. But here's the deal: as we talked about earlier, if schools are going to call it early, right? Be respectful to parents. Be respectful to staff. Call it early. Don't make it a 5 a.m. surprise tomorrow. You know, because we know what's coming. Because I will say, out of a bunch of the big storms that we've gone through recently, this one is tracked pretty closely to plan. Chris Bianchi, big kudos to you and the rest of the team that forecast this storm, because so far it's pretty well gone like we thought it was going to go. As we came on this morning, we talked about how some of the areas that we thought would be on the low end for snow, like northeast of Denver, were on the low end. Some of the areas on the high end were maybe a little bit higher, but we looked at DIA.
But
we knew they were going to be on the low end, and they were on the no end this morning.
They got a big old goose egg out there at the airport overnight, which, by the way, Kyle and Kim, if I may vent, there seems to be an unusually high amount of people upset about the fact that the airport got shut out. But to me, isn't that a win? Is that not a win?
It's a win.
Like, wait, it's not your house, right? Your house is not the airport. No one lives at the airport. Like, why are people so burnt about that?
Maybe because they keep the numbers there and they want to brag to their friends and family across the country. That's not accurate. I had 2 feet.
Yeah, and by the way, for national media, obviously watching potentially, just heads up that this is what we're actually seeing across where most people actually live here in Denver. Quite a bit of snow, 6 to 11 inches for us in the city right now. As you can tell here in the 90s backyard, we are in the middle of wave number 2. We've got kind of 2 distinct waves with the storm. Obviously, the overnight one, what we saw last night, that was wave number 1. And this is the beginning of what we expect to be a prolonged about 8 to 12 hour stretch of accumulating snow for us here in Denver, and maybe a little bit beyond that into the early morning hours tomorrow with some of that snow that'll continue. So again, we're starting to see that second wave move its way on in. We had that lull for the last few hours, things picking back up again. But here's a look at some of those snowfall totals that we've seen so far. This is a rough idea. Actually, I have to bump up some of those Denver totals because I think I'm starting to see some 10s and some 11s on the south and west sides of town now. But I think for the most part, downtown Denver, here in the 90s backyard, I think about 7-8 inches is about right in terms of what we've seen so far. I'm eyeballing that, to be fair. Boulder, 6 to 12 inches. DIA, as I mentioned, and Greeley, the big old goose egg that we mentioned. Now, into the foothills, we've got a couple now. We've actually got now 3 different 3-foot, 36-inch reports. Wild stuff for us in the foothills. And again, we are only about halfway through the snowstorm, and we got a ways to go. So what to note, we're not done yet. We had that lull. It is now kind of passing as we speak. Another 6 to 12 inches to go. Heavier snow this afternoon, and another totals of 2 to 5 feet for us in the foothills, and 10 to 20 inches for us in the metro area. So this is going to be a whopper of a March storm. AC Doppler radar showing that heavier, steadier snow moving its way back in from the north and east, and I suspect this round will probably lead to slightly higher accumulations than the first wave did. Temperatures slightly colder with this, and also we're seeing some steadier snow rates move their way on into the picture. So Denver might notice some of those darker purples. That's an indication of some of that heavier snow that is starting to move its way on in. And you might notice more of those purples off to the north and east, up by Morgan, Logan, as well as Washington County, seeing some of that steadier snow move its way into the picture out there. Now here's a way to kind of measure that. Visibility down about a half mile for us at the airport, down under a mile at Buckley Air Force Base, and at the Rocky Mountain Airport, it is about 3/4 of a mile right now, telling us that we got some of that steadier snow moving its way into the picture. That heavier snow this afternoon, again, another 6 inches plus yet to go. This all wraps up early tomorrow morning. I suspect by this time tomorrow, we'll be talking about sunny skies for us in the Denver area with some lingering snow in southern and eastern Colorado. But again, Just to reemphasize, we are not done yet, despite the fact that we've had some lighter snow for the last few hours, and we've got several more inches of snow likely to go, that heavier snow this afternoon and tonight, and then it wraps up early tomorrow morning. So additional snowfall. Again, this is additional on top of what we've already seen, just to reemphasize that. Another 5 to 12 for us in central Denver, into the foothills. We could get an additional 2 feet worth of snowfall, and my suspicion is that once all is said and done, somebody up in the foothills, maybe Corey Reppenhagen and his mustache, will come in with 50 inches out of this snowstorm. Here's what we've seen so far for us here in Denver. Big gap in totals between the northeast and southwest sides of town. Coming up in a few minutes, I'm going to explain why we're seeing such a big gap between the airport and downtown and the west side of the metro area. That's coming up in a couple minutes.
Bianchi, thank you. So we may be solving this riddle here.
Oh, yeah, we are.
I got one more to look up here. Tell them what
this is investigative journalism.
No, tell them what we solved. I got one more to look up.
Cherry Creek canceled schools. Cherry Creek conveniently goes on spring break on Monday. So,
as does Dougco. Dougco's canceled school for tomorrow. So they go on break next week.
And Jeffco also does. So we're waiting. We're going to take the gamble. If it's an over-under, I'm going with Jeffco canceling.
Eyes on Jeffco.
Yeah.
Eyes on Jeffco.
It's on you because you're next, because the others said, long spring break.
Yeah. So kids might be happy about that tomorrow. Nobody's happy about the I-70 situation last night. As our Chris Vanderveen reported earlier, CSP was very clear that the issue was semi-drivers unprepared for the conditions that got stuck, stopped traffic. That led to folks getting stuck on the highway, sometimes overnight. Our Ariel Orsuto has been talking to some of those folks who got stranded on I-70, stranded on the highway, stranded in towns along the way. Ariel, what have you heard?
Yeah, Kyle and Kim, I actually heard you guys at the top of the hour talking to CSP saying that it was just east of Idaho Springs where that closure was happening. That is exactly where a bus of 60 women are stuck right now and have been since midnight last night. They were just heading out for their ski trip that they take every single Wednesday. Brenda Jorup and her friends were in good spirits as their bus stopped in Idaho Springs around midnight, never budged again. It wasn't until they ran out of food, water, and communication from CDOT that they started to run out of patience and wondered if their safety was now in question.
We don't have food, and we ran out of water. But I will say about 45 minutes ago, the mechanic's truck, which has been following us, delivered some water to us, and that was very helpful. Many of us have, even though we consider ourselves to be healthy and vibrant, many of us have medicine that we are supposed to be taking that we don't have access to. And we do have at least one diabetic on the bus who needs some food.
I also got a report of a man who was released from a hospital in Lakewood yesterday in the afternoon with enough oxygen to get him home to his home in Leadville. But he was stuck also on I-70 trying to get back home and eventually got there around midnight. And the oxygen supply company did ensure that he was okay when he got there around midnight. But it was a pretty dire situation when he got there. So we are definitely hearing some situations that are causing some concern with people with health conditions, Kyle and Kim.
A bus full of people. I mean, Ariel, you're really, as they point out, they're being really nice saying, hey, we have some medicines and things. If you don't have food and water, that's serious.
It is really serious. I mean, for starters, anybody without food and water is going to be in some serious conditions by the end of this day. But yeah, they have somebody who's diabetic. They're definitely being pretty kind by the way that they're responding to this. But they're losing their patience, of course, and they're not getting any information from anybody to even know when their bus is going to start moving. They left at 3 o'clock yesterday from Vail. It was the last of their weekly ski trips that they take every Wednesday. And that is how their weekly ski trips ended. That's the last one. I asked them, I said, was it worth it? They're like, mixed reviews.
Yeah, mixed reviews, again, is super kind. Ariel, thank you.
3 p.m. when
Here's
she
the
says
deal.
that. That's great. Thank you, Ariel.
If they got a tour bus of people stuck on 70, I don't think 70 is going to open this afternoon. I mean, CSP was really kind of cagey about it in terms of, well, who knows what's going to happen.
We're just trying to
we got to get people off the roadways. If they have a bus full of people they haven't gotten out, that suggests that they've got a significant row to hoe in terms of just evacuating people before they can start to open things. Ariel, thanks. We're back after this. Boulder's a city known for divergent thinkers, often strong differences of opinion. How much snow did you get in Boulder today? 6 inches. Ask somebody else. 12 inches. They both could be right. Boulder saw a wide variety of conditions, as from the low end, half foot or more, and other places. I hope everybody got what they wanted.
Yeah, and that they're all happy about it and doing well. Keely Chalmers has been on the roads all morning long since the early morning hours in Boulder, and so far you said they've done a pretty good job up there.
I have to say, they really have. First of all, I want to officially say we are in the middle of round 2. So we did have a lull in the snow, but the snow is coming down pretty steady once again. We're on Broadway. I'm going to go ahead and give you a live look at the roadway in front of me. And this is what I'm saying. Yeah, like you said, they've done a great job. Plows have been out like crazy all morning long, not only pushing the snow to the side, which you can see, a nice barrier of snow to the right-hand side, but also putting down de-icer. And I think that de-icer has done a great job at turning whatever slush, icy conditions that were on the roadways into just water for the most part. So again, as you can see, a little bit of slush out there. This is Broadway, so obviously a very well-traveled thoroughfare. I want to point out that the residential roads, kind of the side roads, I don't know if we're going to be able to get to it up here, are still really cars to get through. We've seen several cars stuck in the snow. Also, those trees, man, they are really getting weighted down. Every block or so, we are seeing a tree branch down. You can clearly see that tree weighted down. Lots of tree branches down. We did have a power outage actually here, I would say probably about 4:30, 5 o'clock this morning. Man, the lights in South Boulder went out. It was completely dark, but within a minute, the lights came back on. So I big kudos to the power crews who were obviously stationed, had it all prepared, knew what to do, and got those lights back on quickly. But again, we are dealing with really just wet roads right now. Another round of snow moving in. So as Chris pointed out, I was listening to him intently on exactly what he would say as for totals, and it looks like another 6 to 12 inches. And I can say the update to the measurement in my driveway, actually in my yard, I think last time it was 8 that I came to you live. I went back and measured it again, 12 inches, the total snow in my yard. So I was one of the 12. Anyway, round 2 under 6 to 12 inches, which means
and there it goes.
Tomorrow morning could once again get interesting. We have, well, did you lose us? Or are you still there?
It's unclear. It's unclear whether we're still connected. It's somewhat tenuous. But Keely Chalmers, thank you for that. She ended up on the 12 end of the Boulder stick. You know who probably got some pretty nice snow was Arapahoe Basin.
Yeah.
Too bad folks can't ski and snowboard it today.
But they want to be there. And like the skiers, like who was it that was telling us they saw a bunch of people trying to get to Eldora?
That was our main man, Tavish Johnson in Nederland, who said he saw a bunch of people coming up Boulder Canyon.
I'm guessing those are
trying to get to Eldora.
Boulder students thinking they were going to take advantage of the conditions and didn't know or didn't plug in this morning that Eldora.
It's the reason why those college kids got to watch the TV news. We would have told them this morning that Eldora was closed. Could have saved them the time and trouble.
Be aware, we're here for them at all times. So we've got multiple ski areas closed, and that's a bummer for them.
Yeah, A-Basin closed, Loveland closed. We've got Monarch closed. We've got Eldora closed. Shana Silverman joins us on the phone from Arapahoe Basin. And tell us about how you guys made the call this morning. Was it an easy one just with the highway shut down?
Hi. Yeah, it's never an easy decision to make, right? There's always a lot of different factors that go into it. Highway 6 was closed for a period of time this morning to do avalanche mitigation along the pass going up towards Arapahoe Basin. You know, around 4 a.m., we did send up our ski patrollers, our snowcat drivers, plows, lift mechanics, our really essential personnel to see if we could open the resort. But we were having wind gusts of over 75 miles per hour, which was really the decision that led us to fully close the resort for the rest of the day. It was truly a safety concern.
We were talking about that with someone earlier about the wind, and that's really the danger zone because lots of snow is never really a problem for you all. I mean, yes, people getting there, but it's the wind.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we love snow. We saw about 15 inches overnight, and more coming down during the day today. But really, it was the wind that came with that storm that forced our hand. We just got to make sure our guests and our employees are all going to be safe.
So take us inside this here. When a ski area is closed, I just kind of imagine in my own mind that it's, the employees making some fresh tracks, enjoying themselves. They got the place to themselves, or they're catching up on other work that they've got to have done, or maybe the place is just a ghost town. What is it like at Arapahoe Basin on a day without guests?
Yeah, I mean, look, as an employee, I would love if your vision was correct and I had some country club skiing. But we actually closed the resort to our employees, too, to keep them safe. So really only essential personnel were up there today. I can promise you they were not on those lists with 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Really, we have people up there just to make sure, our buildings are staying safe. We're shoveling things out, getting a head start on tomorrow and the rest of the week to make it some great skiing. But otherwise, all of our employees were safe and sound at home, which is really the best decision for everyone.
You can't predict the future, but based on what you know, do you think tomorrow is a go?
I do, and I think that this week is leading up to some great skiing. We have some scattered snow and sun in the forecast for the remainder of the week and into the weekend. So I think tomorrow is going to be an awesome day at A-Basin, and same with the day after.
Well, and not so much country club skiing with that monstrous membership due. But Shannon, we know you're working hard, and when you guys talk about essential personnel, we know what that means. That's for so many folks. That's not easy, those people having to get in too.
Yeah.
So we appreciate it, and good luck. We know people are going to enjoy the conditions in the days ahead.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for having me, and get ready for some good skiing this weekend.
All right. Thank you. I think people are going to be chomping at the bit for that. Yeah. And all those folks in town from Texas for spring break up in Summit County want to be able to ski. There's a bit of it open today, but just not as much as they otherwise might have hoped. Back after this.
So one of the areas we really haven't talked about recently is Wheat Ridge, and I saw some video of some people rescuing some people on Youngfield Street overnight. I mean, there's a lot of spots that got hit pretty hard, but we've really been focused also on power outages that have been sporadic and all over. Excel says that.
Yep, but mainly west side of town, south side of town. Our Evan Krugel's keeping track of the power situation, seen here with a big branch. Hey, Evan.
Hey, Kyle, this is the scene, honestly, all across town where that wet, heavy snow is bringing down limbs and branches like these and leaving tens of thousands of people without power. You can see this branch essentially snapped off under the weight of that snow and has snagged on another branch on this tree here near 38th. Excel says this is the very issue they're seeing in multiple counties here this afternoon. Branches snapping off and essentially resting on power lines, leading to multiple outages. I just checked in with them. They say at this point, about 25,000 homes are without power right now. And again, that spans multiple counties. Now, here's the big problem from Excel. They say of those 500 individual outages, about 300 are isolated outages, meaning they're impacting just a home or two. So you can imagine how long this is going to take for them to be able to get to all of those individual outages across Metro Denver and up into the foothills. They say right now the problem spots, Boulder County, the foothills, Littleton, Lakewood, and right here in Wheat Ridge, where many folks reported power outages as early as 2 a.m. this morning when there were really just a couple of inches of snow on the ground at the time. Folks we spoke with say they were surprised to see their power go out so quickly.
Well, woke up this morning, went to flip on the bathroom light and no lights. So right away I knew there's no power. So got up and got the flashlight out. You know, luckily we have a gas water heater, so that was working. So we had hot water. We just had to be patient and Excel do their job and get us back going.
And going on about 11 hours now without power for a lot of folks here in this area, particularly in Wheat Ridge, where that power went out for a lot of people at 2 a.m. this morning. Lots of concerns beginning to form about things like food in the fridge and, of course, heat in the house as these temperatures are pretty chilly out here this afternoon, guys.
Yeah, temperatures dropping quickly. That's a big deal.
That said, man, Excel's everywhere around town today working. Evan, thank you. Can you imagine how weird it would be if you were just trying to do your work and there were cameras pointed at you? I mean, that would be a weird way to work. Steve Stager's pointing cameras at Excel workers in Centennial.
You've been tracking them down, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually saw one driving down Arapahoe Road. We saw Phil driving down Arapahoe Road. We rolled down the window. We said, "Hey, where are you going?" And he said, "Hey, we're going into this neighborhood." This is an isolated power outage like Evan was talking about. Just one house where a branch came off of this tree and knocked down the cable. They knocked down the phone. It knocked down the power. And now Excel is working individually on this one job inside this neighborhood in Centennial here. And they tell everything's clear. We've checked with them. Everything's safe. They're doing a heck of a job. These guys are actually down here from Silverthorne. They've been working on replacing some power poles in the area. They obviously get reassigned in a situation like this to handle these outages. And they've been working since 7 o'clock this morning, but they've been basically working nonstop for the last 3 days. It's high work, obviously. You got to go all the way up on that pole, but everybody seems to like it, say it's exciting. One of the crew guys here told me it's better than working in a cubicle. You know, you get to be out in the elements, and you get to help people who are having these little outages going on with all of this snow on the tree branches. Now, hopefully this homeowner is in the clear, because that one limb fell down. You can actually see it down here. This is what caused the damage, and you still see, I think it's either a cable or a phone line that's running back up to the power pole that it's still kind of got trapped underneath here. This one's down and clear for now, but there are a whole lot more branches up on top of that tree. And if they get heavier, and we're hearing Chris Bianchi talk about getting more snow overnight, you think about those branches getting a little bit heavier, this might be a problem all over again. It's very tough to clear that stuff off. But for now, it seems like we're coming down from the power pole. I know they're getting ready to turn the breaker back on. They say this usually takes about an hour for a fix like this. These guys are out here working their butts off. So big shout out to the Excel crews who are out trying to make sure that people still have power on. But yeah, I hope we didn't scare poor Phil when we stopped him on the road, but we were looking for somebody. We just wanted to show you what this process looks like. So here's an inside look. It's a cool job, and give these guys a whole lot of thanks.
Yeah, you know, Steve, I imagine it's very satisfying work. We've had conversations about how satisfying mowing your lawn is, right? Because there's a problem, and then you solve it.
yes.
It's so soothing to mow your lawn. We're really leaning into how wonderful it is to live in the suburbs. But, you know, like that lawn mower, like, oh, I got it done. These guys have a very satisfying job. See somebody's problem, fix somebody's problem, on to the next.
This is like that feeling, Kyle, when you replace an electric outlet and you go to the breaker, right? You turn things off, you put a new one in there, and then you go back, you flip that breaker back on, and that light works.
Oh, baby.
Oh my God, that is the most satisfying feeling in the world. And that's what these guys are doing right now. Maybe a little bit higher scale than an electric outlet.
Just a step above you two in your house.
Listen, there's an entry level to everything. I actually don't think that Steve Stager scared that Excel crew when he called out to them, because Steve is wearing a vest that identifies him as a helper, right? So here's the deal. We are required to wear those vests when we're near the roads to be safe. Steve has just chosen to wear it all the time because it identifies him as someone who is willing to help. And literally anybody who asks Steve for any kind of help today, whether it's clearing a tree, clearing a driveway, these guys, Steve's a helper, clearly.
It goes back to my days, Kyle, on the safety patrol in school. You got the little sash and the little badge, right? Yeah, that's the look. You know, you look official. It's like if you carry around a clipboard, people let you inside a building. You know, like you wear one of these vests. People are like, oh, maybe he's supposed to be here.
Yeah.
Maybe he's supposed to be here.
Again, listen, if you're wearing a vest, you look like a helper. You look just like them, only without the useful skills that they are applying for the benefit of our community.
Phil and friends are doing.
Yeah, I'm waiting for people to flag me down inside this neighborhood. Anybody else who's out of power, and I'll just be like, I can't help you. If you need an outlet replaced, though, I got you.
I got you with that. There's a decent chance you're going to get flagged down to put some grocery carts away, but that actually is another thing that you love to do, because we've talked about that on TV too. You love to put the grocery carts away when people leave them out. So, Steve Stager, oh my goodness. But you know what? He's given us an eye to what this is actually like on a home-by-home basis, which is my sidewalk clear? Is my road clear? Do I have power? Am I going to lose a tree in my yard? And that's what this is for the vast majority of people around the metro area today.
And whenever you don't have power, you're just dying to see an Excel truck anywhere. So that was kind of cool to see that crew of two taking care of it.
Yeah, Chris Bianchi, are you going to have news that is going to dampen our happy little snow day here? Because right now it feels manageable for the metro area, right? Like, it's an inconvenience, it's a mess, but it's manageable, but there's more coming.
It's actually a really good analogy. And by the way, speaking of analogies, we've been talking about the baseball thing throughout. I'd say we're at kind of 2 outs, top of the 6th right now. So we're getting specific now. We're talking about outs in the inning. So we're about approaching about 2/3 the way through this thing, but we've still got a ways to go. So to answer your question, Kyle, about whether or not we're talking about a manageable snowstorm versus a really destructive one, my concern will be this. It's going to be the foothills. I think in Denver, generally speaking, for most of the metro area, this does stay more of a snow day, kind of more, I wouldn't say fun, but more, it shuts down things for a day or two, and that's pretty much it for us here in Denver. I think in the foothills, this is where I'm more concerned about the potential for down trees, down power lines, and the potential for folks to be stuck in the foothills for a couple of days, because these are our snowfall totals right now. And as I mentioned, we are not even about 2/3 the way through this snowstorm. So we've still got probably another foot or two to go on top of some of these snowfall totals for us in the foothills, if not maybe in some cases a bit more than that. Once we start talking about 4 to 5 feet worth of snowfall for us in the foothills, this isn't quite March of 2003, but this is not far from that. So this is going to end up being in the foothills perhaps our biggest snowstorm up there in a couple decades. So this is, again, this is not just a walk in the park. 2-3 feet more common for us at the foothills. Once we start getting into 4 or 5 feet, that's when we start talking about some much bigger issues. Now, for us here in Denver so far, about 6 to 8 inches for us in downtown. Some parts of South Denver closer to about 10, 11 inches. Boulder 6 to 12 so far. Fort Collins 0 to 2, but we're starting to kind of pile things on up. In fact, the airport just came in as I was coming on the air here with 1.1 inches worth of snowfall. So we're starting to see things kind of tick on up in the lower elevations in the metro area, but those snowfall totals will continue to increase as we head over the next couple of hours. Another 6 to 18 inches, depending on which side of town you're on in this winter storm warning. Winter storm warning continues until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So kind of key points of emphasis here. One, we're not done yet. And I think we're kind of getting past that false lull now, I think, for most of you look outside your windows right now, and you can see some of that steadier snow starting to fall, right? So we're not done yet, and I think most of you are pretty aware of that at this point. I'd say another 6 to 12 inches worth of snowfall yet to go for us, and I think we're talking east of I-25, probably closer to about 6 inches west of I-25, you know, Wheat Ridge, Lakewood. That's where you start probably looking at an additional 12, 11 inches kind of thing for us here. Double-digit additional snowfall totals in the foothills. Totals 2 to 5 feet worth of snowfall, 10 to 20 inches for most of the metro area. So again, just to kind of going back to Kyle's question here, in terms of where we're talking about a manageable versus a potentially destructive snowstorm, the foothills, that's where my main point of concern is. I will also say in Castle Rock and Highlands Ranch and Lone Tree, I've seen some reports down there of about 20 inches worth of snowfall so far. So on the south side of the metro area, if we add an additional foot, we start getting closer to about 30 inches. That's a problem. That's a real problem there in the south side of the metro area. So those would be my concern points right now. AC Doppler showing us that snow starting to fill on in. Now, a couple things to kind of pick out here. You might notice where all this is coming from. This is coming straight out of the north and east. If you're a weather nerd, you know that this is the exact direction that if you're hoping for snow, that exact due northeasterly wind is exactly what we look for in Denver to get our kind of higher end snowfall amounts. And we're starting to see that. So what's going to happen with this, you notice all this purple and you go, oh, well, you go back over to Sterling up here in Nebraska and it dries on out, right? This is going to continue to stream on in. And once all this meets the mountains, we're going to see some more upslope flow, and that's going to last for a while longer once it moves its way down into the heart of the metro area. So again, for us here in Denver, generally speaking, we're looking at light to moderate snowfall right now. A couple hours ago, it was barely snowing. Now we're talking about more kind of, again, light to moderate snowfall. And I suspect as this continues, as this northeast flow continues to stream on in, the snow rates are going to pick on up as we head over the next couple of hours. That's also going to drop our temperatures a little bit, so the snow will stack a bit more efficiently. So long story short here, folks, again, we've still got a ways to go, and I think downtown is starting to see some of that heavier snowfall. Just looking outside here at our studios here at Spear and Logan and noting some of that heavier snow out here in the 9 News backyard. Fort Morgan getting some steady snow. Same for us on east here into Akron, as well as out by Yuma and Ray. Visibility right now, only about a half mile for us at the airport. Starting to see, again, the airport, as a lot of you probably know at this point, has mostly been left alone by this snow event. Northeast side of the metro area overnight, hardly saw any snowfall. That's starting to change a little bit now as we get some of that steadier snow moving on in from the north and east. And I think the airport going to look at more and more issues as we head through the afternoon to the evening hours. Again, when you talk about the airport, I'm going to go back to this for a quick second here. When you're looking at the airport and kind of assessing whether or not your flight's going to get out, and I get a lot of those questions all the time, it's not so much the amount of snowfall. I mean, once you get to the point where the road crews can't keep up with the snow on the runways, that's obviously one issue. But the other thing, they really care about this. It's the visibility. If you can't see, obviously, then obviously you're talking about bigger issues at the airport. So visibility is the kind of key thing to watch here. And right now we're down to about a half mile visibility. And that's getting to the point where that's probably leading to more and more delays out there, along with some gusty winds out at the airport as well. And so as we head through the rest of the afternoon, I think we're, generally speaking, talking about another 6+ inches to go for us in the metro area. So we've still got some more snow to go. Again, I think we've been emphasizing that plenty at this point. The good news is, at least if you want this snow to be over and done with, by the time we get to early tomorrow morning, by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, I think we're done with the accumulating snow. So we got another 12-ish hours to go 10 to 12 hours of this to go before I think the snow machine finally starts to wind on down. Southern Colorado, that's where we could hold on some of that snow as we head through the day tomorrow, Highway 50 on north to about Colorado Springs. But again, for us here in the metro area, we're not done yet. Several more hours of snow to go. And then this finally starts to shut on down early tomorrow morning. I think once we get to early tomorrow, before dawn, even if we're talking about some snowflakes, it's not really going to accumulate all that much. That snow doesn't really wrap on up. The accumulating snow wraps on up by about midnight, I think, for us across most of the metro area. Additional snowfall, 5 to 12 inches for us here in downtown Denver. As you head north and east, this is where we're talking about some of those bigger question marks in terms of those snowfall amounts. So you get north and east of downtown. This is where if we get some banding that sets on up, that could either mean you get completely left out like the airport did last night, or you end up with kind of a boom where you end up with 6 to 10 inches worth of snowfall. So I would say if you're joining me from Brighton, Fort Lupton on down to the airport, Buckley Air Force Base 225 on east, this would be my bigger question mark. What kind of happens in here? By the way, same for my friends up into Fort Collins and Greeley. This would be where I'm a little more, could go either way. I'm pretty confident I-25 on west and south of I-70, we're going to get several more inches of snow. That's basically a done deal at this point. You head north and east of downtown. Again, it's going to depend on exactly where those narrow bands set on up, and that could mean just a couple inches of additional snowfall versus, we got a really good healthy band, and that could lead to some heavy additional snowfall. 7-day forecast. Once we get past that, hey, classic Colorado here, folks. We're going to be talking about 40s, 50s, 60s into next week. So in classic Colorado style, Monday, 62 degrees for us in Denver. Winter storm warning was issued. Then Tuesday, we're talking about some of that snow moving on in, and of course, now we're dealing with all that heavy snow right now. So Kyle and Kim, several more hours of snow to go, but we'll get some of that sunshine back into the picture as we head into the weekend.
Okay.
This is not a shock to anybody who's watching at home. They know this as well. He's so stinking good at that.
He is.
He's so stinking good at that.
Explain it and how everything and the waves of this storm in particular. And it really, while we're hearing about some people stuck in some pretty miserable circumstances, everybody else had days notice to make plans. You know, we didn't, some of those folks coming down from the mountains did not realize, and they couldn't have planned necessarily, but all the way around, good job.
Yeah. Yep. So here's what's happening on our end. We are going to be with you throughout the afternoon, clear on through to 7 o'clock. We're going to preempt NBC Nightly News tonight at 5:30. Next at 6 o'clock, we'll extend into an hour long till 7 o'clock. If the weather permits, we may even fire up the fireplace to stay warm on next. But we are going to be with you throughout the afternoon and into the early evening here because this is an event that is going to be going on throughout the afternoon and into the early evening here. We want to know what's going on at your place, right? We have got folks out all across the metro area. I've got my little cheat sheet here that shows where all of our various crews are. And I bet you we've got, 15 different folks out in various places.
We got Centennial, Boulder, but we don't have everywhere.
We can't be everywhere. So let us know what's going on, where you are. Email us. Anything, newstips@9news.com is an easy way to get a hold of us. 9news.com. There's also an easy button to upload your photos and videos so that we can see what it looks like in your neighborhood. We were talking about this with Corey Reppenhagen earlier today. Like the National Weather Service that relies on your spotters and your trained spotters to send in information. We're also looking for those reports because that helps us calibrate where do we want to send the live cameras to give people a better look of what's going on. So reach out to us. Let us know. To the one person who sent me a picture of completely clear patio furniture up in Timnath, I see you. I wrote down your name. But to everybody else, let us know what's going on in your place, in your neck of the woods.
Tavish taking us to Nederland. We'd have never known if he hadn't sent us that video. It was great.
Yep. So we'll be with you here either on 9 News or on KTVD Channel 20. We'll let you know if we're going to be switching over, but we're going to be with you through the afternoon. Here's the other situation to bear in mind. We've been talking about I-70, which has been closed since last night with those folks stuck near Idaho Springs, that bus full of 60 women coming back from a ski trip in Vail. CSP, CDOT, now saying no trucks on I-70 until at least noon tomorrow.
Yeah, that's really what got this all started. And they're trying to now rescue all the people that have been stranded as a result of that. And that's what our Chris Vanderveen's been talking about too. It's, 1 or 2 semis that aren't prepared. And
So
it
just
all goes down.
temper your expectations about when 70 will be open. If they are preemptively saying no commercial vehicle traffic on I-70 from Morrison to Eagle
until noon.
Till noon tomorrow. We'll rejoin you in just a moment. Great day to sit inside, have a coffee with a friend. You're limiting yourself on coffee.
I know.
I drink decaf, so I can drink as much as I want.
But when you watch a snowfall outside, a hot cup of coffee, it's a nice feeling. A lot of people experiencing that, including our Angeline McCall, who's actually working too. So that's good. You're in Golden.
I'm working in a place with coffee, Kim. I think that's kind of the best office for the day. You know, when they tell you to do snow coverage, you think of being outside, and thankfully we're inside. We're here at Red Silo Coffee Roasters here in Golden. Molly, you're one of the managers here. So tell us a little bit about why you guys decided to stay open even though there's all of this snow.
Yeah, we, love to be here in the local community. We've got a location here in Golden and over in Arvada as well, and just want to be open for the folks that are out braving it in the snow today. We've got all the mine students who got school shut down for the day, as well as all the business owners and everybody that's making it out. So just want to be here for our community and making coffee and making people's days. So.
No, I feel like I've seen a lot of students bringing in the laptops. I mean, if it were me, I would stay at home and do a hot chocolate or a coffee at home, but this coffee is much better. So how many people have you seen? More than expected, less than expected?
More than I thought would come through. Ever since the road kind of cleared up in the last couple hours, I've seen a few more, probably about like 50, 60 people today, getting a few more coming through the afternoon. But yeah, it's been nice. Everybody's been really happy, really stoked that we're open, so we love it.
And you said modified hours.
Yeah, we're modified hours today. We were opened a little late this morning, 8 o'clock, and I'll be closing up here at 2.
And so you're not from Golden yourself. We came from Denver. You came from Lakewood. For people who haven't, had the courage to go outside yet, how were the roads for you?
It wasn't bad. Wet for sure, but especially, you know, there's so many plows going all the time that the roads really weren't too bad. Just went a little bit slower than normal and cleaned off my car and made sure everything was okay. So, but yeah, made it just fine.
I feel like, you know, it's kind of like a slow start in the sense of when we were out here earlier in Golden, there were a few people, but if you look outside, you know, we've got people walking their dogs, we've got people going from sandwich shops to coffee shops, and yeah, Golden's definitely, it's business as normal here. And so, Molly, I just really appreciate it. Any particular orders that stand out for today?
Had a lot of zebra mochas today. It's a really good one to warm up your day, kind of like a hot chocolate with coffee, a little sweet, little dark chocolate. Really like it. Can always top it off with some whipped cream. Got some good cocoa powder to go on top, or even candy cane sprinkles.
I've never had a zebra coffee drink before, but that sounds spectacular. So I'm gonna have to let you guys go so that I can do that and you guys can go back to the news.
Oh yeah, and that sounds yummy and pretty and the whole bit. Take a picture.
Yeah, there's always one reporter assigned to snow coverage who solves the riddle and figures out how to do it best.
Yeah.
Angeline has figured out how to do it best.
Good job, Angeline.
She got indoors, she got a treat. Angeline McCall is winning. Angeline, thank you. You know who's not winning in the snow race would be the folks out to the northeast. Here is the devastating impact of the March 2024 snowstorm in Fort Lupton. Brace for a trace, baby. Never forget.
They could sit on that back patio there and, you know, just put a hat on, pretend like you're part of it, or put some snow gear on.
Man, I don't know. I feel for that community. And the people in it. There you go. You got a trace. You got a trace in Fort Lupton. But Christy Connolly, we appreciate you sending it in because we want to see the contrast, right?
Right.
We want to see the contrast between a Fort Lupton and an Aspen Park where somebody saw 3 feet of snow. And our mustachioed man, Corey Reppenhagen, has been up there overnight, keeping an eye on things. And Corey, what? Oh, look at that! He's got the twirl going. He's got the twirl going. You also are looking at the same numbers that Chris Bianchi is looking at. And what does another couple of feet up there mean? Is it just icing on top, or would it significantly impair people's ability to get around and do stuff?
Honestly, really, I think it is just icing on the top. There is a difference, a concerted difference between when we get up to the 24-inch, which happens very often in the foothills, and then when you get up to the 36 and 42. But I really think that it will all just be icing on the cake because it's not happening very fast, and it usually doesn't in the foothills. It's kind of an extended long game that we play. So if we get another foot, which I'm fully expecting that'll happen, it won't be until tomorrow morning. So I think but one impact that has been ongoing is this road out here. This is Highway 285. This is the main corridor up in between this area here, Conifer, in Aspen Park here where we are. This has been closed periodically through the day, but they've been really doing a good job of trying to keep at least this corridor open for those people that need to. And we've been helping people out of this area that we've been staying at get onto the road. And honestly, the way I look at it, I don't like to tell people what to do. I just like to give them the information so that they can make the decision for themselves. And we've been telling people that this road is not fun. It is still dangerous. Visibility is very low at times. But if you know what you're doing and that's what you want to do, go on and do it. So that's what we've been telling people out here. And this is where we've been staying out here. This is the Arrowhead Manor Bed and Breakfast. Some of the guests out here have needed some help to get back out onto the road. So we lended that help and they have got back out here on 285, and more power to them. I love to see them wanting to get up and get out here and get going. Now look at this. This is our workspace that we've been working on, and I got to credit my man Hanson back here. He said we're going to have to keep a clean workspace out here because we have so much gear, cables, lights, cameras, everything. And look at this trench that we've dug out here along the side of our truck, and I've been keeping a good measurement here. Let's see where we're at now. All right, see that yardstick go down there? We're about 22.5 inches right here in this spot. And that's pretty consistent about what we've been seeing in this area, anywhere between 20 and 25 inches. We do have that one report here of 36 inches already, and I'm not discounting that at all. It can very well be a spot, you know, a very localized spot where big totals can be very different from just 2-3 miles down the road. But the bottom line, Kyle, I think this is a major hit up here for the Foothills. When we talk about 24 inches plus, that's when we get into more of the historic and less frequent time. And there we are. We are approaching the 24-inch mark, the 2-foot mark here right at our location. Plenty of people up here in the Foothills have already matched us up there with the 2-footer. This is the 2-footer, guys.
You know, it comes as no surprise to anybody here, because we work with photojournalist Chris Hansen all the time, one of the best in the business, and that you guys have a very clean setup up there of how you work. But it is interesting for folks at home to see you've been up there since last night, and you're both kind of, you know, you're around in the snow, but it also has to be a functional workspace, or else next thing you know, you can't bring the video to people at home. So it's kind of cool to see your setup. I appreciate you showing us.
Yeah, you know, and good on him, because he knew right away that we're in the satellite truck here. It's one of our bigger vehicles, and so we knew that we were going to be locked down in this spot, and we weren't going to be going anywhere if the snow came through, and it did. And so we've been able to keep this live broadcast operation going despite the 22.5 inches of snow out here. So yeah, it's good on him. It's been good to see how difficult it is to keep these broadcasting machines working, and so far so good for us.
Yep, so far so good. And I'm glad you're helping folks out by giving them the piece of advice that it's dicey if you choose to go.
It's your choice.
Yeah, I don't know. Corey Rappenhagen in Aspen Park, thank you. When he said that, the only thing that I could think of when he says, if you feel confident to go, all I could think of was Dunning-Kruger effect, right?
Yeah.
Right? The idea that people notoriously overestimate their own abilities to do things. I mean, that's all of us, you know? I mean, that's the reason why, like, I'll go for a run and then call my wife to pick me up because I can't make it home, right? But, like, that's people with driving, too. Like,
yeah,
I got it. 285's open. May not be open to you, champ. You know, like, you know, I mean, what are you driving? You know, is it the Civic? You know, it might not be open to the Civic.
And
you
the
know?
folks on I-70 will tell you, it's not fun once you're stuck.
And then one semi gets jackknifed, and all hell breaks loose. As we saw earlier today, 285 at C470, there's a jackknife semi that closed down the highway there for a time. So, you know, Corey's a respectful guy. He tells people, you know, if you want to go, you go, but just know.
If Corey tells me it's not good, I am not going.
If
you don't need to tell me twice.
If anybody with a beard and a mustache and his voice
that looks
tells
like
me
he
not
can
to
live
do
out
something,
there, yeah, no.
I'm not going to do it. We'll be right back. To commercial drivers, you will not have access to the highway in either direction between Eagle and Morrison until at least noon tomorrow. Trucks, stay away from I-70 because there's still folks that are stuck up there. Our Ariel Orsuto brought us the story of 60 women coming home from a ski trip to Vail, stuck in a tour bus in the area of Idaho Springs and I-70. And there you are, looking live at the home of the Gold Diggers, Idaho Springs. Where it looked like there might be some folks on on a little side ramp there, but otherwise...
That was it. That's the only thing I saw.
Yeah, that's it. So, again, last time we talked to CSP, they said that they are in the process of evacuating people from the highway. So that suggests that we are a ways from...
opening
civilian traffic being able to get on, and they're telling the trucks absolutely no go until noon tomorrow.
Yeah. So it's really a serious situation there. A lot of people are stuck. We know Matt Renew has been talking to us. I mean, the volume of people stuck in Silverthorne and Frisco and all those areas, and the semis just driving around, and people just driving around in circles, killing time.
Well, he talked to those guys with the wrecker crew in the coffee shop that they were pulling semis out of side streets. So you can imagine there, if you know that part of Silverthorne, where you get off, like to go up north on Route 9, you got the outlet mall on the one side, you got some shops on the other side, and then some residential streets. If some trucker's trying to find a place to park,
you can't get moving.
They could get into tiny little blocks real quick, right off the main drag in Silverthorne, and the next thing you know, you got wreckers trying to pull people around corners. I mean, you can just imagine what a mess that is. Those are the folks stuck in Summit County. They're the folks stuck on the highway. CSP said they did not have an estimate for us on the number of people.
So we don't know. And we're hoping we'll get an update, other than telling people, commercial drivers, no driving until noon tomorrow. We haven't heard anything else.
Yeah.
So what's interesting is usually we would turn to DIA and there'd be people already stretched out, camping out and saying, I don't know if I'm ever going to get out of here. Things are different at the airport. There are 150 flights delayed at the airport today so far, but we expected far worse.
Yeah, the situation is really the cancellation situation. It was the preemptive cancellations that for folks with no place else to go, you know, if you're just passing through town, you don't have a home to go back to, a cancellation can kind of leave you in limbo. Our Lauren Scaffidi's out there at the airport.
Yeah, with that many cancellations, we're seeing security pretty empty right now. Take a look. This has been the case since about 5 o'clock this morning. The only time it was really busy was 4 o'clock when we got here, but otherwise it's been pretty empty. People are walking right through the front door and making their way through security. Now, if you are making your way through security and getting on a plane today, then you're going to expect about 15 minutes for de-icing. That's what you're seeing right now. The orange is to de-ice, and the green is to make sure that there are no issues in between de-icing and takeoff. The airport also has plenty of plows on deck ready to take care of any business that they have to, but that is if you're taking off. And a lot of people have said to me so far today that they're just happy to be getting on a plane and taking off after they've been rebooked 2, 3, even 4 times. I've heard some people weren't even sure if they were going to make it to the airport because the conditions were so bad where they were at. But I did talk to one person who said that her 3-hour layover is turning into really a 3-day layover.
Well, I was supposed to be flying back home to Kansas City, and unfortunately they got canceled because of the weather. And now me and my sister, we're going to stay here at the airport until Saturday night because we don't have anywhere to go. And we don't have a lot of money to afford a hotel, so we're just going to stay here downstairs or just to find a good seat.
The airport suggests that you check in with your airline to get the most accurate and up-to-date information. At Denver International Airport, Lauren Scafidi, 9 News.
Okay, there's a lot of folks that go to work today no matter what. We've been talking about the folks at DIA. The number of people that work at DIA, they've got to get to work.
Largest single employer in the state. If you add up everybody who works at DIA, that's a whole lot of people going out there every day.
How about the people that care for the innocents, if you will? The dogs, the cats.
The most innocent of the innocent. So Denver Dumb Friends League, their locations are closed today in Denver and the Harmony Equine Center, Buddy Center, that kind of thing. But their folks are still there. They're still working. And I'm sure just like the pets at our house, some of them love it. Some of them don't love it so much.
But they got mouths to feed.
They deserve Zoomies too. You know, they've got to do their thing. So they're not, we say business as usual. I don't really know if that's true because they're not like having people come in to do adoptions and things like that. It's closed to the public, but their staff are there working and taking care of the animals, and hopefully having better success than I did with my Abby this morning, who ran outside, did one big zoomie, and came inside without doing her business. And I made that my wife's problem because I had to come to work. So hopefully it's not on the rug.
That one.
Yeah, sorry, gotta go.
Yeah, I know. We appreciate them, though. Kudos to them. They take care of all those friends.
Day in, day out. Chris Vanderbeens here has been talking to the folks at Colorado State Patrol about this I-70 situation. It's a pretty stark talk from them about what went wrong overnight and why we're in the mess that we're in beyond the snow.
It is a mess, and certainly CDOT's been trying to address that along with State Patrol about what to do with all of this situation. Certainly hundreds of people were spending the night overnight on I-70 simply trying to get out of that area, and it hasn't worked out very well. And quite frankly, there's a problem with all of that because there were a number of semis that were trying to go uphill, some of them not with the gear that they needed to go up with, and they got caught in trouble. And in many ways, guys, this reminds me of a similar situation that we had maybe 21 years ago, if I'm doing my math right.
You were only 12 when we brought
I was
you
only,
on.
well, 6, Kim.
As a junior reporter.
And so we want to show a quick clip of photojournalist Lou Davis, engineer Terry Michaud, and I stuck up in the Evergreen area for a number of days, and this is a clip from 2003.
Our reporter Chris Vanderveen got stranded up there last night, I think, and we're going to check in with him.
Chris.
Are you out there? Chris,
We are certainly out here. We're seeing it. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We see you. It's unbelievable amount of snow. It's caused us some technical problems throughout the night, as you can imagine. But we are back up.
Are you standing up, Chris?
No, fortunately not. But this is actually what it's like to sit in 4.5 feet of snow. The feet's not coming close to touching the ground. So what's the plan for the rest of the day?
We're just gonna swim, play, eat oatmeal and junk food, and there's no food around, nothing's open.
What do you expect to encounter on your way back in Nebraska?
They got 70-degree weather in Lincoln.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Are you guys skiers or what?
Yeah, we're skiers. It was great powder when we were skiing on Monday, but after seeing this, I just kind of want to go back to shorts and a t-shirt.
Chris, you may as well just give in and have fun with those kids behind you, because one of them was about to nail you with a snowball. We're watching.
It's coming any second. So certainly we're hoping that the snow is going to come to an end, but right now, at least for the time being, it certainly does not. Back to you guys in the studio.
That's so great.
Some things change, some things stay the
Oh
same.
man, and here's the thing, I could not go, because we were stuck up there for 3 days, and I could not go anywhere in this city without somebody sure they wouldn't remember my name, but they'd be like, "You were the guy that was stuck up in the mountains for 3.5 days," and we were. It's sort of that telling situation where you just see so much snow in a short period. I've never seen anything like it, and I think that was sort of the fear. We've seen a taste of that today, where you get so much snow in the foothills, and sometimes it doesn't seem that bad here in Denver, where the roads are pretty wet because it's been warm for so long, but in the foothills, totally different situation. It was very much the case back then. It was a frightening situation. We all had to I remember we tried to get a hotel room that night, and they're like, "You're going to have to all stay in one room." And there was a lot of us in one room.
Yeah, once we got through the dire stuff, like day 2 and 3, Mark Kubrick had a kick with you. He was like, "You've changed your pants? Nope. Got any new underwear? Nope."
I left. So this was the thing. I was in Golden, and I told the photojournalist Lou Davis at the time, I said, "Hey, Lou, we should go up to Evergreen." And we probably got up there right as they closed the interstate, so we were stuck. And I'll just say this, I had one pair of socks through it the whole time, and shoes that were certainly not waterproof.
Eager beaver, you.
I felt like one of those sort of problems that develop with wet feet. That was a bad situation.
It's the stories that you remember, though. I'm sure those Nebraskans remember it. I'm sure that family of kids up there remember it. Those kids now well out of college, just to tell you how long it's been since that happened. Also, can we discuss the fact that it's been 21 years and neither of you have aged in any discernible way?
It's good. I was 6 at the time, so now I'm 27, if I'm doing my math right.
Yeah, you were a preteen, I believe.
Right.
Good, Tim.
That's really something.
I so remember that storm because I lived in Lowry at the time, and it was get in. And Kathy and I were the only two that made it in time that morning. And Dan Wood, photojournalist Dan Wood, who you could really You could live in his car and survive healthy for a week or two. He was a hunter. He was prepared for everything.
Yeah, this man served his country. He knew how to handle things. You were good with him.
He said, I'll get to Alameda, you hike out. So I had this big old bag. I'm hiking out in like waist deep snow out of my neighborhood. And I got in the car and I'm like, okay, Dan, take me away.
Isn't it fun though? Like you're spot on with that, Kyle. It's that sort of situation. We all remember it. I remember the Christmas Eve blizzard of 1982 really, really well. It's just, I mean, if you're not caught in it, which is certainly, you don't want to erase that because there were a lot of people that had a miserable night last night on I-70, but if you're not caught in it, it does create some pretty amazing memories.
Yeah, and you hope that there are kids out there making memories today. Hey, guess what, kids in Denver? You get to make some memories tomorrow, too. DPS, snow day tomorrow. DPS joins Cherry Creek and Douglas County. Still waiting on Jeffco. Jeffco, again, your spring break is next week.
What are you waiting
So what are you waiting for? No pressure, but DPS, which does not have spring break next week. They're a week after that. DPS is out for tomorrow, Cherry Creek out for tomorrow, Dougco out for tomorrow.
Lila Vanderveen is listening right now. If she's listening right now, my daughter is very excited about the news you just delivered.
Say, got any chores for her? No. Let her have fun.
She's 13.
She's telling
How many
you
chores
what-
is she doing?
She's telling you what to
I know,
do.
exactly.
That's exactly it. How times have changed. That little young Chris Vanderveen now with his own 13-year-old.
Yeah, there you go.
Woo!
But again, these are the stories that we'll remember. So we hope that for everybody out there that this is just a good story and a bit of an inconvenience and nothing more than that. But do be aware that there is snow a-coming, possibly as much as you have already seen. On top of that, Chris Bianchi will detail it in just a moment.
Making memories.
Tell you what, it's hot tub weather, you know?
Good to go. You just got to get to it.
That's
Again,
right.
put on the boots.
Mm-hmm.
This is from Castle Rock. Carter.
They need a sign like the one behind Corey Reppenhagen that says "Book for a romantic getaway."
A romantic getaway.
I had a couple of viewers write in with pictures of Corey and that sign saying that we should have acknowledged that, so which point I will point out to you that he is a happily married man.
Yes, he is.
And no amount of thirsting from you at home will change that. Again, he stood there with a sign right over his shoulder that said, call for a romantic getaway. And Chris Bianchi, listen, you're the guy who got done in by closed captioning following a tornado that called you Crispy Donkey instead of Chris Bianchi, and you've lived with that for the last year.
You owned it, though. You like it?
With great humor. So now Corey Reppenhagen is the call for a romantic getaway guy. Listen, these things happen when we're all just hanging out together.
You know, Kyle, Kim, it's been exceptionally difficult these last 7 months to stiff arm the ladies when I had a donkey pop up as my closed captioning a few months ago. But it is what it is. I don't have Corey Reppenhagen's delightful, and I may I say delightful? That's a delightful beard.
Yeah,
Absolutely. It's a man beard, and he should be proud of it.
It's very Colorado. Yeah, it's good.
I don't know if he'd mentioned that, by the way. He does that each year in case we get a big March storm. He has that beard. It's kind of like a playoff beard, right? He does that. March is obviously our big month for snowstorms, and Corey's always rooting for those snowstorms. And he does that beard kind of as a good luck charm. But anyways, we're getting that March snowstorm here in the Denver area. I've got some fresh snowfall totals for you, and we've got some pretty decent ones that are coming on. And for us here in the 90s backyard, we've picked up about 8 to 9 inches of snow so far for us. And we're probably going to get another, I would say at least 6 inches of snow on top of what we've already seen for us here in Denver. So we got more snow yet to go. And I think we're going to be talking about that heaviest amount for us on the south and west sides of the metro area. Here's a look at some of those snowfall totals, though. The highest amounts in the foothills. Look at that for us here in the foothills so far. I kind of picked out a few different spots for us across the metro area as well. Look at Castle Rock, about 21 inches for us. Roxborough Park, about 20 inches. So what we've seen so far, this is about the 2/3 mark of this snowstorm. I'd say we're now somewhere between the 6th and 7th inning on this snowstorm. So we've still got a ways to go, but we're starting to get towards the end of it, but still ways to go for us. And here's what we've seen so far in some of the more, and through the heart of the metro area, about 6 to 11 inches for us in Denver, 6 to 12 for Boulder, 1 to 4 in Fort Collins. At the airport, we're officially on the board. We are officially on the board with a whopping 1.1 inches officially in Denver, but that's a story for another day. AC Doppler radar, seeing some of that snowfall. Might notice that kind of plume of kind of some of those purples, some of those kind of darker colors up by Fort Morgan and Otis and through kind of Morgan and Washington counties. That's some of the heavier, steadier snow that is trying to move its way into the Denver area. When that meets the mountains, and when that meets the Palmer Divide, that's going to force that air to rapidly rise and condense into steadier snowfall. So we've got some more snow on its way, and that's why I'm fairly confident, especially along and west of I-25 and south of I-70, that we're going to get some heavier snowfall here over the next couple of hours. In fact, we're seeing that right now. You might notice this morning we had that bit of a lull. I think that's safely filled back in for just about everybody at this point. And I think we got some plumes of some heavier snow set to go for us. And by the way, for our friends out on the eastern plains and northeastern Colorado, you're getting probably your heaviest snow of this event so far. Same for us up into Fort Collins. You're probably seeing your heaviest snow of the event so far right now there in northern Colorado. But Fort Collins, Greeley, there's no doubt about it, you're going to mostly miss out on those higher snowfall totals. Whether or not you like that, that's a different story. But DIA, notice that what is fascinating here, and this has been a persistent issue, I guess, would be that at the airport, we are well above freezing right now. We're at 34. We're in the middle of the day, and we're in the middle of March. That sun angle is fairly high. That means that not a lot of that snow is sticking out at the airport right now. Here at 9 News, it's 32 for us. Same at the Centennial Airport, 32 degrees. So that snow is probably sticking mainly on colder surfaces, even though it's freezing right now. That snow is having a tough time sticking on the pavement. That is due to the sun angle. That said, as we head over the next couple of hours, sun goes down, and I think that those snow rates will increase for us. And I think that means as we head through the evening that we'll probably pick up more snow after about 6 to 10 p.m. tonight, rather than say over the next, 3 to 4 hours. I think the next 3 to 4 hours will pick up maybe another inch to 3 inches, depending on which side of the town you're on. Once we get after dark tonight, that's when we could be talking about additional 2 to maybe 6 inches worth of snowfall. And we've still got another 12 hours or so of this snow event to go. By this time tomorrow, we'll be talking about more in the way of sunshine. So to reemphasize, we are not done yet, obviously, and we've still got another 10, 11 hours of this snow to go for us in Denver, at least in terms of accumulating snow. This will wrap up tomorrow, and we will get some peaks of sunshine tomorrow, probably by about noon or so. Additional snowfall yet to go. This is mostly that heavy, wet snowfall, and we could be talking about an extra 5 to 12 inches of snow for us here in Denver. North and east of town, I'm just going to say this, because of the kind of sort of setup that we're talking about with an upslope-driven event, what you're seeing there, that 4 to 10 inches over the airport, right by Brighton, Platteville, into southern Weld County, I'll just say I'm less confident about that. That is going to depend on localized banding. So upslope flow means that for sure, Denver on south and west, we're going to get some very healthy additional snowfall. North and east of town, that's going to depend on whether or not we get one of those bands to set up over you. It looks like some of those bands are setting up over Fort Collins, so you may end up in Fort Collins closer to that 6-inch mark of additional snowfall. But again, that is subject to change. That's why those ranges are notably higher as you head north and east. Less confidence as you head on up into that part of the metro area. Meantime, 7-day forecast. Hey, this is classic March, classic March, right? We're going to go from snow tomorrow morning to the 50s, or maybe up to about 50 degrees this weekend, to the 60s next week. So the snow is here for now, but by this time next week, I bet those lawns will be mostly snow-free. So how about that?
And green.
Yeah, and green too. Oh, I was running a hose on all the trees in the yard this last weekend because I feel like it's been relatively dry for a while, and like stuff was looking a little parched and was getting a little bit worried. So you know what? Let it be, Chris.
That's the good news side of this, obviously. And by the way, we are now in Denver at our 4th wettest start to a calendar year on record, our wettest since 1992. So it's not just you. We've had a lot of these kind of high water content sort of snow events so far this season. And that's probably, in a lot of areas, good news for those lawns. So that is also, if you don't like the snow, that's the good news side of this storm as well.
Yeah, that February storm that felt like a March storm. So yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Thank you, Chris. We've been talking about Silverthorne, a really, really tough spot. Everybody trapped there. One of our crews got there last night, had a hard time finding a place to stay. I believe they did. We're going to go to Rachel Krause. Tell us what happened. I know you guys had a hard time getting there last night.
Yeah, Kim, you could say we had an exciting day yesterday. We were on our way back from the western slope. We got caught in Vail yesterday when they shut down I-70 eastbound for a few hours for a few stalled cars, so we waited there. By the time they opened up the interstate, the snow had picked up. So like everybody else who got stopped on I-70 when they shut things down at Silverthorne, we were right there with them. And a lot of people have been braving the storm here since. Now here in Silverthorne, we're at the outlets, and you can see the parking lot here is absolutely full. We've got semi-truck drivers, we've got tow truck drivers, we've got Epic Pass drivers who are sitting and waiting for things to clear up. People are hunkering down. Now, some people got stopped here after they tried to pick up the drive earlier today, not realizing I-70 was still closed, but a lot of truck drivers, tourists, families have been stuck out here since I-70 shut down last night. Some people unable to find a hotel room or just unwilling to pay the bananas high prices that hotels are charging right now for a room. Now, for a lot of people, an interstate shutdown is a pretty bad thing, but not for the folks over at the Thirsty Pika tap room.
You know, yesterday was a little bit slow until I-70 shut down, and then of course it really picked up. Some people pulled into this lot because it's right off the exit here, and we definitely picked up. So the location is ideal for I-70 shutdowns.
Chris Proctor, the owner over at the Thirsty Pika tap room, says they only had their soft opening last week and they haven't even formally opened, but they've been so busy because the interstate is shut down and they're so close by. Things are staying really busy for them. So for a lot of folks, this has been a frustrating situation. For them, it's pretty exciting.
Opening to, we're open.
Yeah, if you're thirsty, then come on in. Well, we're glad that you got safely to Silverthorne, because I know that was kind of a hairy journey. It was like that for a whole lot of people. Rachel Krause, thank you. Also, Corey Reppenhagen just got a run for his money in the beer department from that Chris Proctor of Thirsty Pika. That was a sight to
Colorado
behold.
Mountain men, man, they know how to do it. You bring it. That takes work. That takes time.
Yeah, we should play a game where we just show photos of people and people can guess, like, are they a brewer, a tow truck driver, or a 9 News meteorologist.
Or meteorologist.
Yeah, and you can guess
That's
which of the three that they are. We've
Which
seen
one
all
are
three.
they?
Yeah, we've seen all three today.
Hey, Mike Kliss has been so busy with free agency.
Oh, man, who'd we let go now?
Just like free agency, because the Broncos have been making all these trades that you've been really excited about, Kyle.
Kliss, are you here to talk about snow or the Broncos selling the farm again?
Yeah. Well, I don't have a quarterback story to share with you.
Nothing?
They still don't have another quarterback from free agents. No, I think eventually they will maybe trade for one, but that takes a little bit of time. I know everyone's anxious and impatient on that, but just like with this weather, I guess. Yesterday, I talked to you guys about. I thought the end. I'm coming to you from the Foothills of Golden. And I thought maybe the end was near. I was signing off with Scotty, having some friends with Scotty. So I guess you had me on here to talk about the weather here in Golden to see how it's doing.
Yeah, we're just looking at your video. We just had to give you some grief because I know you're never not talking about things going on in sports. You guys got a lot. And your dog, tell us about your dog. What's your dog's name?
Yeah, Millie. Millie, it's funny. I didn't shovel the front for the neighbors, but I did have to shovel every day. My wife makes me shovel for Millie a path through the backyard. So Millie can take care of business. And then in a couple of days, when all this melts away. And bad news, Bianchi stopped sending all the snow this afternoon. I'll be able to get out there and clean up after Millie a little bit. But yeah, she's got, that's the way it is now. Dogs rule the roost in America and in our neighborhood.
Yeah, they do. They're important. Gracie across the street from me gets the path too. It was good to watch Millie out there. Got her coat on. Ready to go?
So for real, I don't want to talk Broncos, Kliss, but while you're here, I legitimately want to know, because I thought about it this morning, because obviously we're in that period in the NFL season where like news is coming fast and furious, and I imagine it's happening with other teams. Like, do the Broncos take a snow day? Are they like working from home, still making deals today? Like, there's no way that an NFL team is going to stop operating at this point in the season, right? Just because it's a bunch of snow.
Right. No, they're in. They made it in from what I understood. In fact, they signed a couple of these guys that they reached agreements with. Brandon Jones, the safety from Miami, he got in. He beat the shutdown at DIA last night and got in this morning. Little Jordan Humphrey, Malcolm Roach, a new defensive tackle. They all got in and signed their contracts at Dove Valley. And Sean Payton, George Payton, they're in the office scheming up strategy. So yeah, you're right. This is a busy time. Although, as you know, Kyle, because of the Russell Wilson situation, and last night came the story that the Broncos are going to take $53 million of that dead cap this year. $53 million of the $255 payroll is going to Russell Wilson. And he's going to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I imagine they're going to make that the season opening game, maybe Sunday night, Monday night at Empower Field. The Pittsburgh Steelers against the Broncos. Here comes Russ. Be interesting to hear the fan reaction. But 38 of his $39 million will be paid by the guy he's playing that night, the Denver Broncos. So that's where a lot of money is, and therefore the Broncos aren't doing a whole lot else in free agency.
Sure. Kind of reminds me when I used to go to the mall when I was a kid but didn't have any money. Like, you were at the mall but you weren't shopping. That kind of reminds me where the Broncos are now.
You're looking.
They're at the mall, they're looking, but they may not be shopping. It's one of those things. Well, Kliss, we appreciate the update on the snow there in Golden. While we had you, I truly was curious about the Broncos, because all I was thinking was we would be partway through this snow day and Kliss would be like, hey, we got a quarterback.
Yeah.
And we'd be like, well, what do we do now? We're doing snow, we're doing quarterback, whatever else.
Jimmy G's coming to town.
Yeah.
Something. Who knows?
Please
I know you don't want that.
Go ahead. He's a possibility, but I tell you, the best thing about a day like this is, 9 News has got this set up for me in my home. So, I guess COVID did some good things here for us.
They did for you, Mike. That's it.
Right.
I agree.
Mike Kliss, thank
Yeah.
you. Appreciate the update from Golden.
I know, and if there is an update, he'll give it to us on the Broncos. So thank you, Mike.
Oh, hey, we got news on I-70.
We
News
do.
on I-70.
And this is encouraging.
Yep. They are going to open I-70 to passenger traffic, not to commercial traffic, not to trucks. They're going to open it Morrison to Silverthorne 2 hours from now. So book it right around 4 o'clock. They think that they're going to get 70 open for passenger traffic to and from Silverthorne and the metro area. That's huge news because they've told trucks you're not getting on 70 until noon tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's so important because we don't know so many stories about people that have been stuck here. Ariel was telling us the story about the bus, the ski bus.
The 60 ladies coming back from Vail.
Yeah, but how many other stories are just like that?
They left Vail at 3 p.m. yesterday. They were stuck at last check. Ariel Orsuto, have you talked to your women on the bus? What's their status?
So I haven't spoken to them since I talked to them earlier today, but as you mentioned, they left Vail at 3 o'clock yesterday. That's almost 24 hours ago that they have been stranded on this bus. When they got to Idaho Springs at midnight, that's where they stopped. They never moved again from that point. And they've been stranded there now without food, without water, and they haven't had their medications. They even said that one person on the bus is diabetic, and she no longer has any food to help her through with any of that, and she can't have any of the food without her insulin. So they really have nothing at this point, and they need to get moving, but they didn't have any of this information at the point either. So now it's really great for them to know that they are going to get moving here in the next few hours, as you just mentioned. But they did have one thing that a lot of other people didn't have.
We have one bathroom in the back that people were able to use, which makes us so much luckier than all these other cars that you'll see are out here. They don't have bathrooms, and neither do the semis. And so, we're more fortunate. We don't have food, and we ran out of water. But I will say about 45 minutes ago, the mechanic's truck, which has been following us, delivered some water to us, and that was very helpful.
Stranded there with a bathroom for 60 people, but nobody else on that road does. And so just imagine everybody else that's been backed up there without one. That right there is just something to be thankful for, that we're all here in this building right now. But that news that I-70 will be open, as you mentioned, for those few hours, hopefully all of those people will get off the road and they'll just be able to open that up just a little bit more. It's definitely something to be thankful for right now, though. They can clear that up just a little bit, Kyle and Kim.
Yeah. All the regular folks, not the commercial traffic, but the regular folks that, just couldn't get there in time before things shut down.
Ariel Orsuto, thank you. If you weren't with us earlier, CSP was very pointed about the fact that they think that the problem last night that has caused down the shutdown of I-70 for well more than 12 hours now was commercial vehicles that were not prepared for the conditions, i.e. not chained up. And that is what then stymied traffic and got all of those passenger vehicles stuck. They blamed the trucks. And they're telling trucks no go on I-70 between Eagle and Morrison until noon tomorrow. But the normies get to go hopefully at 4 o'clock to and from Silverthorne in the metro area.
That will be huge. And you still know it's not going to be easy.
So
we wish them the best as they go slowly home.
Yep. More snow coming, 6 to 12 inches in spots. Our coverage of Colorado's snow day continues. You're looking at Greeley. Oh, Greeley's getting a taste. At long last, Greeley, you whined all morning. You didn't get any.
They've been waiting.
Here you go. Enjoy.
I mean, there's a lot to think about when you're the mayor.
There are, and that's exactly what you said. Is it's for some people it's convenience, for other people it's necessity. And so to make sure that you can get out of your house onto your side street and onto a main street means if you have to get to the grocery store, or you got to get to the hospital, or you got to get to a loved one. We think those are all really important, and so we've taken it incredibly seriously. I was in Snow Command this morning, which is our central control hub at Department of Transportation Infrastructure, where we can track almost every intersection in the city and see if there are any challenges or issues. And so we are watching very closely, but right now it all looks very good.
Denver City offices are closed today, as are Denver Public Schools. Denver Public Schools is called out for tomorrow, Mayor. Do you expect that city offices will be back open tomorrow? What do you think?
You know, we're looking at that this afternoon. It obviously is a big influence on us when the school district decides to close. We know that means a lot of city employees who have kids at home will be harder for them to get in person. Our folks are all working remotely today, and then essential personnel are still in person. And so we'll look at that for tomorrow option depending on how the snow progresses. But we know once the schools close, we have a lot of folks for whom it's harder to get to work in person and fewer people that come to the city for services in person. So we'll see how it progresses tonight, but we will certainly keep open the option of having city offices closed tomorrow in person, but working remote.
How about the shelters that you opened up and the warming centers? Have you had any update on the numbers? Have people been able to get there and find shelter?
Yeah, we do have 2 warming shelters that have been opened. We had one at the Glenarm Rec Center, we've also had another overflow over here at one of our hotel sites. And I'd say the utilization has been pretty modest. We're at about 180 people, and so sometimes on a cold weather shelter we'll have 250 or 300. So they're open. We're welcoming people, and they're still available tonight, of course. And so that's been successful, but we haven't seen overwhelming demand there. I think in part because we got a lot of folks off the streets before we got to this moment. We've also had actually pretty low 311 calls today, lower than normal, and so we don't have a lot of folks reaching out in distress who can't get access to services. We think that's a good sign that the streets are passable also.
Denver Mayor Mike Johnson, last question for you. You've lived in this city a long time, experienced lots of snowstorms here. What is one thing that surprised you or that you had no idea about in terms of the way the city operates in a snowstorm that you got to see from the inside out this time?
I think it was in part actually the depth of the technology we have now, which is our ability to both know exactly where every single one of our snowplows is every moment. You can check and know whether or not a snowplow has come to your street, if it's close to your street now. We have cameras on the top of these trucks, so we can get the view from each truck to see what they're seeing, and we can see each intersection. And so I think our ability to real-time track data is far, far more advanced than I had thought before. Snow Command is a pretty exciting place to be. So I think that was my big learning for the day, and the team at Dottie has done a really wonderful job.
That's cool.
Denver Mayor Mike Johnson, appreciate your time on your first snowstorm, your first term.
Thanks for having me.
All right, stay warm, stay safe. So we head from the mayor of Denver to the mayor of the suburbs, Steve Steger.
But before we get to Steve, though, we do need to say Jeffco Schools finally pulled the trigger.
There you go.
Okay.
You get the extended break, kids. You go into your week off
Jeffco.
next week with an extra day. Jeffco joins DPS, Cherry Creek, and Delco schools in calling it for tomorrow. So I'm sorry. Mayor Steve Steger of the suburbs, the United Suburbs, of which you represent so well and have throughout the day. What is the update from your constituency?
You know, it's very funny because I could almost hear the shout of joy from my house when that Cherry Creek closure came in. My wife very excited about that. So I've told you all day, if you need our help, call us, and you're in the South Metro area, anywhere around DTC Centennial, Lone Tree, we will come. We will knock stuff off of trees. Bonnie sent me an email and said, hey, can you come and help? Because we've got, what? These are, Bonnie, these are 40-year-old evergreens?
40-year-old, yep.
Yep. And what were you worried about?
I'm worried about the branches breaking off and losing some of the trees, so I don't want to do that.
Makes sense.
Love them.
All right,
Yeah,
so
they're beautiful.
So we've already, Tom, you can see that I've done work, and you can all judge me based on this. This is the sidewalk. We've cleared a little bit of it. I still got to get to the driveway at some point, but we're knocking a lot of this snow off of the trees here, and you can almost see them instantly release when you knock the snow off of the limbs. I got to tell you, with Crispy Donkey saying that there's a chance for more snow today, you want to make sure that you get the snow that's already on your trees off, just in case something happens. But Bonnie, show me what else we need to do. Come on, we'll go to the backyard. Bonnie says, Oh yeah, see now, this didn't open when we came here, and we shoveled it all out. It opens now. Oh my goodness, is that a hammock? That hammock that.
It is, and I'm lucky that and this did not break off.
Neither of these broke off. Oh yeah, because wait, does somebody still use this?
Well, my granddaughter.
Your granddaughter?
Did, yep. And I used to do daycare, and those kids did it too.
Oh sure. All right. Well, we could probably dump that thing out at some point here, and maybe get this hammock cleared off. So if you want to come hang out in the backyard, you could do so. There we go. All right. So what else? You were worried. You were saying, Bonnie, that these trees are starting to snap a little bit and crackle.
Yes.
What did you hear back here?
Well, you can hear them kind of moving, and also all of a sudden a big clump of snow will just come crashing down.
Yeah.
So I'm concerned about that too, but I really want to get the hot tub cover clean. I have my priorities.
Oh yeah. So is there? I'm guessing this is something you want to do later on today. The hot tub cover. I don't know if the hockey stick is going to do much on the hot tub cover here, Tom. Look at how much snow they have gotten here in the backyard. Priorities first. We're going to work on this and try to get the hot tub cleaned off so that Bonnie can have a good day. But in the meantime, if you need help and you're down here, Tom and I are happy to swing by and try to do what we can do. Oh, Tom says he's not, just me. I'm going to drag him along. He'll just hang out, but we'll get everything done.
Yeah.
Tom Cole's been putting up with you. That's why, Steve. He's like, I'm done.
It's funny because Tom, every time I go, hey, this person just reached out. They want us to swing by. Hey, and I'll say, hey, Tom, there's somebody spinning out over there. Let's go dig them out. And Tom's right in there with me, digging everybody out. We've maybe three or four cars today, just people driving cars that probably shouldn't be out in this kind of snow. Because they have to get places, and we've dug out a few people, but we're happy to help. Let us know. Down here in the suburbs, a lot of snow, and if you're thinking ahead, I could say it again, make sure your tree limbs are cleaned off, because look, Bonnie had some limbs fall down in her yard. So you see what kind of weight a storm like this could carry. I mean, this is a huge, I can't even, no. Oh yeah, there we go. Get this sucker out of the ground. Look at this. That's a huge limb that fell out of Bonnie's tree.
That's a deadlift.
Let's take. Can we load? Yeah. Can we load this in the car? I don't know. We could take it. Maybe there's firewood here somewhere.
No, consult with your deputy mayor, Tom Cole, before you do that.
I love this. I will consult with. I'll consult with Tom to make sure that there's enough room in the car before we do that. That's a good idea.
I feel like my favorite part is that Bonnie is back there shoveling off that car, hard at work, while Steve's just chatting with us like he's a supervisor or something, Like, listen, Steve, get in there. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's get to work. You're either doing this or you're not, right? You got Bonnie doing all the work here.
There he goes.
There he goes. He's getting after it. I tell you what.
Pressure.
All the TV stations talk a big game about helping you out. I don't know who else is going around shoveling people's driveways for him today, but Steve Steger is.
This is a terrible tool. Yeah, I'm happy to help. Seriously, and I'm not even going to get in this hot tub when we get it cleaned off. We're just clearing it off.
Steve Steger, mayor of the suburbs, hard at work, serving his constituents in the Centennial, Lone Tree, and DTC area. If you need Steve's help, he does small things around the house as well. Earlier you were talking about putting in electrical outlets. So by all means, use them for whatever you need. Use them for whatever you need. Steve, thank you.
That's so funny. He's doing a good job. Tom Cole and Steve really taking us all around, for giving us the stories that you all are telling us every day. We've been encouraged by the fact that there is some traffic that's going to be hopefully moving on I-70, just not commercial traffic, but just everybody else that's been stuck, the average folks that have been stuck on the highway. But we know this storm isn't finished with us yet. So we got to get to Chris and find out what the latest.
Yeah, we just hope, Chris, that it stays in this spot where it is an inconvenience, it's a hassle, but it's not a danger, right? And we know that this is the kind of storm that could kind of go either way in the next 6 hours, and we hope that it stays in the groove that it's in, where it's manageable for people.
And Kyle, Kim, I kind of want to emphasize something as well. Is the roads, we just spoke with the mayor a second ago. Roads are probably okay right now. Here's my suspicion about what happens in the next few hours. That those roads will go downhill after dark tonight. We're probably okay generally speaking, those main roads probably okay-ish. Anything that's been treated right now will be okay because the sun's out, right? And those snow rates aren't strong enough right now to overcome the fact that those roads are mostly wet. But once we get to about 6, 7, 8 o'clock or so tonight, my suspicion of what's going to happen is that those roads will go downhill really quickly. So don't let this be a lull to say, hey, maybe we can do something this evening or anything like that. Those road conditions are going to go downhill really fast, I suspect, this evening. Now, here's what we've seen so far. And instead of showing you individual snowfall amounts, I'm just taking a general idea of what we've seen across the city of Denver. Depends on which side of town you're on. East side of town, close to about 6 inches. West and south sides of town, close to about 11 inches so far. Boulder's north side of town, about 6, 7, 8 inches. South side, closer to about 9, 10, 11, even 12 inches. Fort Collins, 1 to 4, 1.1 inches at the airport so far. And we're seeing that snow continue over the next couple of hours. And we're probably to see that snow gradually ramp on up in intensity. You might notice some of these kind of purples and some of those kind of deeper blues and that due northeast flow. This is, if you're a Colorado weather nerd, this is exactly what you look for in terms of getting some of those high impact snowstorms for us here in the Denver area. You get that northeast wind that basically runs parallel to I-76. That's the rough setup you look for to get a high impact snow for us in the Denver area. And we're certainly seeing that right now. You might notice some more of those kind of purples popping on up. It looks like within the last hour, 90 minutes or so, those snow rates, the amount of snow we're getting per hour, are going up just a little bit. This isn't what we saw late last night or early this morning where we had 1 to 3 inch per hour snowfall rates, but this is probably closer to about a ½ inch to maybe inch per hour snowfall for us from downtown Denver on south and on west. Out by the airport, looks like we're seeing some steadier snow out there as well. The airport, of course, mostly got left alone. More on that in the next couple of minutes. But you look off to the north and east, there's some of those purples. Notice this around Morgan County, heading west along 76. That's probably what's going to lead to a gradual uptick in terms of those snowfall rates. I think we will be gradually increasing, again, the intensity of that snow as we head over the next couple of hours. And again, this is mostly owing to the sunset, but I do think that those road conditions that might be a little deceptively okay right now on main roadways, the interstates, Spear Boulevard, things like that, those conditions probably go downhill come 6, 7, 8 o'clock this evening. So again, just encouraging folks that have the benefit of staying at home, please stay at home for the next couple of hours. And that is extra important for those of you on the Palmer Divide and the Foothills. That should go, needless to say, where up in those areas where we got 2, 3 feet of snow, you should be firmly at home right now. So, heavier snow this afternoon, another 6+ inches of snow to go for most. I've actually just updated our forecast additional totals. I'll show you that in just a second, but that snow wraps on up early tomorrow morning. I think the accumulating snowfall, we'll have some kind of dandruff snow as we wake up tomorrow morning. I call that dandruff snow, where you just got a few flakes tomorrow morning. I think we're done with the accumulation somewhere between about 11 tonight and 3 a.m. tomorrow morning. That's my guess, is that somewhere around midnight we're done with the accumulating snow. So we've still got another 10, 12 hours of snow to go. So we're not done yet here, folks, but I just updated these numbers just to give you an idea about additional snowfall amounts. And especially up this way, this is where I've got bigger questions. I'm pretty confident in these numbers from downtown Denver on south and west. This is where we're going to get that steadier upslope flow. Up here, again, maybe getting a little weather nerdy here, but bear with me for a quick second. Up here, this is going to depend on localized snow bands, these kind of little narrow kind of slivers of heavier snowfall where we could get 1 to 2 inch snowfall rates per hour. So that's why, 2 to 6 inches, if you don't get one of those bands, you're going to get maybe an extra 2, 3 inches of snow up by Platteville, up by Fort Lupton. But if we get one of those bands that sets up shop for an hour or two, you could easily get 6, 7 inches of snow up here. We got a ton of moisture still to work with, so we could easily get some kind of quick hitting snow up this way. Downtown Denver, on south and west, I think we're probably closer to those 7-inch amounts. We still probably got another 4, 5, 6, 7 inches to go. The further south, the further west you go, the more snowfall we have to come because of that upslope flow. So the foothills, we've already seen some 3-foot reports for us in the foothills. We add another foot or two, that's kind of teetering on a problem for us there into the foothills. Here's a look at what we've seen so far. And I'm going to kind of close things out with a bit of explainer about why we've seen such a big gap in totals between the airport and the west side of the metro area. But first things first, Denver, we kind of talked about this, about 6 to 11 inches of snow so far. On the Palmer Divide, 1 to 2 feet. And same for us here up into Golden, Morrison, Arvada. That's where we're talking about some of those 10-inch to as much as 24 inches of snow for us up by Evergreen and Conifer. And that's kind of been the bullseye zone so far. But a lot of folks woke up to the fact that we didn't have any official snowfall as of about 6, 7 a.m. this morning at the airport, which meant that the airport ran surprisingly smooth this morning. So the question I've anecdotally have been getting nonstop all morning long has been, Chris, why did the airport get no snow while downtown we've got almost a foot of snow? Here's kind of a quick explainer for you. I'm going to kind of show this to you here in just a second. So we had something called a barrier jet. And if you've not heard of this, no problem. That's my job. I'm going to sit here and explain it for you. So something called a barrier jet set up right over, in fact, right over Pena Boulevard overnight last night. So what is a barrier jet? Let's talk broadly here, folks. This kind of snowstorm that I was mentioning for you, we're getting that wind coming out of the north and east, right along I-76. It's what we call upslope flow. You get that kind of moist northeast wind, backs against the mountains, and the result is we get a lot of that snowfall for us here in the Denver area. So this is a classic upslope event. So when you get winds that go against the mountains, what happens to that, right? That wind can't really go up, it can't really go down, so it's going to kind of go horizontal. That's kind of what happens here, is we get a kind of parallel wind that takes place right against the mountains. Hang with me here, I'm going to keep explaining this. So barrier jet sets on up. That's essentially that parallel wind to the mountains because, again, you got a whole bunch of wind going against the Rocky Mountains. That wind can't go anywhere else but parallel to the mountains, and that meant we got this little localized jet stream that set up shop right over, get this, out of all places, Pena Boulevard on up to about Greeley, and that meant that west of there, we got a lot more snow, and east of there, you basically got kind of shut out from that snowfall, and we weren't able to get high enough precipitation rates. We had mostly rain at the airport last night. We weren't able to get heavy enough rain to pull down that colder air from aloft. So that's why the airport was essentially a different weather world last night compared to downtown Denver. These sorts of things are exactly where a barrier jet sits on up. By the way, fun fact, during the Pi Day snowstorm of 2021, the airport actually had the highest snowfall total because they were right under that barrier jet. That meant that they had extra kind of lift from it, and that meant that the airport actually got more snow than anybody else. This time, it turned out the other way around, where the airport got way less snow than everybody else because that barrier jet set up just west of the airport. So long story short, the airport got a goose egg overnight. Downtown, almost a foot of snow, and that's the reason why. Hopefully that made sense for you. I sometimes like being a bit of a nerd about this on TV, and sometimes there's some of those opportunities, and hopefully that barrier jet made sense for you. In the meantime, this is a lot less nerdy. We're going to be a lot sunnier as we head over the next couple of days. We'll be in the 60s next week, so this is going to be Coloradoing with that snow, that foot plus of snow today. Next week, bye-bye. It's going to be all gone.
So Chris Bianchi was explaining why the airport, for the most part, got left out. Some areas definitely got what was expected. This is a live look at Denver,
Thanks, man.
where it is still
We had some great
snowing
live
out
shots.
there. We've been seeing the snow coming down. As Chris said, we're not finished yet. That's for sure. We're not finished this next round. We got to play it through. I can't remember what inning he thinks we're in. Maybe we're coming to the top of the 7th as far as the storm itself. But we knew the Evergreen, Conifer, Aspen Park areas were going to get nailed. So, of course, Corey Reppenhagen said, send me. I want to go. I want to be there. And that's where he is. And he's been measuring the snow for us. Oh, Corey, it's coming. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's game time again.
Here we go. Yeah, it is coming down. I mean, it has been nonstop since last night. It's been piling up here in the foothills. We kind of ended up in one of the lower spots of the foothills. Believe it or not, there's already spots that are up over 36 inches, moving in on 40 inches. Check it out right here. I don't normally have to stand on a box to reach the top of my own car. My Subaru is under here somewhere. Let's have a look here to see where we're at. See that yardstick just get buried in that snow. There's the roof. So 21.5 inches on my vehicle here. Two things about that. It was already snowing when I parked it here, so a couple of inches were already on the ground. And when we get a nice fluffy half-inch here, sometimes a strong wind gust will come by here and blow that snow off of here. So I'm gonna hop down here. So obviously, I mean, it's still, I mean, a big snow totals out here in the foothills. And it kind of makes you wonder how this one's going to stack up historically, you know, because we're all getting hit really hard and it's really widespread. Quite a bit of the foothills has more than 2 feet. Quite a bit of the metro area has more than a foot. So this really will fit into the historic context. In fact, if you remember the March 2021, the storm we called Pi Day, which happens to be on the anniversary of this day specifically, maybe we'll call it Pi Day sequel or Pi Day part 2. But that storm, if you take the biggest measurement on that storm, which was 48 inches in the Larimer County foothills, compared to what looks like we're going to end up in either Gilpin County or parts of North Jeffco, where we're going to get to that 45, 48 inch mark. So this storm will end up adding up historically comparison to all those other storms and blizzards that we've had, not only in March, but all time. Some of those biggest storms are in the month of March. So we'll be asking ourselves, you know, in several years down the line, where were you during the, we need a better name, the big March storm of, we need a better name, but you get the idea. This storm is really going to stack up historically.
Well,
I agree. This one needs a name.
I suggested March Madness, but there are copyright issues. So I don't know. I kind of like the idea of Colorado's Snow Day, which felt exclusionary for Greeley this morning, but now Greeley's getting a little bit of snow, so maybe now we could do that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I agree with C-Rep though. It needs a name. And man, it's snow globing up there now. Okay.
Yeah, it is. That's more than an inch since the last time we talked to you. So that's coming down. All right. Thank you, Corey. The grocery store rush, it's inevitable. We see it all the time. The people that work at the grocery stores say, shh, stop saying it's going to snow, because they're tired of the crowds. But it's really fascinating what it is that people feel the need to grab.
All right, let's take a look. This King Soopers, 80th and Sheridan. It looks like carbohydrates were the order of the day. Donuts, bagels, fancy breads that you can't name, gone. Desserts partially cleaned out. So again, maybe not even sweets that people wanted, just carbs. Just give me fuel for my fire.
Fuel for shoveling.
That's right.
You know, you're burning the calories. So that's, I guess that's what they needed. Okay.
All right, very good. The storm rolls on, as do we. Next.
once we got here, it's as far as they let us go.
Now accepting your storm names for what we are in the middle of right now, this March snowstorm as experienced by small dogs and large dogs everywhere, this being Piper, we believe, in Evergreen. 32 inches of snow in the first round for Evergreen.
Yeah. You know it's a lot when the dogs say, let me think a second before I just jump in. Because normally they go running out there. But they've really been hit hard. Folks in Evergreen talked about it yesterday. Everyone from fire and rescue to the people that run the local shops, they were hunkering down, getting ready.
Yep.
Knowing this was coming.
Fire rescue folks were going to stay at the firehouse so that they would not have to be responding from their homes. Depending on how much snow that they had at various elevations, they were just going to hang out right there in town. Evergreen's got about 80 volunteer firefighters, and they were going to have a contingent stick it out at the firehouse so that they could get faster, more reliable response times throughout the day.
Yeah. This is a classic Colorado storm in so many ways. We're used to these beautiful warm days. That's why March is trickery around here. You just start thinking, I can pull out the summer, spring gear, and nope, not going to happen. So we know how quickly it's changed. We had some 60-degree days. Frankly, it was really pretty mild yesterday. And now, not so much. It's pretty nasty. Jeremy Hohol has been looking at that, doing the comparisons. How switched yesterday, remembering yesterday. It seems so long ago now.
Yeah. Do you remember yesterday what it looked like? I mean, you know, Denver has 20,000 acres of parks here in the city and in the mountains. And I think it's fair to say, Kim and Kyle, that every single square inch is probably covered with snow today. So my assignment yesterday and today was to kind of, travel around, take a look at Denver's parks, get some nice, beautiful spring-like video yesterday and compare that today. So let's see where we went. First, I took a stroll through Wash Park, saw people walking around, running around, walking their dogs. And then today, went back 24 hours later. What a stark difference. Snow everywhere. I think this morning I saw maybe about 10, 12 people. And most of those folks were city crews scraping the pathway so people could still walk there. So quite the difference at one of Denver's favorite parks, Wash Park. And then I went up to the north side of Denver, the Highland area on Tennyson, and that's where we find Cesar Chavez Park. And if you live in this area or if you've been to this park, you know it's a very popular park for growing families with young kids, toddlers. This park will get super packed. We saw that a little bit yesterday, but today, boy, the trees really weighted down with snow. And you can see just how much of a difference it is compared to today and yesterday. And then I took a few miles of a trip down east, down 38th Avenue to La Raza Park. Went by there, and of course that park is central to the Chicano history here in Denver. And walked around there. Didn't really see anybody there yesterday, and of course today, the same. Lots of snow everywhere. And like I was talking about earlier, when the snow falls, not only does it visually change things, but it gives like this nice little muted tone, this nice little muted atmosphere to everything. It mutes the sound, it gives a stillness, a quietness, very zen, except if you're a TV news reporter that has to stand outside and talk about it all day.
I know, it's a good day for a nap.
Yeah, today would be a perfect day for a nap.
Yeah.
All right, before and after, Jeremy Hohol taking a look around at the various parks in town. I think, so now we really get into it. And I think for some folks, the novelty of the storm has worn off, right? Yeah. If you're home with the kids and they're home from school and you're realizing you're going to be home with the kids tomorrow, if you're in DPS, Dougco Schools, Cherry Creek, or Jeffco, all headed into snow days tomorrow. Dougco, Jeffco, Cherry Creek all headed into spring break next week as well. Maybe nerves are getting a little frayed or whatever else. And there's more snow coming, and we just got to make sure that folks continue to be safe, especially on the roads. And then if we start to see power outages, if we get power outages going into the evening, at last check, I think we were talking about like 25,000 people or so in the metro area that Excel says are without power. We expect that folks are going to be without power in the Foothills as well. I understand there's different power provider up there.
And that could change even once the snow stops because of this heavy snow. That's what we see so often. You think Friday, you're out of it. You know, not necessarily. That's when the heavy snow starts coming down and then we see more power outages. So it's a lot. We've been hearing all kinds of interesting stories. That friend of mine that said her son left Vail at 5 yesterday, 11-hour ride home, went through Central City.
Oh, interesting.
So some people drove through there, but everybody's starting to tell the story now.
4 o'clock is when we expect that the floodgates are going to open on I-70, and that's going to be a lot of people coming down from Silverthorne. It will be non-commercial traffic only. So, right, it'll be us normies. It won't be the trucks. That's expected at about 4 o'clock. The opening of I-70. Commercial traffic is banned on the highway from Eagle to Morrison until noon tomorrow. Continuing updates on this March snowstorm after this.
Well, here we are looking at Denver as and a drop. A big drop. Is that drop in temperatures? Is that symbolizing the drop in temperatures as well?
There will be a bit of a drop in temperature. That's going to be a complicating factor here in a couple of hours when we start to get into the waning light in terms of what the roads look like. Chris Bianchi said that that's going to be a complicating factor. And then also just the way that the snow is going to stack up, given that our first round of snow fell on the warmest ground and some of that melted. Now, obviously, we're going to have snow on snow. Hi, Alex Lewis.
Well, hello.
We're going to have snow on snow as we get into round 2 of this storm.
Yeah, and here we go. But we have taken a break to once in a while talk about how people have spent their day, what they've been doing.
Yeah, it's nice to see. And like our viewers are the best at just like sending us a little glimpse into their world and like what's happening, because we all experience snowstorms like this a little differently. So thank you, your rock stars, for sending in all your videos from really all over. And we couldn't show you all of them if we wanted to, but we've kind of like collectively put some pictures in. Lots of dogs. You gotta love the doggies. Dozens of emails and texts. And these are just some of our, I hate to say favorites because there's so many good ones, but these are the ones we have selected to show you this time around. Keep in mind, if you want to send us these types of pictures and videos, 303-871-1491 is the way to do that. So let's get to Michael, who sent this in from the Lakewood area. We've talked about just how much of a problem the heavy wet snow is for our trees. And here's a good example. I mean, these are kind of happening all over the metro and the Front Range, just heavy trees taken down by even heavier snow, landing on power lines in a lot of areas too, causing those outages. And other times, blocking roads. And this one, just a massive tree down in someone's yard. Michael, thanks for this one. This video coming from Castle Pines Village from Jennifer.
That's like a movie.
I know, look at that deer. I mean, it's hard for humans and the doggies to get through, but this is a creature just really trying to make their way. It seems like it's almost all the way up to his bum there, so his feet fully submerged. This is from Jennifer, sending this in as well from Castle Pines Village. Heidi from Parker. Oh, look at this little doggy. He clearly had a great time. He looks like a little snow dog himself. I'm always jealous when I see the dogs covered in snow because I have one that like refuses to go out in it. And so when you see the ones that are just like loving it and frolicking around, very cute to see.
And they're hard to get those little snowballs off.
I mean, he probably needs a full bath at this point.
Yeah.
Because if there's a shake involved, those little balls are going 10 feet in every direction.
I know, and look at the wood floors. We got to clean up those floors. Cutie pie. So if anybody out there is dealing with any of these problems, oh, there you go. See, wait, what is that? A whisk? An egg whisk?
Look at our
I never thought to use that. This is our own Mark Salinger, of course, having this solution. Of course he comes up with something like this. I would have never thought to use this.
His dog Knox is major league spoiled.
Wow.
But Knox is very entertaining.
What a great idea. I mean, your pancakes are going to taste a little funky for a
Well,
couple weeks, but like that's a great idea.
We're going to go ahead and toss that utensil or make it just for the doggy after this.
Yes.
But very smart, as I'm sure a lot of folks are dealing with this today. So just some fun pictures to show you guys. Again, thank you for kind of giving us a little window into your world today because we love to see it.
Oh, yeah. It's nice to take a break from the heavy stuff related to any snow. But Ava enjoying the snow?
Yeah, I feel like I spent my morning like I'm sure tons of other parents along the Front Range. There's a lot of hot chocolate involved, a snowman.
Yeah.
Eating lots of snow, avoiding the yellow and the brown snow.
Yeah.
So, all those things that you do with a 3-year-old. Y'all know how it is.
And hoping that this one isn't coming during a snowstorm.
I know.
You got
oh my
time.
God, like
You got a
Judy's
little
story
time.
last night of like having to file into, a hospital this morning, whether you're scheduled or that baby just decides today is the day. Snow day 2024.
All those barometric pressure babies.
It's true.
I'm just saying.
True.
Those pressure changes.
I know.
Next thing you know,
Okay.
we've got arrivals.
Keep her cooking.
Yeah. We're going to try to keep her in here as long as possible.
So that's the plan. That's the plan. All right, Alex, thank you. Keep those pictures coming. Just as Alex said, you can text them to us 303-871-1491. So all through the morning, we've been talking about how this isn't just a lot of snow, but this is moisture-rich snow, right? It's snowball making snow. It's snowman making snow. And it's great snow for our state that needs that water.
Desperately.
We talked about how the snowfall totals that come in from across the Front Range and across the state are taken by people like you and me. Sometimes they have training from the National Weather Service. Other times they're just interested observers who help let the National Weather Service know what kind of snow is falling here or there. And our Corey Reppenhagen promised us a more in-depth explanation of how some folks take an additional step to help the scientists figure out just how much water we're getting out of the storm. Corey, explain it to me like I'm an idiot. You're thinking this changes nothing about my presentation to you, Kyle. But explain it to me like I don't know what's going on. First, why the water matters so much, and then how we figure it out.
The water is really the key. The snow is more of a novelty, and it is a good measurement about the strength of storms and the change of the climate. But really, it is all about that water. And if you think about it, it takes about, on an average storm, it takes about 10 inches of snow to create 1 inch of water. And we're talking about just right in that one little spot. So if you have 10 inches of snow equaling 1 inch of water, it's like a big summer thunderstorm, except 1,000 times bigger, because those thunderstorms hit in one little spot. This storm is covering almost the entire Front Range, minus Greeley and DIA or whatever you might want to say, but it's a big space, so that is a lot of water in this snow. So it's very important that they measure it. Let's take a quick measurement of just the snow depth out here. I don't have the capacity to measure the water content in it, but we're getting to a pretty key point here in our little area. 23.5. So we're so close to getting that 2-foot mark here, like a lot of other areas in the foothills have reached already, that 2 foot on upwards of 3 feet. So now we know that there's at least about 2 inches of water just in that little spot. So there's 2 inches of water there, 2 inches of water there, all across the area. So when they add that up, this is also going to compare, even at DIA, we talk about DIA getting kind of skated on the snow, but they did not get skated on the moisture altogether. So you look at the Pi Day Part 1 in 2021, Denver got 2.88 inches of water, which is one of the biggest March individual storms of all time. Now you take what we've got here, DIA did get 1 inch of water this morning when they had no snow at all. So that's why it's important to add the water, the precipitation all together, and not just the snow.
Corey, another question for you. This storm isn't really going to move our snowpack numbers, right? Because it's not so much a mountain event, it's a foothills out onto the plains event?
Yeah, if you think about it, the snowpack average goes up significantly every day until March 8th when it hits the peak. So if you don't get a significant amount of snow every day in the mountains, your snowpack percentage actually goes down. And from what we're seeing, about 1 foot of snow in most of the avalanche points and ski areas where we kind of measure that. So it's enough to kind of hold that bar, which currently is just 1% below average. So we're kind of holding that with this storm in the mountains.
That makes so much sense.
Break even on snowpack.
Yeah.
Great moisture for the rest of
Well, and we talk about wildfire risk, that's a whole nother discussion. But my barometer on how much snow you've picked up recently is the phone number for the romantic getaway is not as clear. The bottom part of the phone number I can't read. So you're picking up snow, just saying.
Yeah, you know, we're just gradually covering up the number. Great advertisements out here for this great place. You know, Chris and I we've had a very intimate time out here. I don't know if it's going as far as romantic, but hey, Kim, nothing says romance like 2 feet of snow.
No, nothing does.
Yeah.
But you're both taking your wives up there sometime soon, I think.
Yeah, stuck in a truck with
That's
a buddy
probably a
from work.
wiser
Sounds
choice, yes.
sounds like a very romantic getaway. Corey Rappenhagen,
life.
thank you for the knowledge. Every time we talk to you, come away smarter. So that's good. That's good stuff.
That is really interesting. And I know that March 8th date. I did not know that for the snowpack. I had no idea.
There you go. All right. Our coverage of the Imperial March snow continues after this. I-70 in the mountains has been closed since yesterday. Teams have been working throughout the morning to get stranded folks off of the interstate so that it can reopen. And at last check, 4 o'clock or so was the time that they were hoping to reopen to car traffic, telling trucks and semis they have to wait for tomorrow.
So we've got Tamara Roblison from CDOT on the phone with us right now. And Tamara, what's the latest on that and the road conditions specifically?
We are making some progress on I-70. We have been removing stranded vehicles that were buried. Our biggest challenge has been unburying the semis, the tractor trailers. We had quite an issue with them not chaining up as they should, so it was a combination of fast-moving snow, adverse weather conditions, and many truckers not putting on their chains, causing them to jackknife and block the highway, has presented a very challenging situation with us. But we are making some really good progress in getting those vehicles out of the way so that we can start opening the roadway. I can't tell you when, I don't know at this point, but we're making some good progress.
Earlier, CDOT had said that they thought that it would be around 4 o'clock. Should we still say around 4 o'clock, or is it just time TBD?
I would say to be on the safe side, to be determined at this point, but I can say it's looking good. And we're a little hesitant to put an exact time because something else could happen, and such as, depending on the weather conditions and what happens with that. But rest assured, we are working relentlessly. Our crew members are, CSP, emergency personnel, to get the road clear as soon as we possibly can.
Do you know how many people were stuck on the interstate overnight, either how many vehicles roughly or how many people roughly?
I don't have an exact number on that. Obviously, it was many, and we do know that folks were stuck for many hours. And I know that it has been a very challenging situation for those who were on the I-70 corridor, and we are working extremely hard to get it open under some very challenging situations.
Do you know of any serious medical emergencies that happened for folks up there overnight?
I'm not aware of emergency type of situations. Probably your best source would be the CSP on that. They would probably have a better source of that. But we do tell people if they are in an emergency situation, whether they're on the road or they're in their homes and they can't get from A to B because of the weather, that they should call 911.
So Tamara, you mentioned the semi-trucks and going on these roads unprepared, and that really led to this domino effect. From a rescue point of view and everything else, if those semis had all been fully prepared for these conditions, would we be looking at anything like this, or do you think the road could potentially still be open?
Well, that's a big what if, but I think it would be a different story. It definitely would have been a different story. We had we do with every storm, with trucks with a lot of truckers are wonderful. They follow the law, but a lot of them don't. And we have traction laws for a reason. You have to chain up so you can have as much traffic as you possibly can when you're driving on the I-70 mountain corridor. And when you're not chained up, and truckers that jackknife, they're the ones that don't have the chains, it really causes major issues. It's an automatic blockage of the roadway, which has an incredible ripple effect on traffic. It's hard to get it back to normal at that point. Even when conditions are sunny and nice and dry, it still can wreak havoc.
And Tamara, just quickly, am I imagining things, or did a couple of years ago, you and CSP actually did chain control checkpoints like at Silverthorne to do a visual check on every semi going on during certain high volume times because you knew just what a mess it could be? Is that something that has ever been used in the past, and what would it take to institute that on a day like today?
CSP, they're the ones who would be in charge of that, and we would assist with them in that. It's just and they're definitely out there. They're definitely out there looking for those violations, and I know they also are imposing fines and fees. I just think today, and since last night, the priority has been to keep the road plowed, try to stay ahead of it as much as possible, and keep people safe as much as possible. I will say this though, and hopefully this will help. we are going to prohibit tractor trailers from driving the I-70 mountain corridor until tomorrow because of the adverse conditions, and that will help prevent some of these closures.
All right, Tamara Rolson from CDOT, appreciate that very much, and totally understand there were some things that we were asking here. There are things that they do in partnership with CDOT, and I know this idea of chain stop checkpoints. That was a big conversation right around 2019, 2020, so about 4 years ago, the idea of checking each vehicle going on. But obviously that's very labor intensive on a day when both CDOT and CSP are stretched thin anyway.
Right, and just trying to now get the road open and rescue people and deal with all of that. So tough questions, but going to be asked a lot in the days and weeks ahead and years ahead, because this isn't going to stop. We want to go to Castle Rock, where they've gotten quite a bit of snow from the get-go, and Kevin Vaughn's been down there. And Kevin, nothing's happening in Castle Rock. Everybody's just chilling.
It's a relatively quiet afternoon here on Wilcox Street. The restaurants, the insurance offices, the cafes, and shops along here are closed. The streets have been plowed, they're wet. We had a little lull in the snow that ended about 15 or 20 minutes ago. It started snowing again. I did just measure snow around the corner. It was at 15 degrees. Now we're getting a little activity as they're trying to clear some snow here around on 4th Street. But beyond that, it's really quiet down here, not normally this way in the middle of the day on a weekday. Kim and Kyle?
I think a lot of folks have experienced that wherever they're traveling up and down the Front Range and up into the foothills today. Kevin Vaughn, thank you. That certainly was the experience coming in Denver this morning. I almost don't want to say this because it's going to make people mad. It's the fastest commute I've had in the longest time.
No,
there are no cars on the road, and Denver did a great job of clearing the streets. I took 5 minutes off the commute today. I mean, it was really something, because the roads were clear and folks were heeding the warnings to just stay off the roads unless you had a job that you needed to be out there doing. Chris Bianchi, let's look at what's coming ahead as we see snow picking back up in the foothills and in some other places that have already seen significant amounts.
Yeah, I think we are starting to see that snow kind of re-intensify for us here across the metro area. I think in terms of a kind of baseball analogy, it's been one I've been using all day long. I think we're somewhere in the 7th inning on this one. We're not entirely towards the 8th and 9th inning. We're not wrapping things up, but we're starting to get towards the end of this snowstorm. So what we're seeing right now here in Denver, you might notice here in the 90s backyard, this is actually not really sticking on the pavement around me all that much. That is thanks to the high March sun angle. So it's middle of March, even though the sun is obviously not out in terms of the cloud cover, its rays are still, and its impact still being felt here in terms of the fact that a lot of the snow is melting on contact for paved surfaces. But, and this is really important here, folks, roads, main roads might be okay right now. We were just talking about that a second ago with Kyle. I think those roads are going to go downhill pretty quickly here this evening, come 6, 7, 8 o'clock or so. So don't let that mislead you. I think those roads will get worse over the next couple of hours. Let's take a look at some of those snowfall totals, though, that we've seen so far here across the metro area. And in Denver, generally speaking, depends on which side of town you're on. I've been kind of analyzing those totals. It looks to me kind of, you get from kind of Glendale on south, and that's where we've seen some of those totals closer to about 10, 12 inches. You get kind of from here, Spear and Logan on north and west, and we're somewhere in that 6, 7, 8, 9 inch range. I'm just going to eyeball here. In the 90s backyard, we're close to about 8, 9 inches of snow here in central Denver. So it's a pretty good storm so far, but we were just talking about this a second ago with Corey Reppenhagen. The wet start to the calendar year and just the amount of water that's within this storm, that's really important. And this is our second truly kind of waterlogged storm that we had so far this season. And that means this is now our 4th wettest start to a season on record for us here, 4th wettest start to a year on record for us here in Denver. We've got a pretty good chance of cracking the top 3 once this is over and done with for us here into the Denver area. So HD Doppler radar showing us some of that snow right now. And I think Kim and Kyle, we are seeing some of that steadier snow move its way on in from the north and east. And that steadier snow will be with us for the next couple of hours. And I think we could be looking at an additional couple of inches of snow for us here in the metro area. So again, we're starting to wrap things up. I think we're more than halfway through with this snowstorm, but I don't think we're entirely done yet for us here in the Denver area. The snow will wrap up by about midnight or so tonight.
Chris Bianchi, thank you. This just in from Clear Creek County. They are declaring a local disaster emergency due to the amount of snow that they've received, the drivers that they've seen stranded on I-70 in Clear Creek County. This is a disaster declaration that allows them to activate certain resources, and it also opens them up to get some help from the state because they've declared a local emergency, and they are asking people not to travel in Clear Creek County right now, saying that their resources are at their limit to help people and that their first responders have been working around the clock for 24 hours now. Got to remember, this was a mountain snow event that started in the afternoon yesterday. So while folks on the Front Range woke up to snow, they've been dealing with it for 24 hours now. So Clear Creek County, local disaster, asking people, please don't travel.
Okay, well, we're going to stay on top of these things. Every community is a little bit different. We're going to take a break and come right back.
I know this isn't how it's working, but I'm going to picture like a shotgun start on I-70, where you got all these people in Silverthorne that have been waiting since last night. Some of them have been in their cars, sleeping overnight. All they want to do is come down the hill. They need I-70 open, shotgun, you know, boom, and then everybody's going to race down the hill. That's not how it's actually going to work.
No, because then they're going to get there and they're just going
crawl.
to slowly creep down the hill. But that's what a lot of folks have been doing on I-70. All kinds of stories of people 11, 12, 13, 14-hour trips to get from like Vail to Silverthorne.
Yep. And then wait.
Cases.
And then wait.
And Rachel Krause, one of those people, made it to Silverthorne. And now Matt Renew, I think, coined the phrase that's highway camping. A lot of people are out there camping in their cars, doing what they can to just wait it out.
Yeah, highway camping feels like a great way to explain exactly what's happening here. We're in Silverthorne, we're at the outlets, and a lot of people are just hanging out, watching, waiting, hoping that I-70 is gonna open back up once again. Now take a look behind me here. We've got semi-trucks that are parked. We've been seeing those guys hanging out all day long. We've been seeing tow truck drivers sitting and waiting with 2, 3, 4 cars all waiting to see. We've got epic mountain cars that are waiting to take off. We've got families who have been stuck, some waiting since last night, some waiting since this morning, people waiting for hours. Everybody keeps saying, but the weather's so nice here. There's blue in the sky, there's no snow. We maybe had 2 inches here around Frisco and Silverthorne.
So why isn't I-70 opening up? Well, of course, we've got all the other snow on the other side, making things a little bit tricky. So everybody's just hoping that their camping trip is going to come to an end sooner rather than later. But for now, we're at least in a pretty fun spot. Lots of restaurants, lots of shops. Good excuse to hang out, right?
And Silverthorne has been the place for it over and over and over again, and folks are used to extending that hospitality to visitors, and often folks who did not intend on visiting Silverthorne, shall we say.
Yeah. I saw the Better Rest semi. I wonder if they got extra mattresses in there.
Just pull one out
and just slide in and just take a nap for a little bit.
Rachel, thank you.
Cars are cramped.
Yeah, cars are cramped. I mean, I think about the folks that we heard from Matt Renew this morning, you know, dude who was sleeping in his car, small car, waiting to come down to Denver. And that gets old after a while. That gets old because you just want to get out and you want to stretch your legs even if it is on a snowy day. Our Steve Steger, no shortage of exercise today. The mayor of the suburbs, as we've dubbed him, has been running around town in his neon-colored safety vest that tells everyone that he's a helper. He's there to help. So that's what he's been doing. You've been helping people, Steve.
Trying, you know, and we got, so I put a call out on Twitter not too long ago that anyone in the South Metro area, because I can't go too far away from my house just because, you know, just in case there's breaking news within my own family in the next few hours. I wanted to stay close, but anybody who needed help here in the Centennial DTC area, let us know. Well, Marina reached out to me and said, can you get my friend Renee's driveway? Renee's here right now. What would you, like, Marina just reached out and asked for the help. What did you think?
Yeah, I said, are you kidding me? She is a fellow wrestling mom. Our kids wrestle at Arapahoe High School, and she has a heart of gold, and she was watching you this morning, and I was working, and she texted me, and I went, okay, and so I just texted her, I screenshot your text back to me, and she goes, oh my gosh, that's so nice. And it is so nice.
We're happy to help. You have a north-facing driveway. How difficult is it to shovel this driveway? We're making progress. We're making progress.
It's great. It's really nice that you guys have really good boots, because if not, the incline can be a little much. The slope is a little.
Just a little, just a tad.
Can be a little treacherous.
Got it. How long have you lived here?
7 years.
Have you ever seen a snow like this?
Maybe one other time. I think like 2 or 3 years ago we had a lot of snow, but I feel like right along Arapahoe Road, it's a corridor where we have more snow.
It's a belt, right? Because I lived on the southbound side of Arapahoe Road for a long time, and here on the north side, it feels like
we just get it dumped.
Yeah, you do. You do. It's really, it's heavy snow too. This is a decent amount. In fact, hold on. Do I still have my? No, I left it in the car. Of course, I left my tape measure in the car. But this is probably what would you say? Like
we were at 15 and a half about 2 hours ago or something.
Okay.
So one of my friends texted me and let me know.
15 and a half.
I got to think, your wife is getting ready to put in a lot of labor, so this is nice that you're putting in all this labor today.
I mean, and I'm sure she appreciates it. I did get the driveway there this morning, but by this point, it's probably a mess.
You're gonna have to do that again.
Yeah, totally. But I'm happy to help out.
Thank you.
You have great friends. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I do. I have my girl squad, my Arapahoe wrestling tribe. They're awesome.
They're your people. I love it. I saw on the door, proud parent of a soldier. Is that right?
Yeah, my senior enlisted in the 82nd Airborne, and he heads out in like 73 days.
73.
Mm-hmm.
Excited? Proud?
I'm both proud and excited. He's on the intelligence side, and I've had friends that were enlisted that swear he's going to be in a good spot. That will never put a mom's heart at ease, but I am, as you can tell, I've got the flag in the yard, the flag on the house, the thing on the door. Once he made his decision, I'm behind him.
Proud mama.
Proud
Love
mama.
It. Proud wrestling mama, too. This is like the wrestling cave, from what I understand?
Yes, yes. That's why my garage is packed full of t-shirt and sweatshirt gear, because this is where my wrestling tribe, we come and make our shirts, and that's the boys' fundraiser.
Well, hopefully we can get all the wrestling folks to come over and enjoy your freshly cleaned off driveway. Renee,
Right?
thank you so much for letting us hang out. We really appreciate it. Happy
Thank
to help you.
Thank you. I am so appreciative.
So, we're in Centennial, and again, we're on that snow belt of Arapahoe Road where 15, this is likely more than 15 by now. I mean,
Yeah.
look at this. That's pretty deep, guys. Tom and I have been putting in the work here. And I think give us 10 more minutes, we'll get this done.
Oh,
You're good people, Steve Stager. You're good people.
The fact you forgot your tape measure doesn't surprise me at all. You leave every night to go home and comes back because he forgot. He always goes, "Oh, I'm back."
But Kim, I know where it is.
Oh, this time
It's
you do
right
know where it
here.
is. Okay.
I did. I was to say, unlike my keys most evenings, I actually know where this is. Let's go in.
Did you,
see,
did he just?
So I'm wondering if I'm getting
Yeah.
deceptive. There we go. 12 inches right here, but I bet you it's more.
Yeah.
In a
Go
couple
to
spots.
another
Not, 'cause
spot.
They have a picture of it.
Yeah.
Can I just say, first off, Steve, if you would express everybody's thanks to her for her family service that's upcoming here. But also, I just love a mom who has worked hard for a lot of years with kids being able to order you around in stocking feet while you do the work in the driveway. That is the day that she deserves. So that's fantastic.
We said you shouldn't walk further out onto this driveway because you got the stocking feet on.
Sucks. It's okay.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. They're not wet. Are you good?
No, I'm good.
Move into the.
Yeah.
We don't want to. We'll take care of this.
Yeah, right.
Are your kids around? Are they coming
No,
over at any point? No,
they're
they
not.
they were
live-
just like.
Yeah,
you're
they live
stuck?
with their dad, so they live south of here, and I purposefully got my kid a two-wheel drive truck so he couldn't get into too much trouble. So
But it does. Then he can't get over here for this kind of stuff.
He can't get over here.
Okay. All right.
That's it.
fair. That's fair.
That's
well,
why she's
we
got her mom
stuck
tribe.
a couple of times earlier when we got here. She's
Yeah.
got the mom tribe, yeah. And the
Yeah.
mom tribe looks out for her, right?
Yeah.
You
Good
bet.
stuff. Steve
Call
Stager,
Steve
you're a
on your
good man.
side.
You're a good man. Viewer on Threads, John Wolfer says, Steve Stager putting into work today. Get that man a bourbon. Not now because he's working. That would make for an interesting next tonight at 6.
Tomorrow.
He is going to
Tom
be
Cole
hurting.
and Steve have been working hard.
He's shoveling that heavy snow.
Get him a massage.
We'll see you back here in a second.
Canceled.
So right now we've got CDOT backing off of this idea of a 4 o'clock reopening of I-70 to car traffic in the 2 o'clock hour. They said they expected it would be about 2 hours. But then when we talked to CDOT within the last 15, 20 minutes here, they said, we're working on it, we're optimistic, but we don't want to put a time frame on it. The hope is to reopen it to car traffic here within the next couple of hours. Commercial traffic, semi-trucks, like the ones that caused the backups and the closure since yesterday, won't be allowed on until Friday at noon.
But they know and they can't even give us a number of people that have been stranded because it's been hard to estimate.
Well, maybe we can get some additional insight here because we have Megan Heiler on. She's with Clear Creek County, where they just declared a localized emergency to allow them to tap into some other potential resources. And Megan, just to get the word out right, that you just don't need anybody coming through your county who doesn't need to be.
Yeah, 100%. We were just wanting people to know that if you can stay home, please stay home. This is a pretty serious situation, and we just want our emergency services to be able to get to those that need help and be able to actually get them to the hospital.
Megan, about the situation on I-70, we know that a lot of folks were stuck in the neighborhood of Idaho Springs, and we've had a difficult time figuring out how many vehicles, how many people roughly. Do you have any insight on how many people spent the evening against their will there?
Oh, gosh, yeah. I actually don't have that information, but I do know our sheriff's office is out there with the snowcat and other vehicles just trying to reach people where they are. But sorry, I don't have an exact number for you.
Talk us through this. I mean, we know this really started last night, and now you've declared this emergency. What's it been like for the last almost 24 hours?
It's pretty much been nonstop. I just got off a call with our Office of Emergency Management Director, Clear Creek EMS, Clear Creek Fire, and our county manager. And our roads crew wasn't there, but that's obviously because they're plowing roads. But it's pretty much been ongoing. So we're trying to get to people where they are, and we're trying to help them out. But it's been a lot. So like I said, if people can stay home and if they can just watch all of this from their couch, that would be amazing, because we want to be able to get to the people that are currently still stranded.
You've seen this happen before, but it sounds like this is something on a new level.
Yeah, so I actually started with the county about 2 years ago, and this is my first experience with all this. But obviously, it's I-70, and we live in the high country. So this isn't a first, but that doesn't mean it's not a serious situation.
Sure. I think people are cognizant of the fact that when they're traveling through smaller communities, like in Clear Creek County, that puts some stress and strain on your folks up there. I mean, you only have so many folks that you're able to deploy in a situation like this. Are you guys running into a problem now that you've had folks in the field working for 24 hours now?
Obviously, there are some people that are getting stretched pretty thin, but our first responders here in Clear Creek County are amazing, and we're pretty much doing pretty well on staff when it comes to EMS and the sheriff's office. But obviously, like anybody, they're going to get tired. So we just want to be able to make sure they're okay so we can help others.
Yeah, it's a long stretch still.
Yep. Megan Heiler from Clear Creek County, we appreciate you jumping on the phone with us on a busy day there. Clear Creek County is the first county that we are aware of that has declared a localized emergency that gets the state's attention for some help potentially right away. Also, it gets them first in line if the governor is going to make some resources available down the line. But they are kind of at the epicenter of the issue on I-70, right? We've been looking at the Silverthorne end where it's like, oh, blue skies, sunshine, but you can't get on the highway. Down here in the metro area, like, yeah, it's snowy, but it's not that bad. Where it was bad was overnight, Clear Creek County.
Yeah, and they know what they're dealing with. They've got a lot of people desperate to get some help.
Yeah. Arjanelle Finch is up in Boulder, keeping an eye on the situation there where they got 6 to 12 inches of snow. That's a pretty broad range. What side of town are you on, Janelle? What are you seeing?
Hey guys, we're just driving through the Pearl Street Mall area, and the roads are actually pretty decent out here. Let me give you a look right now. As you can see, plows have definitely come through and taken care of a lot of the main roads. We even saw someone on a scooter, one of those electric scooters, just going by. So people are out and about, kind of treating this just like, you know, a regular snow day. You do see a good pile of snow here and there, but for the most part, the roads are pretty good. And like said, life is continuing continuing as normal. We're actually driving right now. We are coming up right on Spruce Street. We're turning right on Spruce Street right now, right near the library, right near a couple churches. But yeah, as you can see, things are really not that bad out here, which is good. We've been out on the road for about an hour now, just seeing some flurries, and that's been pretty consistent. So we're definitely going to keep an eye out and see if that does continue to accumulate. But like I said, things are pretty good out here in Boulder.
Well, I can see people stayed home because parking in the section you're driving in right now is at a premium normally. So you can find a parking place anywhere you want right now.
If you've ever wanted to park in Boulder, today's your day.
Near Pearl Street.
Yeah, park
Enjoy.
to your heart's delight. You can double park. They probably won't even ticket you.
Yeah.
Janelle Finch with a look at Boulder. Chris Bianchi, let's talk about what's coming in now as the storm begins to pick up for round 2.
Yeah, so we're kind of in the middle of round 2, Kyle and Kim. I think we've still got a few more inches of snow to go, but I think we're starting to get towards the kind of final third or so of this snowstorm. So we've still got a few more hours to go, but I think we're starting to see some signs that I think as we head over the next 6 to 10 hours, that this snow machine will finally shut on off. Meantime, here's some of those top snowfall reports from around the metro area in the foothills. Boy, look at this. 31 inches in Genesee, 36 inches Aspen Park, 21 inches Castle Rock, and about 20 inches for us in Roxborough Park. So obviously a whopper of a snow event for us here in the South Metro and the west side of the metro area, really above 6,000 feet, but even below 6,000 feet. We've seen some reports out by Lone Tree, Highlands Ranch, Centennial up in the south, a lot of 16, 17, 18-inch snowfall reports. So impressive stuff. That said, we're still not done yet. We've still got a few more inches of snow to go. So again, those are not final totals by any stretch of the imagination. I'd say for most areas, another 2 to 6 inches of snow to go. Foothills, more than that. North and east Denver, maybe on the low end of the 2 to 6 additional inches to go. But these totals, I think this is what we're going to end up with. We're going to end up for most of the metro somewhere between about 10 to 24 inches worth of snowfall. And I think in the foothills, we're going to end up with about 2 to 5 feet of snowfall. Some jackpot 50-plus inch totals certainly cannot be ruled out there into the foothills. So, AC Doppler radar showing us some of that snowfall right now. It's steadiest and heaviest for us. Looks like actually kind of just east of Denver. Kind of interestingly, starting to see that kind of plume of deep moisture working its way back into the picture. Also, up and down I-25. Boy, from Raton Pass here in northern New Mexico all the way on up to I-80 here in southern Wyoming, we are talking about snow the entire drive here along the I-25 corridor. Now, for us here in Denver, head just east. Notice some of these, again, darker purples. That's an indication. I think we're going to get a secondary surge of some heavier accumulating snow within the next hour or so. So it's been one of those snowstorms, I think, throughout the day today where you've noted some probably lighter periods, some heavier snow at times, then back to some lighter snow. I think we're probably in a little bit of a slight lull in the metro area, but we're going to get a steadier band of some probably not quite inch per hour snowfall, but I think we're talking about a ½ inch to inch per hour snowfall moving its way back into the picture here in the next little while. Downtown, again, Janelle was just showing us some of that kind of lighter snowfall up by Boulder. I think this will pick up in the next hour or so, and then we could see some more of that snowfall continue for the next couple of hours. Fort Morgan on north and east, that snow's starting to clear on out. This snow will hang around here into the metro area a little while longer because we get that upslope component of that snow. As that snow meets the mountains, as it meets the Rockies, as it meets the Palmer Divide, it's forced to rise, and that rising motion gives us additional condensation, gives us more precipitation. So as this moves its way back into the picture, we're going to hold on to that snow a little while longer. Now, here's one thing I've been keeping a very close eye on all day, all night long, has been those temperatures. And we've been right on the cusp here, folks. And if you're wondering why that snowfall is so heavy and it's so wet, it's because of this. It's because these very warm temperatures for a snow event, a classic March event where those temperatures right at 32 degrees for us here in Denver, at the airport, 32 as well, 31 Centennial, 32 Castle Rock, and 34 Arvada. Obviously, the colder it is, the more snow we'll get, but the higher that those temperatures are, the lower those snow-to-liquid ratios will be, and the result will be probably lesser and more kind of compact snow, that kind of stickier, heavier, and wetter snow variety. We're not done yet, as I mentioned. We still got a few more hours to go, and I think we've got another kind of 6 to 10, maybe 6 to 12 hours of snowfall to go. Not 6 to 12 inches at this point anymore, but we've got a few more hours of snow to go for sure. By tomorrow morning, some leftover flakes for us here in the metro area, but I think the accumulating snow is probably done by about midnight. So I think early tomorrow morning we could have some flakes, maybe an additional inch or two into the foothills, but I think we're basically done with this by about midnight early tomorrow morning. That's my best guess as to when we're done with the accumulating stuff. And this is additional snowfall. I updated these totals a little less than an hour ago. So I think we got another 3 to 7 to go for us here in Denver. It'll kind of depend on which side of town you're on. And also, I was just showing you kind of those hit or miss bands that we've been talking about. If one of those bands kind of sets up for an hour or so, that's where you get closer to maybe an additional 6, 7 inches. And folks, there's a fair bit more snow to go. If we were forecasting this snow event to stand alone, this would be a pretty impactful snow. This is on top of what we've already seen. So additional heavy, wet snow to go for us here. Another 3 to 7 inches to go. A little less for us north and east. And these amounts will be kind of hit or miss depending on some of those localized bands. So the airport, obviously overnight, mostly missed out on some of that heavier snowfall. For the airport on north, we could easily also see some of those kind of localized bands set up right over the airport. So we'll have to kind of keep a close eye on that. In the meantime, here's a bit more certainty for you. And this is just Colorado doing Colorado stuff here, right? We get all this snow today, early tomorrow, then we're back near 50 for the weekend, and then early next week, voila, we're gonna be back in the low to mid 60s. So this is gonna be one of those snow events that melts off really, really quickly for us here into the Denver, I should say really quickly. It's gonna last through the weekend into early next week, but that snow is gonna melt pretty quickly in the early to mid part of next week with those temperatures into the 60s under all that mid to late March sunshine. By the way, Tuesday, spring officially begins at 9 p.m. here in the Mountain Time Zone, so we've got that to look forward to if you're tired of the snow. We'll be right back.
Well, they canceled tonight's Cirque du Soleil show in Denver, so if you want to watch somebody juggle things at once, you're going to have to count on Chris Bianchi for the rest of the day. So Cirque show's done.
No.
Man, Clear Creek County got a bit of a show
they did.
with the snow overnight and then all the stuck semis and the traffic on I-70. What we haven't gotten a really good grasp on is like what it looks like around the rest of town, right? Off the interstate. We know the interstate was bad. Bart Bachman's on the line with us now. He does some real estate there in Clear Creek County. Bart, you've been going around kind of property to property checking on things. Off of I-70, what does it look like around town?
It's pretty deep in snow. We have about 24 to 36 inches, depending on where you're measuring. And there's snowmobiles riding around town. We saw a snowcat go down the street. If you're not in a pretty good-sized four-wheel drive, you might not get around very good. But there's quite a few people out and around. The highway ramps are closed, getting off and on. I think they have recently reopened portions of the highway. All night long, there was numerous vehicles stranded on the road, so they couldn't plow.
That's what we've been talking about, Bart, and I'm sure that you've seen that happen before, but when you think about folks stranded there, there's nowhere really for them to go. And I mean, you've got a small community willing to help them, but they got to get off the highway.
Yeah, if someone is stranded, nowhere to go, I didn't even think about that. We'd be more than happy to let them come in our office and whatnot. I didn't really see that as a big issue. I was around town quite a bit this morning. We got out early and I was in the office by 9 a.m. We shoveled about 3 foot of snow off our sidewalks.
Wow.
That's a lot. So, Bart, let me ask you, on a day like this in Idaho Springs, are people out and around, gathering, that kind of thing? Is everybody just kind of holed up at home? Because we can laugh about what we're doing down here in Denver because we got 12 inches of snow versus 3 feet.
I think native Coloradans are pretty resilient, and the ones that know they can't get around very well, they'll either walk. It's a small town. They'll either walk down to the grocery store. I saw several neighbors that had walked down to Safeway this morning, and I saw a guy in a snowmobile go to Safeway, and the parking lot had quite a few larger four-wheel drives. The county has done a spectacular job locally on the roads. I live about a half a mile out of town up maybe 2 miles out of town up Fall River Road. We dug ourselves out with a backhoe and came down, and it don't seem really severe to me. I mean, they've done a good job. The side streets are probably still pretty rough.
Well, you're prepared. You guys are used to it. And I think that you talk about that where you see people, you kind of check on each other. It sounds like you've been doing that, checking on one another. That's the beauty of a smaller community.
Oh, yeah, and if anyone's listening to this and they do need warmth, if they look up the Deborah Jo Beta Team Keller Williams phone number and call us, we'll let them in the office. Everyone up here pulls together.
Good stuff. Bart, thank you. Appreciate the perspective. Stay warm, stay safe. And it's good to just hear the perspective of, yeah, we got 3 feet, so we cleared it out with the backhoe and we came on in.
And snowmobile, drove to Safeway.
Yeah, shoveled 3 feet off the sidewalks and then, went down to the supermarket where there was somebody in a snowmobile, whatever. People get around and that's the way it works.
Yeah. I think we're going to our Ariel Arsuto. Ariel, you're talking to us. We've been talking about the folks that have been stuck on I-70, some of which we will never know who they were. But you've been in touch with a few folks that have been stuck, and a pretty interesting story for that.
Yeah, Kim and Kyle, we do know who a few of them are, and by a few, I mean 60. They are women that take a weekly ski trip every Wednesday, and this Wednesday they went to Vail. Only when they turned back around from Vail, they got stuck leaving at 3 o'clock yesterday, and they were still on the highway until about 1, almost 2 o'clock today. The last time I talked to you guys is when they finally got back home. So I talked to Brenda Jorup, who's been the one who was so kind to talk with us earlier today to give us her harrowing tale as they were stuck on the bus and to tell us all about how they were stuck there without the food, without water, without medications. And when I talked to her today, when she finally got back home, just 5 minutes ago is when I talked to her, she said, it really is a cautionary tale that even when you're just going for what you think is a day on a bus trip, take what you need, take those medications, take everything that you really don't think you can survive without for a night. And it's really just something good to keep in mind.
There's our beautiful
especially when they just got back just today, almost 22 hours after they left Vail earlier in the afternoon yesterday. Kim and Kyle.
Wow. They've got a story, and, you know, I think, you know, they'll have a lot more to tell, but I bet they've bonded closer than they've ever been before, planning more ski trips at some point, but maybe with a check on the forecast.
yeah, or at least everybody packs an extra day. You know, everybody packs for
an extra day.
Packs for an extra one. Ariel Orsuto, thank you for that. So taking a look at the school picture today, here's what we know about tomorrow. DPS schools will be out tomorrow, and then everybody's back next week. Then you've got 3 districts that are headed into their spring breaks that are going to extend by another day, and all those kids got today as well. That's Cherry Creek Schools, Jeffco Schools, and Dougco.
Yeah, and so they got a couple extra days.
Yeah.
Kind of worked out for them. Jeffco was the last one to go. I know there were people going, come on.
Very Jeffco. Very
Let's go.
Jeffco.
That is so Jeffco.
Last to go. Our Mike Kliss is not a school child, but if he were, he would go to Jeffco Schools because he's in Golden. But instead, he's been keeping an eye on things, and you've got the great setup there, Mike, because you get to stay warm and cozy in your little sports cave, but yet keep an eye on things on the west side of town for us. What's changed in the last couple hours?
Yeah, it has been snowing quite a bit. One thing I did, one of my tasks earlier today was to get out there and brush off the dish satellite, you know, that I have way up there. And so I was able to get out there and brush that off. And the first thing I did was turn on, you know, the TV. And there you guys were at 11:30. What time did you guys get in? It's amazing what you guys have been doing. And it was you guys talking. You were at the Matt Renew up in Summit. You had Bad News Bianchi giving us 6 more inches in the afternoon, and that's what it looks like. But it's a lighter snow here. It's 21 inches in my backyard, and it was about at noon today. And so I think it's probably up around 24 right now. So you see. We got quite a bit overnight this morning. This is outside my neighborhood, and the neighbors did a nice job shoveling. I did not. I took care of Millie, our pet. I got a path cleared for her, but other than that, the path for Millie and the dish were the 2 things I did today.
Well, you know what? Listen, if all you did today, Mike, was everything that your wife told you to do and everything that our boss has told you to do, that's what I call a highly successful day.
I agree. Yes, I agree. I did write a quarterback update story for the Broncos, and one of the guys on the list of possibilities got traded to Seattle for not very much. And so I guess the Broncos decided not to go with Sam Howell of Washington, still looking for a quarterback to help out with Jared Stidham. But it looks like Stidham, more and more, it's Stidham, and that number 12 pick in the draft is what the Broncos are going to do.
That's interesting. It's not Howell. Okay. All right.
I thought that they would be interested in him. He made some sense, but he's going to Seattle instead. And yeah, it's still coming down. The snow's still coming down here in Golden.
Is Zach Wilson still out there? He's still floating around?
Who's that?
Zach Wilson.
Yeah, Zach Wilson is with the New York Jets, and I'm sure he'll be available for trade if the Jets, you know, they have 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers now is not just a guy for the sportscast. He's there on Next with Kyle Clark. You know, he's so topical on so many different areas here in the newscast. But he's 40 years old, coming back from an Achilles with the Jets, and they may take a quarterback with their number 10 pick. And so the Broncos might have to trade up if they want to get J.J. McCarthy from Michigan. Get over the Jets at 10, get over the Vikings at 11. So they still got some work to do to help out Jarrett Stidham for the 2024 season.
Yeah. Kliss is too polite to say it, but what he was mentioning was that Aaron Rodgers has peddled so many conspiracy theories, he's now a potential vice presidential running mate for RFK Jr.
Yeah.
So who knows if he's going to be playing football or he's going to be on a presidential ticket or whatever else. But we can't let you come on without getting some football knowledge out of you, Mike. So appreciate that. But all the best to you and wife and Millie and everybody else there in Golden. Again, I think Kliss is living the dream, right?
He is, and he calls Bianchi Bad News Bianchi.
Well, today he is. More from Bad News Bianchi after this.
Still plenty of people out and about on the roads, and this is far closer to town. We're looking at a crash at westbound 470, the exit to I-25. Truck driver lost control. South Metro is now dealing with a fuel leak. This is in the Lone Tree area, so again, these big trucks really struggling.
Yes, CDOT's reporting that on 470 eastbound there, they've got 2 right lanes closed due to that crash. Just kind of taking you on a little whip around the metro area in terms of road conditions as reported by CDOT. On E470, slushy, icy, snowpack spots. On the C470 side, they're adding to that visibility issue. So on the west side of town, more visibility issues on the roads. On the east side of town, I mean, everything that you could look at, 225, 470, I-70 through the city and out to the east into Aurora. Slushy, snow-packed roads. That's what we're going to be dealing with for a little while here. And then presumably we might take a couple of degrees off Chris Bianchi and then see what happens at that point if you've got, you know, a slip show all over town and then it gets colder.
I am worried about tonight. I do think that those road conditions you mentioned, Kyle, are going to go downhill as we head through the evening after about 6, 7 o'clock or so. Once the sun goes down, remember, it's the middle of March, and that means that the sun angle is high, and that is helping make those roads a lot wetter. But I think when push comes to shove, there's going to be 2 things we're going to remember about this snowstorm. One, the foothills, the amount of snow we're seeing up there. I'm going to show you those totals in just a second. Number 2, it's this. It's the amount of water that is within this snowstorm. This is very unusual. How unusual? At the Centennial Airport, you factor in the rain they got last night and the snow that they've seen so far, they picked up 2.66 inches worth of total precipitation. To put that into perspective, That is the wettest March storm on record for Centennial Airport, and that rivals a lot of our summertime thunderstorm months. So, for example, May, June, July, we average about 2.5 inches worth of precipitation at the Centennial Airport over the full month. We got that from this single storm in March. And as a remember, warmer air can hold more moisture. As a result, it's pretty unusual to get this kind of liquid this time of year. This is a whopper of a liquid event, just a ton of water within this snowstorm that we're seeing here across the metro area. So with that said, we're not done yet. We've got another 2 to 6 inches of snow to go for us here in the Denver area. I think most of us probably going to end up leaning closer to the 2 to 3, 4 inch ranges, but I think some spots will come in with an additional 5, 6 inches of snow. Again, this is on top of everything that we've seen so far. And again, I think that the next couple of inches of snow will be more impactful than what we've seen during the day today because of the fact that most of that snow, especially once we get to about 6, 7 o'clock, is going to increasingly stick on those roadways. So snowfall totals, this is what we're going to end up with, just to be clear, what we end up with, about 2 to 5 feet in the foothills, 10 to 24 inches for most of the metro area. And most of us will probably lean more towards 10 inches, but you get into the south and west sides of the metro area, more of you will lean closer to that 24-inch mark. So very much depends on which side of town you're on. HD operator, kind of a broad view of things. We are seeing that snow for us here across the Denver area. You might notice this little stripe here up by the airport on towards Fort Lupton along the Highway 85 corridor. That is some heavier snow that's trying to kind of back its way into the Denver area as we speak. And there it is, kind of that little distinct band. You might notice that little kind of purple area there in far southern Weld County, right around Fort Lupton. That is that, again, band of some heavier snow that's kind of backing its way into the Denver area. At the airport, starting to see some of that heavier snow right now as well. Closer look in, maybe I would call this not a lull, but kind of a lull within the second wave of snow, if that makes any sense. We're seeing just more moderate, light to moderate snowfall across most of the metro area right now. I think that will pick up once this pushes its way on through the region. And this will kind of hang out for probably the next couple of hours. And this is what I think will ultimately lead to some of those more slippery conditions as we head over the next few hours. I've been showing you those roads. We've obviously got all sorts of issues, certainly into the foothills. But I think a lot of the main roads have been treated at this point, and the sun angle is helping keep those roads mostly wet right now. Any of those wet roadways will probably turn slick in the next couple of hours. Fort Morgan on north and east, things clearing on out for us. Akron on south, that's where we're seeing some of that heavier snowfall. By the way, I-70 on east, we haven't talked a lot about that, but it's also very, very slick between Lyman and the Kansas state line east on I-70 as well. So this is kind of the number I've been talked about this last hour as well. This is the number I'm keeping my closest eye on right now, is those actual air temperatures, because we're right at the freezing mark here in Denver. 33 in Arvada, though, just above. 31 Centennial, 31 Castle Rock, and that's why we're seeing more road-related impacts down south right now, because those temperatures just below freezing, right at freezing in town, and a few spots maybe just slightly above. And of course, we'll be keeping a close eye on that. I suspect those temperatures will gradually dip in the next couple of hours as we pull down a bit more cold air, and also that sun goes down as well. So, just as a reminder, we're not done yet. Especially if you're in a lull right now, you might be thinking, oh, maybe we're starting to come to a close. Not yet. We're not in the 8th inning. We're in the 7th inning of this thing. We still got a few more innings to go here on this one. We got more snow tonight. Notice by 11 p.m. tonight, it's still snowing pretty heavily for us here across the I-25 corridor. So again, just to reemphasize the fact, we're not done. I will say that by tomorrow morning, by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, I think the accumulating snow is done. We can really begin the cleanup tomorrow morning in earnest. So again, if you're not loving the snow, you're done with it, you got a few more hours to go. Tomorrow morning, you'll wake up and you can say, okay, we're done. And in fact, by about noon tomorrow, we're going to be looking at sunshine here across the metro area. And certainly, if not by noon, by tomorrow afternoon, we'll be getting those sunny skies back into the picture. So again, if you're tired of the snow, not that long to go, but we've got another couple of inches of snow to go here, folks. So again, we're not done by any stretch of the imagination. You get into the foothills, and that's where we could be talking about an additional 1 to 2 feet worth of snowfall. For most of the metro area, considerably less than that, but again, still adding a couple more inches of snow on top of what's already been a very impactful snowstorm, and worth clearing those trees, brushing off those trees, keeping those sorts of things in mind, because as we add more of that snowfall, that could, of course, further way down a lot of those trees and branches out across the metro area. 7-day forecast. Hey, this is March being March. We're going to go from the snow to warming things on up. Now, kind of want to close things out with one more thing. I'm going to kind of show you from a broad perspective what we've seen so far and explain why here at the airport. This is kind of one of the key things. The airport, way less snow. And by the way, if you're joining me from Henderson, Brighton, Fort Lupton on south into Commerce City, you're probably saying, Chris, what are you talking about? We didn't really see much snow. So the north and east side of the metro area got shut out. I'm going to show you why in just a second, but notice this very stark gap in snowfall totals. West side of the metro area, again, that might be underdoing it in some places. We've seen up to about 2 feet of snow. Somebody's going to come in the metro area, probably down this way, with something like 30 inches. Something's going to come in with something crazy, right? Some of these 2 foot plus totals. And at the airport, as the bird flies about 30, 35 miles away, 1 to 3 inches. So what happened and why did the airport get shut out from this snowstorm? It's a question I've been getting all day long, and especially the fact that the airport has been operating sort of normally throughout the day, which I'll be honest, I was not expecting the airport to be operating basically just like a kind of cloudy, rainy Thursday with delays. And again, we've obviously avoided the worst of the snow at the airport. So the overall setup, we were just showing you this on HDD Alpha radar a second ago. We got a northeasterly wind. That is what's pulling in all this Gulf of Mexico moisture and kind of butting it up against the Rocky Mountains, and it condenses out into all the snow that we're seeing right now, right? So we're getting a northeast wind. But when that wind hits the Rocky Mountains, well, it hits the mountains, right? It's got to go somewhere. It can go up. It's doing some of that, but it can't go down into the ground. So some of that wind goes parallel to the Rocky Mountains. So it goes from north to south, and it's something we call a barrier jet. So you can kind of get a little, kind of think of it like a chute or something like that. You get a little chute of wind, and that is something we call a barrier jet. It goes parallel to the Rocky Mountains. Again, when those winds go against the Rockies, they got to go somewhere, and some of that wind goes in this direction. And that little barrier jet set up right over, literally right over Pena Boulevard late last night, and it meant that areas east of there basically got shut out from a lot of the heavier precipitation. Along it, we got some of the heavier stuff, and then things kind of proceeded as normal west of there. But think of this as almost a little bit of an invisible wall preventing some of the heavier stuff to reach its way into the airport. So the airport and areas north and east there, mostly shut on out. If you're watching from Greeley, LaSalle, Evans, anywhere here in Weld County, that's where we saw some of those much lower snowfall amounts. This is the reason why barrier jet shutting down the snow machine up there into the eastern and northern part of the metro area. So hopefully that explains it for you. I know that's a little wonky. I know it's a little in the weeds, but I hope that it makes sense that we had this barrier jet, and that's why that northeast side metro area mostly shut out.
Bianchi, thanks. Hey, we got big news on I-70. It is now reopened to passenger traffic from the metro area to Silverthorne. First time that I-70 has been open in 17 hours. Still no semis allowed. Back after this.